Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1. Fish Kangzi, Eat, Oh, Oh Oh. Kui Kui Ying, who was tied to the apron, held a bowl with his left hand, holding a spoon in his right hand and shouting and knocking on the edge of the porridge tank while shouting. Li Vihan, who was sitting next to the cigarette bag, kicked on the woman's big scream, and scolded it without a good manner. My brain is watering you, call the pig. Kui Kui Ying glanced at his man, put a bowl in front of him, and scolded. Well, pigs don't have any trouble and they can eat. Under the call, a group of children ran in from outside the door, 7 of them and 4 girls, the oldest 16, and the youngest were only 3 years old. Li Vihan has a 4 son and 1 daughter. When the children grow up, they will be separated when they grow up. Older who lives close on weekdays will raise 1 pair of twins. But when the summer vacation arrives, I do nt know if it's convenient or feel that the cheapness of my parents does nt take it up. In short, everyone has sent their children over. If you accept the old people, the other family will not be embarrassed, and this suddenly makes the family like the school. This is the sweetness of Sun Mantang, and the couple have not had time to smash the flavor, but the rice cylinder at home was wailing and she was about to bottom out. As the saying goes, the half-size boys eat Lao-tzu, including female dolls, when they are long-lasting, thieves can eat, and the belly is like a bottomless hole. The tank is not enough, and there is still a pot of warmth on the stove. Although the 2 sons have long been in groups, they are not old, and according to the current rural rules, unless you have the ability to work in bed, you still have the strength to go to the field. No matter how old you are not qualified to enjoy the meals from your children. Worship of rice. Don't grab, starve to death, all of them are lined up. The children took the bowl to pick up, and Kui Kui Ying was responsible for porridge. The last one came over was a 10-year-old boy. He was wearing a denim sling pants, with shixing sandals on his feet. His skin was white and tender. Some of the siblings of the surrounding brothers and sisters have a dirty nose, and some are incompatible. Xiao Yuanho, come, let you eat here. Thank you grandma. Kui Kui Ying touched the child's head with a smile. He was the only grandson among this big grandson and granddaughter, but it is not count now. The child is called Li Zhanyuan, the child is Kui Kui Ying's younger daughter, and the first college student in Siyuan village. The younger daughter was admitted to Jingli University and stayed in Beijing after graduation. She was also the target of herself. She took it home before marriage. The specific appearance was unclear, because that day Kui Kui Ying's couple were restrained in front of her aunt, and they were not embarrassed to take a closer look. Later, her daughter was pregnant and gave birth to a son. She had a long way to work and was busy. She had never returned home, but since she graduated from work, she has not broken money to her father and mother every month. The money sent before marriage, Li Vihan's couples were existed. The 4 sons married them and did not move the point. When the daughter took her aunt back to home, Li Vihan pushed back the colorful gift money from the aunt. He also returned the money sent by the daughter. I wanted to be more hard-working, and the family added more, but the 4 sons got married in front of them, and any 2 sons couldn't squeeze out the oil and water belt. This matter has always been ashamed of the 2 sons, and the money given by the daughter to the girl is returned to her daughter, which is equivalent to marrying a daughter-in-law. As for the money sent every month after the daughter's marriage, both of them also existed. The sons were stunned by their daughter-in-law for various reasons to hit the money, and they were all pointed at the nose and scolded by Li Vihan. Half a month ago, the daughter took a military uniform to send her son over and brought a letter and a sum of money. The letter said that she was divorced. She has changed recently. Essence. The daughter-in-law also said that after the divorce, she changed her child's surname to her surname, and the grandson suddenly became her grandson. After coming to the countryside, Li Zhanyuan not only did not adapt to it at all, but quickly merged into it. He followed the village of the village of the village of the village all day to play. This staple is sweet potato porridge. It tastes sweet, but it is not full and digested quickly. Even if a few large bowls go down to support the belly, Sawan goes out for a while, and immediately feel hungry again. Moreover, what kind of things like sweet potato porridge and sweet potato strips have been eaten for a long time, and they will really hurt their stomachs. When they are not hungry, they will start to take sour water in their stomach. Li Zhanyuan didn't get tired of eating. He enjoyed the feeling of this big cafeteria, and Kui Gui Ying's various pickles and salted sauce were also deeply loved. Milk, why not go to the beard grandpa's house today? I asked the son of the Erbo family, the name of the small name, the 9 years old. Kui Gui Ying knocked the tiger's head with a chopstick and cursed, "Deadly Kangzi, that is something that the old lady is gone, do you want people to do a seat every day?" Huza covered his head and said, "Why not, how good every day? What kind of fart saying to death, even if his family wants to do, how can there be so many people who have lined up every day?" Pop! Li Vihan knocked on the table with chopsticks and cursed, "What kind of words do you say to Xie? Kui Gui Ying also noticed that he was frustrated, but he didn't fight against his man, but used a spoon to dig out a piece of salty sauce and sent it to Li Zhanyuan's porridge bowl. "There will be some peanuts and a little bit of meat in the sauce. She just spoonful." "There are." Li Zhanyuan pulled a few times with chopsticks, the sauce faded, and the white and tender meat was floating on the porridge. The children's eyes are sharp, and they are most obsessed with unevenness. The tiger said immediately, "Milk, I also want meat, the kind of Yuanzi brother bowl." "Milk, I want too. I want too." Other children also coaxed. "Go and go." Kui Gui Ying scolded them in a good manner. "Brothers and sisters are not sensible and noisy things, I eat it here today, I bought the money given by Xiao Yuanho's mother. Your parents can hand in the milk without a grain of rice." Pan Zi, Lei Zi, and Yingzi lowered their heads embarrassed, but the younger one looked at each other and smiled at each other. The milk did not imply that they had conveyed it with their families, but their parents ordered them to pretend to be stupid. At this time, the 8-year-old stone of the old family asked, "Is that little yellow warbler is still there?" Kui Gui Ying asked, "Who is the little yellow warbler?" Huzi replied, "Milk, the little yellow warbler was dancing and singing at the bearded house yesterday. The singing is nice, and the dance is also very good." "Really?" Kui Gui Ying helped the dishes at the back of the family yesterday. He couldn't help the ground, but he went to watch the Beishi team to perform after meals. Her man Li Vihan did not go, and he excuses the boat. In fact, the reason for the people is not embarrassed. After all, Pan Zilei has led Yuanzi, Huzi, and Stone to eat the table. Eating is ugly. Not only did the 5 children eat themselves, they also took a lot of them, especially the hard dishes that were divided by the head at the dining table. Take food. When they get home, they will be assigned to their brothers and sisters who have not been able to go to the table. When they look at their younger brothers and sisters, they feel like they are a general who wins the battle. Lei Zi said, "Singing is really nice, and people are beautiful. She let us all call her a little yellow warbler." Pan Zi nodded, "People are fine, people look good, and their clothes look good. I want to marry her in the future." Kui Gui Ying lowered his head and asked Li Zhanyuan around him, "Xiao Yuanho, is it?" "Ang." Li Zhanyuan put down his chopsticks and nodded, "Good looking." The white things in the countryside pay attention to the kitchen in the hall. When walking the ceremony, you can put on a robe and the scriptures. Afternoon, you must also organize literary performances. Singing, dancing, acrobatics, magic or whatever you can, you must be rectified. When you meet your face-to-face full of face, you will also ask those specific white things to do a evening field, but before the performance starts, adults will drive the children home to sleep. Xiao Huangying's surname is Xiao, his real name is Xiao Huangying, and his name is a small yellow warbler. He is actually not young. He is in his 30s and divorced. In terms of singing and dancing, she is actually just a half-hanging, but she can dress up, and her clothes are bold and trendy. The tight black cheongsam high split, revealing the large white legs, coupled with the kind and enthusiastic field control. The most vicious abuse in the village is also described as the highest praise, which is Sao. Nowadays, there are few people with TVs in the village. They often take the benches to squeeze and watch it. Therefore, in the rural areas where the popular wind has not been blown into the countryside, the little yellow warbler's sow is on the surrounding rural girls and daughters-in-law. In other words, it is a reduction of dimension. Not only did they take away the souls of the old men, but even the half-sized boys were also obtained. At this time, a figure appeared at the gate of the house, Zhao Saimei, a neighbor, and Kui Guiying, who was a sister. When the children were young, they loved to sit on the dam and say right and wrong. "Have you eaten?" Kui Guiying asked. "Come, add double chopsticks." Zhao Saimei laughed at his hand and laughed, "Oh, it's embarrassed to come to you when you have a meal. Look, you are all drinking here. This porridge is so comfortable in the stomach, I love this mouth. Come on, give you a bowl. How can the rice tank be scraped? Can you still miss this mouth?" "Okay, I have eaten it." "Hey, you know that the head of the white class just took people to the beard's house to make trouble." When Kui Guiying heard his words, he immediately raised the tableware and stood up. He picked up the porridge and pushed the door to the door. "It's not a performance fee, but someone in the team is lost." "What? Shame." Kui Guiying stunned chopsticks. "Who lost?" "A woman, the one who farts on her body. Yesterday, the butt was twisted, and I couldn't wait to miss the eyes." "Is it a little yellow warbler?" Pan Zi asked. Other children also raised their ears. "It seems to be her, just that hoof." Zhao Saimei was very happy. "People are lost, have you found it?" Kui Guiying asked. It was said that someone saw the small forest on the side of the lady's youngest son's drilling river in the team last night. Later, the person did not return to the team. Then the team came to the door to please people. "Where is the beard?" "He was at home, but he said he didn't know what happened, but many people saw in the village, that is, he in the forest with the waved hoof." "What about that person?" "Who knows, it's gone. The head of the people is here this time, but the old bearded family was killed and said that she hadn't seen anyone, and said that it was the hoof of the hoof and ran away. What to do?" Lao Hu's house lost a sum of money to the head of the team, not old and young. Kui Guiying immediately patted Zhao Saimei's arm and raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" Zhao Saimei also immediately took back Kui Guiying's arm and raised his chin. "That's not." Lao Bahuan used to be the deputy director of the grain station in the town, but it was a fact, even if he retired now, except that the younger son is idle, several other sons can have poor matters in the town. In this village, even the Long family is not as prestigious as his family. Therefore, there must be ghosts inside to make this old beard willing to pay for things. This gives money. The head of that team left. "Go. What about that person? Don't find it." "Find a fart." The people's team took the guy and took a truck to the next family. "Ouch." Kui Guiying shook his head. "Don't get something wrong." "Who knows? People, but true and false." "No." Hearing this, Huzi and Stone suddenly cried. "Woohoo! Little yellow warbler, little yellow warbler! My little yellow warbler, the little yellow warbler is gone, oh!" Seeing Zhao Saimei, he almost laughed at his snot, and pointed at him. "See you, your two grandchildren are a kind of love." Kui Guiying glanced at her and said, "Do you have a granddaughter? Do you match one?" "Oh!" Zhao Saimei snorted and pointed at Li Zhanyuan. "It is not impossible to get a relatives. You have to match with your family, so that my Xiao Wanhou can follow him to enjoy the blessing. Go and go, don't think about beauty. Li Vihan had already eaten. The old ladies said that he was not interested and convenient to talk about it. He just lifted his cigarette bag silently and opened the matchbox, but it was empty. Li Zhanyuan put down his chopsticks and ran to the stove to take a box of matches to Li Vihan. Li Vihan did not pick up, but moved the cigarette pot in front of Li Zhanyuan. Li Zhanyuan smiled and pulled out a match, and finally scratched the fire out. He carefully guarded the match with the other hand and moved the match to the cigarette pot. Li Vihan took several sips, cigarette, satisfied, and smiled. At first, her daughter also liked to cigarette herself, and she also said that she had to buy a paper box to smoke her. Call. Li Ziyuan blown out the match, lost the ground, and stepped on the sole several times. Pan Zi said, "Grandpa, go to the boat to pick the lotus rock in the afternoon." Li Vihan glanced at the dilute at the dining table, nodded, and said, "Lei Zi, bring the internet, see if you can fish a few fish to make your milk make a soup." When Huzi and she heard this, they forgot the little yellow warbler and shouted, "Grandpa, I'm going, I want to go too." These small ones also shouted with them, for fear that something fun would fall on themselves. Li Vihan looked around for a week and cursed, "Grandpa tells you that there are water monkeys in this river. They are dedicated to drowning into the water and drown to be a dead ghost, so that he can give birth to himself. There is no mistake, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book." Immediately, the children were afraid and dared not speak. The stone asked with some dissatisfaction, "Why can my brothers go?" In the end, Pan Zi and Lei Zi are older children. "Brother, I am strong, and the water monkey can't hold me. I'm swimming, and the water monkey can't catch up with me." Li Zhanyuan was not scared, and he wanted to go, but he was embarrassed to speak. He could only lower his head and touched his small hand. From time to time, he peeked at Grandpa. Li Vihan said, "Xiao Yuanhou also go." Huzi immediately said, "This is unfair, and the Yuanzi brother is 1 year older than me." The stone also helped, "Yes, Yuan's strength is not as big as me, how can you fight with the water monkey?" Li Vihan slowly spit out a cigarette ring, giving a reason to be very reasonable to convince children. Xiao Yuanhou came back outside, and our local water monkey didn't know him. Nympho. The houses in the village are basically built according to the water, the main entrance is facing the road, and the back door towards the river. When washing vegetables and laundry, you only need to go out of the back door with things, and then go down a few green brick steps to come to the river. If you can live, you often set up a net by the river in the section of the house, and raise ducks and geese in the webbiage. Lao Li's boat tied the back door persimmon tree. After Li Vihan unbuttoned the rope, he boarded the boat and stabilized the hull with bamboo crickets. Pan Zi hugged the fishing rod and Lei Zi, holding the fishing net, and jumped into the boat one after another. Li Zhanyuan was carrying a small bamboo basket and was reached out by Li Vihan and received it on the boat. "It's all right, drive the boat." Along with the length of the bamboo ravioli on the water, the boat also moved. Pan Zi and Lei Zi have long been used to it. They were lying obliquely on the boat, and Li Zhanyuan sat straight upright, watching the water plants floating on the river and the dragonflies passing by. "Give, Yuanzi." Pan Zi handed a little fried beans. He is an old one. He is close to his family. He will take the time home on weekdays and take some snacks at home, but was told by his mother that these things had to hide themselves, but they could not be separated. On the contrary, Li Zhanyuan's mother, who wore military uniforms, sent a large bag of snacks when Li Zhanyuan was sent. "Give all children." "Thank you Pan Zi." Li Zhanyuan took it over and put it into the mouth. The local bean was called boxing beans. In fact, it was broad beans. After adding some spices and stir-fry, chewing was very fragrant. However, Li Zhanyuan didn't like to eat it. It was too hard, couldn't bite, and it was easy to collapse. Therefore, when the two brothers were constantly stunned, Li Zhanyuan pursed one like sugar in his mouth. Here is 1,000 brothers, floating on the road, 1,000 brothers, Liang Liang will be bright tonight. Panzi sang. You sing right. Lei Ziyi laughed, it's not you sing like this. Panzi dismissed, hey, you can sing, you sing. Lei Ziyi stunned his lips a few times and scratched his head, I just remember the tone. Li Vihan, who was supporting the boat, asked, what is singing, I don't understand. Panzi replied, Grandpa, was sung by a little yellow warbler yesterday, called you opera. You drama. Li Vihan was a little surprised. Lei Ziyi, no, Grandpa, Cantonese opera, from Hong Kong, Guangdong. Oh, so, you sing and listen to the grandfather. Lei Ziyi, Panzi won't sing. He can't even remember the lyrics, and he is far worse than yesterday. In fact, the little yellow warbler sings is not standard, but for the present mainland, there is no difference between standards and non-standards. Anyway, I do understand it. What I want is the self-confidence tone. Panzi pointed at Li Zhanyuan and said, when I was singing yesterday, I saw Yuanzi sing with it, he would sing. Li Vihan, Xiao Yuanho, you sing to the grandfather. Li Zhanyuan was very embarrassed, I will sing that point. Sing, sing. Lei Ziyi urged, Yuanzi doesn't talk about Cantonese opera, and he will sing English songs. Li Zhanyuan had to sing. Even though there are thousands of songs in the future, it floats on the distance in the distance, even if there are thousands of night stars in the next day, it is more than the moon tonight. I will have so much. My mother likes this song and often puts it at home. Lei Ziyi looked at Panzi provocatively, I heard it, the words you sang are not right. Panzi rolled his eyes on Lei Ziyi. Brother said all the way, and the boat finally supported the wide river channel. Panzi went to help Grandpa to get a cricket. Li Vihan began to find some border network, and Lei Ziyi raised a fishing rod. Li Zhanyuan was not assigned to be assigned. He continued to sit there with his small bamboo basket, watching his grandfather and brothers busy for a while, and then looked at the water plants on the river and the frog jumping on his head. Looking at it, Li Zhanyuan puzzled his body in doubt. Li Vihan kept paying attention to this grandson and saw him like this, immediately reminded, Xiao Yuanho, sit in it, don't fall down. Li Zhanyuan pointed at the riverfront in front of the river and asked, where is it? Lei Ziyi looked in the direction of Li Zhanyuan's fingers, well, it's really black. Where is it? Panzi helped support the bamboo cricket at the stern, and he couldn't see it clearly, so he took the initiative to support the pole and leaned the boat in that direction. Li Vihan didn't take it seriously at first. He was busy loosening to the fishing net. When he heard that Li Zhanyuan and Lei Ziyi were still discussing there, he looked up at it. It's right. That black, slender but permeated, but scattered without separation. Where is this water weed? This is clearly human's hair. At this moment, because Panzi kept pushing the boat to the past, it was closer to the area, and the underwater part was vaguely revealed. The black texture, white buttons, and Chu Man's lines. Because Li Chaoyuan was sitting, the first seeing the underwater part was the Lei Ziyi standing beside him. Lei Ziyi shouted immediately. Grandpa, that's a person, someone fell into the water, Panzi, hurry up and save people. The story of the water monkey has long been able to scare the older children like them. The simple and kind nature of them makes them subconsciously consider that someone is falling into the water. The first reaction is to rescue. Fart! Li Vihan suddenly yelled. Although the child was a bit severe, he was more kind-hearted grandpa, and the rough and cracked skin was revealed. He immediately threw the fishing net in his hand on the boat and walked towards the stern, shouting, "Tro the direction, tune, give me, don't rely on the past. I have been here for a while before entering here. I didn't hear the movement of the water at all. At this time, it was even more calm. How could it need any rescue? That person must have died long ago. It is reasonable that even if you encounter a drowning corpse, you feel at most obscure. How can you be so frightened?" But Li Vihan knew that at this time he could only avoid it at the fastest speed. Because the local area is dense, drowning in the water is not rare. Basically, every village or a nearby village will have a person who specializes in corpses in dry water. Generally, it is not the main business, but the candidate is very fixed. One is because the second is because there are many taboos. There is a corpse man in Siyuan village called Li Sanjiang. This Li Sanjiang has no children and no daughter. He is too lazy to plant the village, but rent out and only find some rations to chew the valley. But he is not a laziness with this meal. He made a paper and the corpse, and there were a lot of money from these two. But it is a small wine every day, and the life is not moisturizing. In order to help the four sons, Li Vihan rented Li Sanjiang's field in order to help the four sons. This really took advantage of others. Therefore, when he needed corpses during the period, Li Vihan would follow the uncle. Although Li Sanjiang never let him go to the boat to contact the corpse, he only asked him to set up a table of chicken blood and dog blood at the shore, but he knew some of the doors of corpses from Li Sanjiang. In this row of black words, the corpse was called death. Normally, drowning people will float up after a few days of rotting under the water for a few days. Due to the pelvic structure, the male corpse often faces the female corpse facing up. After most of the dead sets of a fixed process, Li Sanjiang picked up back and returned to the shore and gave it to his family members. Fishing. The first is to swell with the wower, which means that there are leakage mud nearby, and you will be overturned even if you are inconsistent. As for the second one, that is, even his Li Sanjiang will be numb with his lips. It is the kind of death that only leaves hair on the water and stands upright on the bottom of the water. This is a great grievance, and you don't want to die, you have to pull the back. Li Vihan still remembered that on the wine table, Li Sanjiang stared at his red eyes very seriously to himself. Han ho, remember, if you see this kind of death on the water, don't think about others. You can stay quickly when you can walk quickly, and you will be left by it late. Therefore, after discovering that this was a rough dying, how could Li Vihan not be terrified, let alone, he still has grandson on the boat now. And the still curious Pan Zi obviously failed to do the instructions of Grandpa. When Grandpa came to grab the bamboo crickets, he was stunned, and even with bamboo crickets, he also stubbornly stabbed the mud. Severe tilt. This kind of tilt is nothing to the people who often walk. After the inertia was taken out, the whole person fell into the water with a sound, just to the side of the dead. The water in the river is very clear, and the sun is just right in the afternoon, and the light in the water is very good. Li Zhanyuan, who was just falling into the water, was still instinctual, but was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. As Liza said, there is a person standing in the water, and this is not someone else. It is the little yellow warbler that brothers on the dinner table today. She was still wearing the black cheongsam when she performed, the white pattern, split to the waist, and the red high heels on her feet. The water flow flowed smoothly. Under this thrust, her arms swinging regularly, and her legs were gently shaking back and forth. It feels like walking underwater. She was holding her, she was twisting her waist, she was showing her legs, she was holding her feet, she was singing songs. Even in the water, she is still interpreting the gesture of the women in the village. Even though there are thousands of songs in the future, I float on the distance. In my ears, it seemed to hear the non-standard Cantonese tone of the small yellow warbler again. Accompanied by singing. The little yellow warbler slowly turned around and gradually towards Li Zhanyuan. Her long hair fluttered towards the oblique, like a black umbrella supported, the powder on her face was stronger than yesterday, and her lips were more red. Suddenly, she laughed. Chapter 2. She. So beautiful. The water waves are soft and rippling, twisting light and shadow, and then with the motion of the little yellow warbler, it seems to be rendered with a layer of filter. Li Zhanyuan was also brought to the literary performance of the unit by his parents before. He has seen many professional singers and dancers, but yesterday he was not smaller than his brother and brother. Under the education of his parents, he has always understood the rules, but the little yellow warbler under the humble shed showed him another wild style. It is Sao, the waves, the soil, it is not the tablet, but the smell is really good. She came over, getting closer and closer, like the people in the painting, walking out of the painting, and is walking into the painting. At this moment, Li Zhanyuan had forgotten his situation, as if he didn't remember that he was still in the water, ignoring the panic that could not breathe and the water constantly pushing into the water. Until she stretched out her hand. When I was squeezing in front of the performance with my brothers yesterday, Xiao Huangying twisted his waist and sang a song to himself. Porcelain Baby. Originally, Li Zhanyuan was looking forward to being touched by her again. But this time she stretched out two hands. Two hands grabbed the shoulders on both sides of Li Zhanyuan. It's so cold, it hurts. Suddenly, the sense of atmosphere was distorted and torn, and the weird and inexplicable fascination disappeared before. In Li Zhanyuan's eyes, he finally showed fear, like a person with anesthesia, and suddenly recovered the pain. He wanted to break away, want to avoid, and want to escape, but those hands clasped himself, and he couldn't break free from how he swung. At this time, a force came from behind. Li Zhanyuan felt that he was being pulled, as if he had played in school before, but this time he was a rope. In the end, Li Zhanyuan was pulled up with some kind of separation. In his horizon, he floated up, and the higher and higher, and the little yellow warbler below became farther and smaller. Her arms raised towards him, and between the two, gradually separated the abyss that could not appear. Hey! Fortunately, he was carrying a bamboo basket on his grandson, and Li Vihan grabbed the bamboo basket upwards. Shen is the kind of death, and Shen, obviously just a child, but Li Vihan feels like he is competing with a cattle with love. Below, there is a force not to let my grandson come up. At this time, Lei Ziai also came to help, and he held Li Vihan's waist backwards. Finally. Wow! When the grandson was pulled out of the water, the strong power suddenly disappeared, and Li Vihan, Lei Ziai, and Li Chao Yuan, who had just been caught, fell on the boat together. Hurry up! Li Vihan shouted at Pan Ziai before he got up. Pan Ziai did not drop the chain this time, using the support of breastfeeding, and quickly transferred to the other side. Grandpa, she is here, here. Lei Ziai pointed forward in horror. Li Vihan looked over there, and saw that with the movement of the hull, the black hair on the water also followed here. She is chasing. Lei Ho, help Pan Ho to support the boat, hurry up. Okay, Grandpa. Lei Ziai got up and ran, and the brothers shouted the title together, and the boat speed accelerated further. Li Vihan picked up a fishing rod and his expression was dignified. After finding that the hair was still shortened with the distance from the boat, Li Vihan sang and put the fishing rod at the position in front of the hair. Essence. The fishing rod entered the water, but it should be stabbed but did not get the slightest resistance. Instead, a huge force appeared to continue pulling the fishing rod downward. Ouch! Li Vihan exclaimed, but fortunately he released his hand and grabbed the fishing rod in time, otherwise he would have been dragged into the water by this terrible force. Hair, closer! Standing by the boat, Li Vihan can see the black Cheongsam figure of the underwater woman in front. Mingming River is flowing east, but she is in the flow of water. She is walking, she is really walking herself. OM. OM. The hull began to shake and gradually fiercely. It is difficult for Li Vihan to imagine that once the boat turns, there will be any consequences after the water falls into the water. This is no longer a problem of good water or badness. At this time, Li Vihan's eyes swept to the fishing nets under his feet. Before he could think more, he immediately grabbed the fishing net and sprinkled the hair position of less than 2 meters away from the ship. The fishing net was first covered on the water, and the surroundings were quickly set aside. At first, the fishing nets on the water were dragged and continued, but gradually, its speed gradually became slower, and finally, it stopped. It is useful, stuck her. Li Vihan rushed to the stern and reached out to grab the bamboo cricket. You go and see Xiao Yuanho. Okay, Grandpa. Pan Zi and Lei Zi are just big children. The previous section of the fiercely supporting boats had made the two kids a bit out of force. After Li Vihan took over the post, they immediately ran to Li Zhanyuan. Yuanzi, 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 you wake up, you wake up. Yeah, Yuanzi can't wake up. While supporting the boat, Li Vihan continued to look at the fishing net that gradually became far away and called back. Grandpa, you have qi. Pat his back for Xiao Yuanho. The brother immediately made in the command, and one took Li Zhanyuan to sit up and patted his back with his hand. But after a long toss, Li Zhanyuan still didn't wake up. Grandpa, useless. Li Vihan did not answer, but just gritted his teeth and kept stinging. Finally, when the boat arrived at home, Li Vihan lost his bamboo cricket. He couldn't care about the rope, and he picked up Li Chaoyuan and jumped off the boat, but he was very tired. The grandson can only use the knee to resist the green brick steps below. Hiss! The knee broke a mouth, but the next moment he stood up and hugged the child into the house. Gui Ying, Gui Ying! Come back so early! Gui Ying was clearing the grey behind the stove. He heard the movement and stood up. When he saw his wife's arms holding the child, he immediately shouted, Oh, what about it? Li Vihan first hugged the child to a mat in the house. There were many children in the family, and the bed could not sleep. At this time, it was summer. Gui Ying picked up Li Fangyuan's head and patted his face, but found that the child couldn't wake up, and immediately cried. Oh, my, what's wrong with you? Don't howl. Li Vihan kicked Gui Ying's calf. Quick, change your clothes for children. Gui Ying rushed his eyes and got up to get his clothes. Panzi, you call Zheng Dejiao. Okay, Grandpa. Zheng Dejiao called Zheng Huimin, a doctor of the clinic of Siyuan village, the doctor of the barefoot. Because he likes to deliberately scare the child with a large syringe, the children first gave him the nickname. Over time, the adults also called like this. Essence. Lazy eye, you go to call Lu blind. Okay, Grandpa. Lu Jingxia was named Lu Jingxia. His parents died early. The uncle made the main arrangement to marry from Sion town. In the first year of the marriage, his in-laws died of illness. As a result, the man drank the toilet in the second year, fell into the dung pit and drowned, leaving only a newly born girl. At that time, the village rumored that Lu Jingxia's life was too hard. The widow brought a baby's life. Lu Jingxia also helped the farmers work at home, and she also started a living that helped people fortune-telling the new year. The more her rumors spread, the more people who believed in her. In this year, the planer in the ground can only be mixed with food and clothing. If you want to live a lot of life, you have to rely on other camps. Lu Jingxia relied on this battalion, and he just poured the door for his daughter Li Juxiang. As a result, the son-in-law just came to the door in the second year, saying that it was a heart attack. When the rice was put in the field, the man was planted in the ground and died. Leave a Li Juxiang with a daughter who has just been born. At this moment, Mo said that in the village, everyone in the 4 miles and 8 townships determined that Lu Jingxia's life was gone, so Lu Jingxia's business became better. She simply leased her family to others and asked her daughter to buy a tricycle from the town. Wherever there was business, she asked her daughter Li Juxiang to ride a tricycle to go. In the past few years, Lu Jingxia had cataracts, her eyes could not be seen clearly, and she could make up for her personal business image. Here, Kui Guiying just changed Li Zonyuan's wet clothes, and saw that his wife took a scoop of well water and rushed the blood on the knee, opened the locking cabinet, and took out 3 packs of cigarettes from it. 1 pack was thrown to Kui Guiying first, and instructed, Zhang Dejao came, removed one of the face in person, and pulled another one at time, and the medicine fee was hung up. Immediately afterwards, Li Vihan threw another bag. Lu Bloom gave her a whole bag. Don't talk about the others. Kui Guiying reminded, I heard that this Lu blind is now working, but it is expensive. Li Vihan shook his head, even if she is blind, don't blindly conscience. Lu Jingxia had grown up with mud with Li Vihan before. She just walked in the past few years. The orphans and widows were difficult at home. I didn't say gossip. Although the two are not working hard now, Lu Bluster dares to accept his own money, and Li Vihan dares to spit her face. The last pack was put in his pocket by Li Vihan. Kui Guiying said in surprise, are you going out? Li Vihan nodded, I'm going to find Uncle Sanjiang. What? What did you hit? Li Vihan glanced at the children around him and glared at his wife, wait for me to come back. After speaking, Li Vihan pushed the 2 8-bars out of the door. Kui Guiying sat back to Xibian, stroked Li Zhonyuan, and kept shouting his name. A little granddaughter asked curiously, what happened to his son? Huza said immediately, I know, brother Yuanzi encountered water monkeys, and was pulled down as a dead ghost. For a while, the children around them were scared and retreated. Pap! A slap print appeared on the tiger's face. Kui Guiying scolded, well, send out a feint and call Yu Huyan, go outside to see the people who invited you, go. Hey! Let's go! Huza was not arrogant. Although this slap was painful, he didn't really go in his heart. He pulled a few stones and ran out to see people. Kui Guiying instructed the granddaughter Yingzi to help herself use a bowl of water and a needle. She picked up the needle and pulled it several times after Li Zonyuan's forehead and top of her head. There is such a custom in the local area. Whoever has a headache and the brain is uncomfortable, just call this needle. For a long time, there was a voice from outside, Zhengda is here, Zhengda is here. Zhang Dejao entered the house with a wooden medicine box Dr. Zheng, take a look at the dot. Kui Guiying took out the cigarette seal and pulled out a cigarette. Zheng Daqian picked up the cigarette, sandwiched on his ears, squatted down, looked at Li Zhonyuan, and asked, what's wrong with this? I can't wake up when I fall into the water. Is the water falling? Zhang Dejao first opened Li Cheiyuan's nose, opened his eyelids to see, and then took out the auscultation from the box and listened carefully. When he put away the auscultation, Kui Guiying came over and asked, Dr. Zheng, what? Zheng Daqian frowned and helped Li Zhonyuan, and Kui Guiying quickly reached out to help. After taking a picture of the child's back, and observing it, Zhang Dejao lay down the child back, took the smoke on his ears, and bit his mouth. Kui Guiying got up and went to the stove to get a match at the stove, but saw that Zhang Dejao had already started from it and took several sips in a row. What, do you? Zhang Daqian looked at Kui Guiying, how long is the water? Kui Guiying looked at Panzi. Panzi, just a small time, Yuanzi was caught by his grandfather as soon as he fell. Zhang Daqian frowned again and smoked a big cigarette. After spitting out the cigarette ring, he said, Sister, the child is not drowning, nor does it be water, it's okay. How can anyone wake up? Kui Guiying asked. Bringing the to the town's health center for another inspection, it may be other issues. Zhang Daqian cleaned up and stood up. He couldn't help it. Kui Guiying pulled out a cigarette and handed it to him. Don't smoke, said on the mouth, and picked up the cigarette over his ears. Immediately, the cigarette in his mouth was filtered, and Zhang Dejao stepped on the cigarette butt to the ground and stepped on it. He whispered, "Did Lu Blom watch?" "Ah, please." Kui Guiying was a little embarrassed. Zhang Daqian nodded, and Pan Ziyi said to him on the road. At this time, he could only tell, "If you don't wake up at night, send it to the town tomorrow morning." "Okay, so bad, you will be affected, and you will be affected." At this time, Lei Ziyi ran in, stretched out his hand and wiped the sweat on his face, and said to Kui Guiying, "Lu Blom is here." Kui Guiying scolded, "Xia Kong is not big or small, and he wants to call Grandma Lu." Zhang Daqian knew that he was going to be in place. He walked out of the door and saw that a tricycle was riding in the distance, and an old lady was sitting on the car. Oh! Zhang Daqian suddenly remembered all kinds of new medicines that were promoted in the newspaper recently. Didn't he participate in this? Hey, what's the name? Oh, by the way. Combination of Chinese and Western medicine. Lei Ziyi ran home first and notified. Li Juxiang kicked 3 rounds in the back, and complained, "Mom, you shouldn't be so rubbing, it's time to come earlier." Previously, there was a Shigong town next to the family to discuss the operation of his old lady underworld. He could have let people wait at home and so on. Then came to the toilet and came over. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Lu Jingxia, who was sitting on the small bench, spit out a cigarette ring, and didn't have a good breath. "What are you rushing to rush? You can't receive the money of his family anyway." "Mom, are you really embarrassed?" "Oh, he will accept it for me. I remember when I was a kid, Uncle Han helped us a lot. Then he has 4 sons, why don't he send me one?" Lu Jingxia trembled, not recruiting the door. "I don't want his family to give him a daughter-in-law, he don't want him, hey. How can you blame Uncle Han?" I said, "Xiang how can others be Hu Yan, our mother, after all, the long mouth of the mouth, why do you want to practice yourself like this?" Li Juxiang pursed his lips. "Xiang Hao, Xiao Kuihao is still young, your mother and I have not lived for many years. In the future, Xiao Kuihao has to point to you. If there is no man, I will prove that there are no men. You can also eat fragrant and spicy, and live better than others. Here, Mom." The tricycle rides on the dam and comes to the door of Lao Li's house. Kui Guiying took the initiative to help Lu Jingxia get out of the car. Lu Jingxia patted Kui Guiying's back and said, "Oh, I am embarrassed to let you support me, your Hanho is my benefactor. Come and see the child is not awake until now." Lu Jingxia, listening to Lei Ho said, "Is it encountered in the water?" Kui Guiying, his grandfather has already invited Uncle Sanjiang. Hearing this, Lu Jingxia tightened his heart, hurriedly Kui Guiying's hand, urging, "Quickly, take me to see Xier." When Lei Ziyi came to speak, he also said a little, but at that time he thought that the cubs added fuel and vinegar. Now that Li Vihan was looking for Li Sanjiang, it was really serious. She Lu Jingxia, still thinking about Li Vihan before. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. After entering the house, I heard a group of children sting. Lu Jingxia had a bad vision. It felt like I walked into the duck nest. "Fish Kangza, let go, don't make noisy, disturb the god of the stove." Kui Guiying was busy telling the eldest children to take the children out and close the door. "What about people?" Lu Jingxia asked. "In the house." Kui Guiying was going to take her in. "Take it to the kitchen, there is a stove here." "Okay, I will take out the lady." With the help of Li Juxiang, Li Zhanyuan was placed on the kitchen dining table. Lu Jingxia's old man first touched Li Zhan's legs, then touched his face all the way from his legs. After touching his face, he stopped at the child's shoulders and pressed it gently. Her hands, because of smoking fingers, are full of smoky waxy, and they usually like to make white vinegar for maintenance. This taste is even pungent. You can smell it next to the person station. If you smell close to it, ordinary faint may really be awakened. Lu Jingxia felt a while and asked, Guiying, how have you called it? Call. Guiying immediately brought the bowl of water and pins, and then, she scared, ah! The needle in this bowl is not only rust, but also a red rust, and it fainted around the needle. Seeing this, Li Juxiang immediately came to her mother's ears to describe. After listening to Lu Jingxia, he took a deep breath, his expression dignified, girl, this is a sneaky. Ah! Guiying was taken aback again and begged immediately, you save him, my daughter is the child, and I can't get something wrong here. Speaking, Guiying took the bag of cigarettes out of his pocket and delivered it to Lu Jingxia's hands. Lu Jingxia pushed away and sighed. Guiying, you pump first, let's make up after the money is closed. Lu Jingxia interrupted Guiying's words, if you don't accept your family, you can't collect it. I said my sister, don't you say that, I am this. Lu Jingxia turned his head towards his daughter, and smiled bitterly, did you hear it? It's the son of Lanho. Li Juxiang paused, adding, Lanho before, and me well. Lanho is called Li Lan, and is Li Zhanyuan's mother. At that time, the people in the villagers thought that Lu Jingxia's family was obscure, and parents would tell their children not to play with Li Juxiang, so Li Juxiang's childhood was lonely and could not run around like other children, because when he was in someone else's house, he would be at home. The other party rolled his eyes. Li Lan didn't care about this at the time, and often invited her to play together. This kind of friendship continued to leave the village in the college. Lu Jingxia closed his eyes and silent. Li Juxiang looked at Li Zhanyuan and said to Guiying, this looks so beautiful, and looks like Lanho. Guiying responded twice, and her attention was still on Lu Jingxia. She couldn't take it for Lu Jingxia whether she was pushing off or taking Xiao. Li Juxiang continued, Xiao Quihao also said the day before yesterday, there is a brother named Xiao Yuanho who eats chocolate, and goes to the stream with her to pick up stones. Li Juxiang was isolated when he was a child, not to mention her daughter Li Qiqui now. On weekdays, her daughter could only stand beside them and watch other children playing together. Kui did not dare to go forward. When they were forward, the children would say that adults at home said they could not play with her, and then scattered. The day before yesterday, Kui was very happy to go home. It was said that a very good brother played with her for an afternoon. The other children told him not to play with her, and the brother didn't care, and gave her chocolate. Lu Jingxia opened her eyes, and glanced at her daughter helplessly and distressed. Then, she turned to Guiying. Girl, let's get a real bottom with you. Hey, you say. Unusual, 20 buyers, 15 items are actually not in fact, I will go through the field, and people will be at ease. In the rest, there are 4 things, which look a little bit, and in the end it is still a fart. Therefore, at most 1, it is a bit of fart, but it is not difficult to wipe. I do nt collect your money. One is that your man did helped our mother before, and I could nt collect your money, the other was that the money I usually walked through the market, there is no need to collect it in front of this matter. This, you have to save him, sister. I help him. Lu Jingxia smiled and said, the stove's fragrant grey gives me something. Good. There will be a lot of grooves on the local soil stove. There is a groove that is generally opened behind the stove, with the stove god, and a small incense burner in the groove. Kui Guiying invited the incense burner and sent it to Lu Jingxia. After seeing Lu Jingxia grabbed a fragrant grey, he held his words in his hand. I don't understand what I think about. In short, I read it for a while. Lu Jingxia, cover it. Before Kui Guiying understood, Li Juxiang first covered Li Zhanyuan's nose with his hands. Lu Jingxia applied the grey to the child's neck and shoulders, wiped it, as if he was rubbing the pink. But gradually, a scary scene appeared. Kui Guiying directly covered her mouth. Because she saw that at the shoulders of her grandson, there were 2 purple traces appeared, and it seemed like 2 palms. Lu Jingxia, so fierce. Girl, start. Why? Li Juxiang responded, and came out of the house and took something back on the tricycle. I saw that she first put an empty bowl and a brush in Lu Jingxia's hands, poured ink in the bowl, and then pulled out of the pocket. A red line group looks like weaving sweaters, but after solving, a smell of breath is filled, and a lot of red was left on Li Juxiang's palm. Next, Li Juxiang tied one end of the red line on his wrist, and the other end was tied to Li Zhanyuan's wrist. After a distance, he stood well. Lu Jingxia dipped his brush into the ink, and then kept drawing the circle on Li Zhanyuan's forehead, and continued to think of something in his mouth. At first, everything happened as usual. But as Lu Jingxia's speed and hand speed became faster and faster, the red line began to tremble. Kui Guiying subconsciously wanted to see if the other end of the line was touched by Li Juxiang, but as soon as he raised his head, he saw Li Juxiang open his mouth painfully, and then kneeling on the ground with, leaning forward, leaning forward, leaning forward, leaning forward. It seems like being pressed for a hoe. Lu Jingxia glanced at her girlfriend in distress, but did not slow down her speed and speed. Ah, ah, ah. Li Juxiang fell sideways on the ground painfully. She rolled her arms with both hands, and her feet kept kicking randomly. Her mouth kept exporting water, her eyes widened, her complexion was green. Kui Guiying stood beside him, both worried about his grandchildren and what happened to Li Juxiang. However, after the pain reached the highest point, Li Juxiang gradually calmed down. In the end, her limbs spread out of the ground, panting in her mouth. Lu Jingxia also stopped, shaking her body, and Kui Guiying quickly reached out to help her hold her. Go to the basin hot water and wipe your child. Hey, okay. Kui Guiying immediately took a basis, took a pot, unveiled the small stove lid in the middle of the stove, and scooped out the hot water from it with a wooden spoon. After the pazi was wet, she began to wipe Li Zhanyuan. Not only the fragrant grey was wiped out, but also the 2 purple fingerprints, which turned it on like the pigment. Kui Guiying also looked at the pazi deliberately and found that the purple was not dropped above. Sister, this is this, okay. Lu Jingxia took out a cigarette, ignited, and coughed fiercely after taking a deep breath. The tears fell down. However, although Kui Guiying did not wait for Lu Jingxia's answer in time, he found that his grandson, who had been unconscious, opened his eyes slowly. Xiao Yuanho, you wake up. Li Zhanyuan looked at Kui Guiying a little blankly, looked around again, and finally shouted with a hoarse voice, milk. Hey, you finally woke up, blessing of the Bodhisattva, blessing of the Bodhisattva. Next to, Li Juxiang climbed up from the ground, took a clean bowl by himself, poured himself some water, and squeezed his small mouth. Li Zhanyuan stretched out his hand, grabbed Kui Guiying's arm, and sideways, and wanted to enter the arms of his grandmother. Kui Guiying was busy holding Li Zhanyuan into his arms and coaxing, my Xiao Yuan, my obedient. Lu Jingxia, you take care of his child, let him sleep again, just wake up. Li Juxiang came over and went out with her mother. Kui Guiying said, wait for Hanho to come back, I and he. Lu Jingxia waved his hand, wait for the child to be completely good, let's talk about it, let's go, don't send it. Kui Guiying really couldn't send it anymore, and could only continue to hold the grandson. At this time, Li Zhanyuan, who was comforted in his grandma's arms, began to sleep again, but this sleep was much more peaceful, unlike the kind of death and frowning his lips and frowning. On the way back, Lu Jingxia squatted and got up, opened her girlfriend's clothes to take a look at the lap, and asked, "Does it hurt?" "Mom, sit down, don't fall down." Lu Jingxia sat back, took a long while, and took another thigh, scolded. "Xiang Hao, are we really cheap?" "Nympho." Li Vihan did not come back. Kui Guiying sent Huzi and Stone to find Li Sanjiang's house. After the Huzi and she came back, the Li Sanjiang family commission said that he went out and went to the paper. Li Vihan went to find him. Kui Guiying will care. Li Sanjiang is going to send paper. According to the usual example, the master will leave a meal. He drinks it again. He does not know when he will wait, and his wife is going to urge him. Dinner, Kui Guiying asked a few eldest children to help and do it. After the dinner, Li Vihan did not return, and Kui Guiying arranged for the children to go to the house to sleep. She herself took Li Chaoyuan alone in the kitchen to sleep, and Li Zhanyuan slept very fragrant. Kui Guiying wiped his tears in distress while holding a fan to help the child, and the child was really guilty this time. She also thought of her daughter who had just got married, and did not know that she was doing now. Unlike other men and women, Kui Guiying's too loves most about this thin girl. The girl wants to read and read well, and they always provide it. It is not as useful to marry someone else to read any girls. They are not moving early. This preference for girls naturally continues to the grandson. Li Zhanyuan had a dream, dreaming that he was in class in the teenager class, and the old professor on the podium co-authored the book and said, "Okay, get out of class." He walked out of the classroom with the same table and walked between a group of tall adults. The two of them walked into the toilet and stood on the steps of the urine pool. The same table had unbuttoned the pants, started to urinate, and then urged him. "Zui Yuan, you also want to pee, what are you waiting for?" Li Zui Yuan nodded, and just as he pulled down his zipper, he suddenly woke up. This dream also woke up, he opened his eyes, and with the moonlight outside, he saw his grandmother sleeping beside him, still holding a palm leaf fan in her hand. "Luckily, I almost wet the bed." Li Zui Yuan's memory of the day was a little fuzzy. He got up lightly and prepared to pee. The toilet is a separate small house far away from the main house. There is a pit dug underground, a large vat is buried, and a hollow wooden seat is placed on the vat. When Li Zui Yuan saw it for the first time, he thought it looked like the dragon chair in the movie. Therefore, when the locals talk about going to the toilet, they generally call it going to the porcelain vat. At first, Li Zui Yuan also went there to pee. Later, with the experience shared by his brothers, Li Zui Yuan finally understood that as long as he left the home and the courtyard, he could mark anywhere. If you go out the front door, you have to go out of the dam again, which is a bit far. Li Zui Yuan chose to go out the back door and came to the river, which was closer. Just as Li Zui Yuan was getting ready, he suddenly heard the sound of dong, dong, dong. He looked down and found that it was the boat parked on the shore that was shaking. Li Zui Yuan seemed to have some images in his mind. He seemed to go out on the boat with his grandfather and brothers to catch fish during the day. Then, did he catch any fish? What did he eat for dinner? Why didn't he have any impression? Dong, dong, dong. The boat was still shaking, but there were no waves or wind on the river. Finally, Li Zui Yuan recalled what happened during the day, the black hair, his falling into the water, and being underwater. He also recalled fear. Li Zui Yuan's body softened, his feet staggered, and he sat on the ground. He subconsciously reached out to touch his shoulders, as if there was a pair of cold hands grabbing there. It was this sitting action that changed the height, causing the bottom of the boat that was originally invisible to fall into his field of vision. Dong, dong, dong. It turned out that there was a person under the water. Her head floated out of the water from time to time, hit the bottom of the boat, and then went down, and then continued to stick out and hit again, over and over again, tirelessly. Suddenly, the sound of the collision stopped, and the boat stopped shaking. The head floated out of the water again, and did not continue to hit the bottom of the boat, but slowly turned around, with wet black hair sliding to both sides, revealing a small half of a rich and gorgeous woman's face. Her face was very white, so white that it seemed to melt under the moonlight at any time. At this moment, she seemed to have found the person she wanted to find, and the corners of her mouth slowly outlined an arc to both sides, gradually revealing a smile. Her lips were still red, and in this quiet night, they were a little dazzling. Li Zuiyuan rubbed his eyes hard, and when he looked over again, he found that the other person's upper body had emerged from the water without knowing when, and his arms were hanging down on both sides of his body. Not daring to delay any longer, Li Zuiyuan quickly climbed up and ran to the house using his hands and feet. He tripped when crossing the threshold, but fortunately he grabbed the door frame and stabilized himself. Glancing back, the little yellow warbler, who was only half exposed in the river, had already left the river and stood on the bottom blue stone steps. "Grandma, Grandma!" Li Zuiyuan ran to the door bed and stretched out his hand to push Kui Guiying, but Kui Guiying held the palm leaf fan and continued to sleep. "Grandma, wake up! Grandma, wake up!" Li Zuiyuan continued to shout, but Kui Guiying still showed no sign of waking up. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of water drops came from behind. Li Zuiyuan turned around and saw a pair of red high heels first, and then the white and swollen ankles. The black cheongsam tightly wrapped her body, and water drops kept dripping along the corners of her clothes and the ends of her hair. She just stood straight on the threshold. Chapter 3. Home is the last harbor in the heart. No matter what you encounter outside, you can get spiritual comfort and asylum. But now, she entered home. Seeing that Li Zhanyuan couldn't wake up Kui Guiying, he could only run towards the house, and the ground was covered with asleep brothers and sisters. "Brother Pan, you wake up! Lei Ziai, you wake up! Sister Yingzi, wake up!" Li Zhanyuan ran between one brothers and sisters one after another, and kept shouting everyone, but they couldn't wake up like Kui Guiying in the kitchen. Tick! Diddy! Diddy! Li Zhanyuan looked up and looked at the door between the house and the kitchen, and the figure of the yellow warbler did not appear there. Call! I was relieved, but the next moment I found that a pool of water appeared under my feet, the more we gathered, and began to flow along the uneven ground. Tick! Diddy! Diddy! The water droplets kept falling on him, soaking his clothes, bringing sticky wet, cold and greasy. On both sides of your own sight, one pair of hands appeared. Finally, his cold hands grabbed his neck. Li Zhanyuan trembled, and the strong suffocation came. But soon, the sense of suffocation gradually faded again, because the hands did not stay in the neck for too long, and began to decline slowly. A group of shadows appeared from the top, and Li Zhanyuan raised his head a little bit. The people above slowly lowered their heads at this time, her wet long hair continued to fall, and she kept sticking to the boy's face. It was like a black giant mouth, covering the boy's head little by little. Until... Swallow! Nympho! Hanho, you slowly, slower, hurt, hissing, hurt. Li Sanjiang held Li Vihan's waist with one hand and picked his stock pedal with the other hand, so that he could push himself as much as possible. "Uncle, don't move messy, it's going to fall again." "Well, you ride so fast, can I not move?" After receiving Li Sanjiang on a white matches, Li Vihan kept rushing to the house for a moment. There are many narrow pits in the field of fields, and they are indeed suffering from people. Besides, Li Sanjiang is older, and this kind of toss cannot be affordable. Li Vihan was helpless. Seeing that he was very close to himself, he became more and more difficult for the trail to go near the road. He had to slow down the speed. Ouch! Li Sanjiang was relieved. He touched the cigarette case in his pants pocket and said, "Han Ho, stop, let's smoke. It's almost home, uncle, get home when you get home." "Hey, what are you in a hurry? Haven't you shouted Lu blind to watch? I guess, your family can now eat and run at home. Lu Blom is really useful." Li Vihan didn't believe Lu Jingxia's ability. He had seen the most difficult time for the mother and daughter. If he really had the ability to pass the yin and yang, how could he be so miserable? In comparison, he believes in Li Sanjiang more. After all, people are dedicated to death, and the memory in the memory has always been moisturized. How to say, then Lu Bluz was a lord who cheated money in his early years. After that, she couldn't figure out some ways. Isn't there such an old saying? Breaking her first, if you break too much, you will break the experience. What do you mean, uncle? Don't understand. Even if you do nt understand, the worst situation of your Xiao Yuanho is being sneaked. In this case, Lu Blooms can really cook it and see it in your past affection. I just worry about I would rather stole me. You Han Ho, when you are really eccentric, you have eccentricized the girl before, and now the grandson is eccentric, intersection. But this is not too much, and it is not enough to enjoy it. Just follow the people hanging from the rope, and through that circle, you can see it. Fascinated things. Uncle, are you talking like a good thing? Of course, the good thing is that you can't talk about it. You just go to the Gravidoplasty. In which year in the village, there are no naughty and unlucky eggs, and you will be a minor illness. By the way, uncle, then dying, what do you plan to deal with it? Treatment. Suddenly Li Sanjiang's emotions fluctuated, and his tone became severe. I think it is too comfortable to have a lot of life. Li Vihan heard his words, his heart was tight, and his speed was faster. Hey! Slowly, slower. Han Ho, what are you going crazy? Then the death is so good, you run away anyway, it's okay, so she can chase your home go. Arrive. On the bars, Li Vihan immediately came down to help the car. Li Sanjiang jumped out of the car seat, reaching out and rubbing his hoe. Li Vihan, Gui Ying. Come, here, a little bit, don't make noise, the children are sleeping. Gui Ying came out and welcomed Li Sanjiang first. Uncle, you are here. Hey, here. Li Sanjiang didn't make a ink, and he dumped his sleeves in his face. Go, look at the first. When I came to the door panel, Li Sanjiang squatted down and checked the situation of Li Chaoyuan. I shouted the child. Gui Ying asked. No, the child is okay, no matter how many, Lu Blind has come. Come. Gui Ying talked about the afternoon. Li Sanjiang nodded after listening, that is, Gui Ying, you have been so generous before, willing to let Hanho help them mother and daughter. Look at your uncle, it's nothing to say. What is so, changing other people in the past, do you see her Lu Blom is willing to take a shot? That is, this human debt, she no longer wants to pinch her nose, she is afraid of grievances and regrets, and now it is estimated that she wipes her tears and her life is suffering. Uncle, you sit. Li Vihan handed a small bench to Li Sanjiang's buttocks, and took out the cigarette to help him give him a point, and turned to his wife, Gui Ying, take some food to put on hunger. Speaking, I glanced at the locked cabinet. Gui Ying opened the key and took out the chicken cakes and biscuits from it. She was paved in front of the two, apologizing to Li Sanjiang, Uncle, I will cut the meat tomorrow, and then ask you to go home to drink a good wine. Well, toss these things, put it in, how can I grab the food? Li Vihan opened a biscuit box with his hands, picked up the biscuits and handed it to Li Sanjiang. He took the iron box and took a look at it, saying, "Guiying, remember to collect the box after eating." Suitable? No. Li Sanjiang ate the biscuits a few times. When Li Vihan gave it again, he pushed away and patted his pants. "Okay, there is nothing wrong with me, I went to my house. I ride a bike, you go back. Don't take a car anymore. Then don't ride a bike, walk back with you, Guiying, bring the flashlight." At this moment, Li Zhanyuan, who was asleep, suddenly twitched and his nose was worsened, and cold sweats exuded on his forehead. Li Sanjiang immediately sat back to check the child's situation. Li Vihan said anxiously, "Uncle, this is nothing, it is estimated that there is a nightmare, normal. When I was stunned at the beginning, I still felt that the dirty things were so beautiful. When I realized it, I knew I was afraid. I forgot this stubble." Li Vihan and Kui Guiying nodded, and of course they hoped that their children were fine. "Ah!" Li Zhanyuan screamed and sat up from the door panel, panting a lot. "Xiao Yuanho, Xiao Yuanho." Kui Guiying stepped forward to hold Li Zhanyuan, patting his back. "It's okay, I am not afraid, milk is here, milk is here." Li Zhanyuan first looked at Kui Guiying and looked at Li Vihan. In the end, his eyes fell on Li Sanjiang's face that he saw for the first time. Li Sanjiang pointed to his rosacea and laughed, "Xiao Yuanho, I am your grandfather." Li Zhanyuan blinked, and then seemed to think of the experience in his previous dream. He immediately turned his head and looked at the back door, and said, little yellow warbler, she came to the house." "Oh, you have a nightmare, it's okay, she has been beaten away by your milk, and she dare not come to my house again." Li Zhanyuan looked at Kui Guiying in doubt, "Really, milk?" Li Vihan's sigh of relief, it seems that the lady was really scared to dream, "Hui." Seeing things along the development of Li Sanjiang, Li Vihan's mouth was completely practical. Only Li Sanjiang looked at the direction of Li Zhanyuan's fingers to the back door, and his face gradually became serious. "Hanho, give me a flashlight." Li Vihan didn't give it, but said, "Uncle, I said I will give you home. Give me." Li Sanjiang grabbed the flashlight. "Uncle, I will give you back, you drink, go at night. Let it open." Li Sanjiang opened Li Vihan and walked straight towards the back door. "Uncle." Li Vihan looked at his grandson and followed immediately. Li Sanjiang stepped through the threshold and came to the river near the back door, and the flashlight shone below. "Uncle, is this something else?" Li Sanjiang spit on the ground and lowered his voice, "It doesn't matter if you do other dreams, but he actually dreamed of death and his family came. This is scary." "What, are you here?" Li Sanjiang raised his hand, motioned Li Vihan to quiet, and then continued to take a flashlight on the ship and the nearby river surface, but found it several times, but he didn't find it. Li Vihan whispered, "Uncle, there is nothing." "Hush, Hanho, have you heard the sound?" Li Vihan listened carefully and shook his head, "Uncle, do you have any sound?" "I didn't hear it." "Oh." Li Sanjiang rubbed his nose with his hands. "In the evening of the summer, where can the river be so quiet?" Li Vihan understood in an instant, "Yet, my home side seemed to be too quiet. On weekdays, those cicadas and frogs were called, and they were like the conference every night." Silence. At this time, look at the calm lake and water grass in front of you. Li Vihan feels terrible, and the dead end may be hidden. Li Sanjiang turned around and walked back to the room, and said to Kui Guiying, "Guiying, give me a bowl of rice wine. Ah, then I will fry some peanuts and eggs for uncle. Go to get wine, don't talk more." Li Vihan urged. Of course, he knew that Li Sanjiang was not going to drink here. Kui Guiying took a bowl of rice wine over. After Li Sanjiang picked up, he squatted in front of Li Zhanyuan and said with a smile, "Xiao Yuanho, it hurts a little bit later, don't call it, don't stand, understand? After looking up at Li Vihan and Kui Guiying, Li Zhanyuan nodded to Li Sanjiang. Well, good. Li Sanjiang poured the rice wine around Li Zhanyuan's neck. The child was instinctively shrinking, but Li Sanjiang immediately grabbed his arm with his left hand and rubbed his right hand on his neck and shoulders. The old man's hand was full of calluses, very thick and rough, like sandpaper scraping his skin. Li Zhanyuan was very painful, but obediently just pursing his lips with force. After rubbing his neck and shoulders, Li Sanjiang put his face over and struggled with his nose. After sucking, Li Sanjiang stared at his eyes, pushed his sister-in-law gently, and fell to the ground by herself. Uncle, uncle! Li Vihan came to help immediately. Kui Guiying went to see Li Cheiyuan's neck. She was very distressed, but she knew that things seemed to have changed again. She didn't dare to say anything, but she touched her child's head silently. Smoke, Hanho, give me smoke. Why? Li Vihan immediately helped to order. Li Sanjiang took a deep breath and his nose spit out. Li Vihan noticed that Li Sanjiang's hand was shaking. Guiying, bring the lady in. Li Sanjiang pointed to the house, bring the door on the door. What's wrong with it? Kui Guiying couldn't help it. Uncle is doing what you do. Li Vihan waved his hand to urge. Kui Guiying took a deep breath, still picked up Li Zhanyuan, walked into the back house, and closed the door. There are two men in the kitchen. Uncle! Hanho, it's troublesome. In the afternoon, Lu Bluster must have given Xiao Yuanho sneaky. Since she did it, it would not be possible to not get clean. But just now, my nose smelled the smell of corpse from her child's neck. I fell down for a lifetime. I told you that the smell of corpse soaked in the water is different from the dead people in other places. This nose will never make an error. Li Sanjiang said, turning his head to look at Li Vihan, and said very strictly, that dead, really chasing the house. When Li Vihan heard his words, he got up immediately and took down the axe chopping firewood from the cabinet. There were many children in the family. Such objects could only be high. Bowl, I fight with that thing. Li Sanjiang narrowed his eyes, sucked his cigarette again, and said slowly, if she doesn't come out. What? Li Vihan didn't understand. No, isn't it good? She stayed next to your house. If you can't find it, she stares at your house, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, first Xiao Yuanho, then Xiao Panho, Xiao Lihao, Xia Huhao. To Guiying, to you again. Other people are blessed by God and Buddha, and your family is equivalent to providing evil. It doesn't take long for people to get sick, they will go moldy, and the family is broken. Li Vihan asked, what should I do? I'm not here, go to my son's house. She can follow it once, and she can't follow the second time. Uncle, is there any way? The method is there. The cigarette butt at Li Sanjiang's lips was dark at this time. Uncle, you have to help me. Li Vihan squatted down on Li Sanjiang. If others told him these words, he would doubt whether the man was intentionally scaring him for other purposes, but Li Sanjiang would never. The death of this water, the grievances are great, it is not easy to mess with, and this kind of one who can come with the family, your uncle and my life are also the first time you have seen it. But uncle, there is a head debt and a master. What does this have to do with Xiao Yuanho? Oh! Li Sanjiang sneered, his fingers rubbed, and the cigarette butt was destroyed. I estimate that she wanted to have a head debt and a master, but I couldn't find the enemy. People don't let go. Li Vihan seemed to think of something, hesitant and thought. Li Sanjiang continued, this death was the woman who danced and sang on her white things yesterday? Did you tell me when you picked me up, what is the little yellow warbler? Lei Ho said he saw it. I didn't go to the beard house yesterday, so I was not sure. It's a little yellow warbler, Lei Ho may see the mistake, Xiao Yuanho can't, he just dreamed of waking up with the little yellow warbler. Well, this is indeed. Didn't you say that the villagers saw that the little yellow warbler and the young man's young son drilled the forest last night? The person in the white things during the day also went to the beard's house to make trouble, and the beard was still giving money. This is my heart. The word ghost was stubborn by Li Sanjiang. At this time, you still have to pay attention to taboos. This is something in my heart, it is false. Oh, his family is a faction. Isn't the bearded beard, isn't it the same as the beard before the liberation of the Northeast, and he did not know how much evil had made. Speaking of which, Li Sanjiang paused, and he reached out from the iron box in front of the iron box and took out another biscuit, took a bite, and laughed. This biscuit milk is full, I'm afraid it is not cheap. Is it? Li Vihan took out a cigarette, lit himself, then quickly smoked a few mouthfuls, and finally wiped his forehead and eyes with his hand. When he looked at Li Sanjiang, he appeared in his eyes. Uncle, do you believe in my Hanho character? Li Sanjiang picked up another biscuit and continued to eat without answering. Li Vihan continued. Uncle, in the early years, it was really difficult to marry his daughter-in-law for his 4 sons Zhang Luo. You do nt just plant me in your field. Every time I give you a hand, you also give me a little labor fee. Gui Ying came to help you with paper and paste. Her craftsmanship is so rough. I have no face to look at it. Uncle, you also give her work money. Later, the hardest days have been survived, and you will not plant your field, because I know that you rent it to others to collect more grain rent. Gui Ying, I am embarrassed to let her go, afraid she will go, I'm 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 afraid she will go. The whole is the same as before in the brigade. You're cheap, I am really embarrassed to occupy, but your grace, I have always remembered in my heart. I have said before, and when your legs and feet are not good, I will wait for you to serve you and give you the end of the elderly. Uncle, you have to believe in the character of my Hanho. Li Sanjiang nodded. He. Li Vihan laughed twice and reached out to get a biscuit. He didn't eat anything in the afternoon, and he was really hungry. Pap. The back of the hand was taken, and the biscuits just picked up and fell back. Li Sanjiang stood up and said, Eat a fart, leave some places to make offering. Li Vihan froze for a moment, and then understood it. He had helped Li Sanjiang for a while in the past. When I opened the door of the house, I saw Kui Ying, holding her, stood there. After the door was opened, Kui Ying was busy using his hands to sort the hair by the earlobe and asked, Have you talked? Li Vihan, Kui Ying, come out to help put on the table, Xiao Yuanho sleeps first. At this time, Li Sanjiang's voice came from behind, Xiao Yuanho stays here first. Li Vihan turned his head to look at Li Sanjiang, frowned, but after hesitating, he seemed to have made some determination to signal his wife to bring his children out. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. From the afternoon to the present in the afternoon, he was not sleepy, and he sat obediently on a small bench, watching the adults busy. I was stunned in my head. Li Sanjiang pointed at the table and cursed by Li Vihan to the back door. Do you want to let the outside people see it? Move in, put it here. Here is the rural areas. There are no mountains, no grooves, and no building to cover. The vision is excellent. If you put candles outside to burn the paper money outside, you can see it in the distance when someone comes out at night. Open. After all, which normal person will provide offerings in the middle of the night? Li Vihan immediately moved the table that had just moved out, and placed it in the wall where the house was close to the back door. Kui Ying began to put on the offerings. 4 plates were put on biscuits, chicken cakes, and peanuts, and the other was empty. His uncle, there is no meat at home. Kui Guiying looked at Li Sanjiang, both bacon is gone. There are more than a dozen children at home. Li Sanjiang pointed to the cabinet that locks the snack. Is there any meat pine? Yes. Kui Guiying nodded immediately. Can you? Anyway, it is meat. Good. Finally, a plate of meat was placed on the market and made up for it. A rough iron barrel was taken in by Li Vihan from the outside of the house. No need to remind him this time, he put the iron barrel on the kitchen wall. At this time, the banknotes were still rare. They had to go to the town in the town. They were not willing to use it when they were small festivals in the village. However, yellow paper and ingot had almost every family. Gold and silver ingot are usually folded by women. As for yellow paper, they can be used as grass paper in the baskets of the toilet. Li Sanjiang first ignited the 2 candles on the table, and then ignited a few pieces of yellow paper with candlelight, and then waved quickly in front of the table. The iron barrel was afire, and Kui Guiying immediately put the other yellow paper and ingot in and burned. Li Vihan took a piece of paper inside with a fine wooden stick and confirmed that after confirming that it was fully burned, he moved the iron barrel outside the house and dumped the paper ash. When he came back, he saw Li Sanjiang pulling out a bell from his pocket, and he was pulling it in the black nails in it, and finally got the cotton ball blocked inside. Ding ding ding! Slowly shake, the voice is crisp. Li Sanjiang unbuttoned the bell rope and walked to Li Zhanyuan. Come, Xiao Yuanho, raise your right hand. Li Zhanyuan did obediently and watched Li Sanjiang on his wrist. Immediately afterwards, Li Sanjiang picked up the incense burner on the table, thought about it, cut off the 3 incense a lot, leaving only a little end, and inserting it into the incense burner again. Xiao Yuanho, hold this. Li Zhanyuan stood up and held the incense burner. At this time, Kui Guiying finally understood something. He instinctively wanted to lean forward, but was grabbed his wrist by Li Vihan and pulled it back. How can you make Xiao Yuanho? Li Vihan stared at his wife. Li Sanjiang reached out, covered Li Zhanyuan's ear, then raised his head, watched the couple, and asked at will, finally, ask you once, do it or do it? Do. Li Vihan replied immediately. If Xiao Yuanho had something. Kui Guiying shook her arms and wanted to break away from the restraint from his wife. Li Vihan said with a deep voice, if there is nothing there, nothing will happen. If you do that kind of thing, Xiao Yuanho has to happen, and then stare at our family Xiao Yuan. When Kui Guiying heard this, she no longer struggled and her arms were hanging. Li Sanjiang smiled and said, Han Ho, think it through. If the matter leaks out, it will be difficult to get along with people in this village in the future. Even if he didn't die at all and everything was just a ridiculous joke, you still have to perform such a ceremony at home. If people know about it, this great hatred will be established. Hat. Li Vihan also snorted, Uncle, I'm not afraid of that big bearded man's family. I also have 4 sons. In the countryside, the more adult sons a family has, the more confident they are. Although his 4 sons, Li Vihan, are not model filial sons, and there are many conflicts between their sons and daughters-in-law, if the old Li family really needs to support the door when something happens from outside, these 4 sons must stand up and face the outside world together. Okay, let's do it. Li Sanjiang let go of the hand that was covering Li Zuyuan's ear, squatted down next to the boy's ear, and said, Little Marquis Yuan, the master will walk in front later, and you will follow behind. Walk slowly and don't spill the incense burner. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Good boy, be good. Li Sanjiang took Li Zuyuan out of the back door, turned around, looked at Li Vihan and Kui Guiying who followed him, and said, Wait at home, don't follow us. Too many people will easily be seen, and I'm afraid she will be frightened. Yes, uncle, please. Close all the doors at home. Okay, uncle. Li Vihan pulled his wife back to the house, and then closed the doors and windows. On the riverside outside under the night, only Li Sanjiang and Li Zuiyuan were left. "Wait for me a moment, Xiao Yuanho." Li Sanjiang said hello and walked down the bluestone steps to the river alone. He squatted down and kept paddling the water with his hands while whispering something. Because they were a little far away and his voice was deliberately low, Li Zuiyuan couldn't hear what he was saying clearly. As he spoke, Li Sanjiang began to lean back and made several moves to run, as if something underwater might come out and pounce on him at any time. Finally, Li Sanjiang finished speaking and ran up quickly, still panting. "Okay, Xiao Yuanho, I'll go ahead and you follow behind. Remember, no matter what happens next or what sound you hear, you must hold the incense burner tightly and never look back. Do you understand?" "I understand." "Yeah, be good." Li Sanjiang walked to the front and pulled out a distance of about 20 meters. He turned around and waved to Li Zuiyuan, indicating that the boy could follow. However, Li Zuiyuan stopped where he was and did not move. "Come, follow me, little Yuanho." "But..." Li Zuiyuan wanted to turn his head, but he remembered Li Sanjiang's instructions, and just held the extinguished incense burner in one hand and pointed to the river with the other hand. "Aren't you waiting for her?" "Waiting for whom?" "Her, little yellow warbler." "Little yellow warbler, what's wrong?" She didn't catch up. Li Sanjiang was stunned for a moment, walked back, lowered his head and looked at Li Zuiyuan seriously, and asked, "Little Yuanho, do you know what we are going to do?" Li Zuiyuan shook his head and nodded. Li Sanjiang looked at Li Zuiyuan in surprise, muttering, "You are like your mother, smart." Then, Li Sanjiang seemed to have thought of something, stared into Li Zuiyuan's eyes, and asked, "Can you feel her?" "Yeah." "Where is she now?" Li Zuiyuan opened his mouth, but didn't speak, as if he was thinking, and as if he was waiting. Then he said, "She is coming." "Where is she?" Li Sanjiang was startled. "Just now in the water." "Hey!" Li Sanjiang breathed a sigh of relief. "Now behind me." "Li Sanjiang." Li Sanjiang subconsciously wanted to move his sight and look behind Li Zuiyuan from the side of his head, but he suppressed this impulse. However, even if he didn't look, he could smell a strong stench of corpses in his nose. This smell was very familiar to him. She really came. Li Sanjiang swallowed nervously. He wanted to stop, but when he thought of the consequences of stopping. Damn, why should the Hanho family bear the sins committed by others? "Little Yuanho, remember what the grandfather said just now." "Yeah." Li Sanjiang closed his eyes, raised his hands high, and slowly stood up. The stench of corpses became stronger. He turned around, opened his eyes, and walked forward a distance. This distance was the observation distance when he faced those dead people when rowing the boat. After taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes and looked back. Little Yuanho stood there holding the incense burner. Behind him was a black that the moonlight could not penetrate. "Xiao Yuanho, follow me closely." "Yes. Yes." Li Sanjiang began to walk forward, and a ding-ding-ding sound came from behind him. He did not take the village road, but deliberately walked along the river or into the small woods. Even if there were few pedestrians late at night, he had to be as careful as possible and never let outsiders know. Halfway through the journey, Li Sanjiang stopped, and the sound of the bells behind him stopped. Li Sanjiang turned around and saw Li Zuiyuan still standing there more than 20 meters away. Behind the child, he vaguely saw a figure, very close. "Xiao Yuanho, keep following, we are almost there." "Yes. Yes." Li Sanjiang continued to lead the way, walking and stopping, and the bells behind him also rang and stopped. Finally, after bypassing a fish pond in front, he could reach the door of the big bearded man's house. This fish pond was actually his home. This time, Li Sanjiang did not stop, but continued to walk along the edge of the fish pond, but in the process of walking, he slowly turned his head and looked behind him. Under the bleak moonlight, Li Zuiyuan held the incense burner, looked at the old man leading the way in front of him from time to time, and looked down at the road under his feet from time to time. This road is not easy to walk on, and children can easily slip and fall, so he walked very seriously and carefully, but still could not avoid shaking. Behind him, followed a woman with wet long hair in a cheongsam. The woman was like a blind person, unable to see the road ahead. When blind people are led by someone, they often hold on to the other person, so the woman held the boy's shoulders with both hands, and her body followed the little boy as she walked, one deep step and one shallow step, shaking constantly. Li Sanjiang swallowed his saliva, and he almost fell down when he walked backwards, but he still managed to keep his balance after a while of swaying. Seeing this, Li Zuiyuan was about to stop. Li Sanjiang hurriedly said anxiously, "Little Yuanho, don't stop, keep going, keep steady, we are almost there." "Yes. Yes." Finally, after bypassing the fish pond, Li Sanjiang came to the dam of the big bearded man's house. It was already late at night. Not only was the big bearded man's house dark, but the few houses nearby were also dark, and there was no one in sight. Li Sanjiang turned sideways, squatted down, and stretched out his left hand to the big bearded man's house and his right hand to the direction where little Yuanho stood, and said, "Today I will offer you food, and next year I will give you sacrifices. Are you satisfied with this favor? No matter yin or yang, you have to be reasonable. If there is a grievance, go and get it, if there is a grudge, go and get revenge. Everyone in the world has a bitter life, so don't go against it." After Li Sanjiang finished reading, he secretly glanced in the direction of Li Zuiyuan and found that there were still two figures, one big and one small, standing in front and behind, very quiet. "Little Yuanho, kneel down." Li Zuiyuan did not kneel, but stood with the incense burner in his arms. "Little Marquis Yuan," Li Sanjiang urged in a low voice. "Grandpa, I can't kneel down." Li Zuiyuan wanted to kneel down, but there was a force on his shoulders that held him up, so he couldn't get down. Li Sanjiang took a deep breath and immediately recited, "I'm still young, I don't know anything, I don't owe you anything, I've shown you the way and pointed you to the door, do you really want to ignore it?" After he finished speaking, there were still two figures, one big and one small. Li Sanjiang's eyes were filled with anger. He retracted his hands that were originally spread out to build a bridge and stabbed his 10 fingers into the ground, with a lot of black mud embedded in his nails. "You walk underwater, I float on the water, you don't want to show me kindness, you don't listen to reason, then fine, force me to overturn the table and let's go to the Dragon King to judge." Li Sanjiang's temperament became solemn. He didn't want to face that person and didn't dare to face him directly, but things had developed to this point, and he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't bring this dead back out and take it back home. However, at this moment, with a creak, the big iron door of the bearded man's house was opened. Li Sanjiang looked over and found two people standing behind the door, the bearded man and his youngest son, both of whom were only wearing big shorts, bare-chested and barefoot. For a moment, Li Sanjiang felt a little scared. He was doing this secretly. If he was caught in the act, it would be a bad ending. But soon, Li Sanjiang found something wrong. The bearded man and his son didn't even look at him standing outside the door, but walked straight towards the fish pond in a daze. When passing in front of Li Sanjiang found that both of them were walking on tiptoe with their heels off the ground. The father and son walked side by side like this, staggering, but never falling. After the father and son reached the edge of the fish pond, they did not stop, but continued to walk down. Stepping into the water, he continued to move forward. The water surface was above his knees, waist, shoulders, and finally, above his head. Plop! Li Zuiyuan felt his body loosen up and sat directly on the ground. Li Sanjiang saw this and immediately ran over to protect the child. "Child, are you okay?" Li Zuiyuan did not answer, but raised his hand in a daze and pointed forward. In front of him was the figure of the little yellow warbler. She stretched her arms forward with her hands open, as if she was groping. Although she walked very slowly, she came to the edge of the fish pond and then walked into the water. As if she sensed the water under her body, she slowly lowered her arms and walked more and more steadily. She began to twist her waist, as if she was dancing the dance she had danced yesterday on this dam facing this fish pond. Her dance was still very unprofessional. Now her joints were stiff, so her dance was naturally even less standard, but she danced very devotedly. Her figure was sometimes submerged and sometimes abrupt in the night, appearing and disappearing. Each time she appeared, the water surface flooded her body a little more. Gradually, her legs under the slit of her cheongsam could no longer be seen, her twisting hips could no longer be seen, and her breasts, which were not very tall but were squeezed out by the clothes, could no longer be seen. The water surface covered her neck, dizzying her hair. She raised her hands, facing the night sky, and continued to perform. Soon, her head also sank into the water. On the surface of the water, only her arms were left, and then her wrists, and then her hands. When her hands slowly disappeared into the water, only a group of black water plants were left. In the end, with the last ripple, everything disappeared. Li Sanjiang carried Li Zuiyuan on his back, bent his waist and trotted away. After running for a long distance, he put the child down and took out a cigarette box while beating his old waist. Seeing the child standing there in a daze, he comforted him, "Listen to your grandfather, just think of it as a dream, and when you wake up tomorrow, you will forget everything." Li Zuiyuan nodded obediently, but he felt that he might not be able to forget the scene just now, and it would always be frozen in his memory. Shaking off the cigarette ash, seeing that the child was still in a low mood, Li Sanjiang teased, "Little Marquis Yuan, can you think of something that will make people happy right now?" "Happy things." Li Sanjiang pointed in the direction of the big bearded man's house with his cigarette hand and replied, "Eat a feast." Chapter 4. When Li Sanjiang returned home carrying Li Cheiyuan's back, the fish belly was just white. Kui Guiying took the child, and Li Sanjiang left with Li Vihan for a while. Li Zhanyuan was placed on the bed, and his eyes closed for a while and then opened. He couldn't sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, he seemed to see the little yellow warbler dancing in the fish pond. Kui Guiying and Li Vihan never entered the house to rest, but sat in the kitchen. The woman couldn't help rubbing her fingers, rubbing red. The man kept smoking the water cigarettes, one pot after one pot. Looking at the sky that was already on, Kui Guiying got up and said, "Let me make breakfast for the children first." Li Vihan spit out a cigarette and said, "Smoke is a bit early." Kui Guiying had to sit down and watch his man. "When will you wait?" "Waiting for notifying." "Who will notify it?" Li Vihan did not answer, but continued to hold the cigarette holder. After sitting again for a while, knocking on the door came. "Guiying Hao, Guiying Hao. It is the neighbor next door, Zhao Saimei." Li Vihan scratched the water cigarette bag and said, "The notification is here." Kui Guiying got up, rubbing his eyes with yawning and yawning, puzzled, "What is the case, the four beautiful ho?" Zhao Saimei reached out and grabbed Kui Guiying's arm, and shook it hard. "The bearded family is dead." "What? Dead too? Beard and his younger son, just seen in the fish pond in the drift family, the big guys went to see. Let's go, and see together." "Walk." Kui Guiying shouted to Ladu before going out, "Ying Hao, Mi Tao is fine, you will have breakfast later." "I know, milk." After receiving the response, Kui Guiying went out with Zhao Saimei. Li Vihan waited for a while, touched the cigarettes opened in his pocket, put the cigarette bag on the table, and went out. Zhao Simei's previous knocking sound had actually awakened the children, knowing that something happened, and the children got up and ran out to see the excitement. Ren Yingzi couldn't call back in the back shouting, brushing his teeth and wash your face. At this time, the fish ponds of the bearded family were surrounded by people, and the villagers on the village road continued to come here. 2 corpses were drifted on the fish pond, no one handled it, even a boat was parked even by the pond. Although the bearded family is very famous in the village, the villagers are not so indifferent. The reason why I didn't help each other ashore was because the 2 corpses were like biscuits that have been soaked in the bowl for a long time. Skin. Many people know that the drowning corpse will swell after a long time, but how could the 2 people who lived during the day yesterday could be the same as the fungus in the night? This is too evil, causing no one to dare to touch the corpse in the end. The bearded wife was sitting beside the pond and crying, but she only knew crying, but she didn't understand what to do. Someone around him came to persuade, and she ignored it, but just watched her life. Finally, the boss of the Beard's family rushed back from the town, but he had a master. It was just that the eldest son looked at the daddy and younger brother on the surface of the pond now like this, scaring his face, and he did not dare to go down to fish, so he had to ask someone to ask Li Sanjiang. Li Sanjiang pushed a car, and his guy was contained in the car. After arriving at the ground, Li Sanjiang first picked up the situation on the surface of Xiantang, and then scared and waved his hand back. I dare not fish for this mother. He was bluffing, and the villagers surrounding the surrounding were uproar, and they began to make a lot of evils. Soon, some villagers proposed yesterday's little yellow warbler. After all, the people's white team was almost fighting at the bearded house. It was difficult for the village to hide any secrets. Li Vihan also opened at the moment, telling the people around him about the experience of bringing the grandson to support the river yesterday, saying that his grandson had fallen into the water, making a nightmare and seeing a woman walking in the water. Zhang Deqiao was useless to look at it. Fortunately, Lu Blom came to deal with it. Immediately, many people deliberately came over to listen to Li Vihan's narrative, and kept expressing their own opinions. Kui Gui Ying stood by Li Vihan's expression very nervous. It was flat. If she did not need to cook and washing, she could talk to those mother-in-law in the village to talk about right and wrong for 3 days and 3 nights. But now, she dare not speak. Essence. In this heart, he was panicked, like the thief shouted to catch the thief, and the cat came to cry. Panzi, Lazy Eye, Huzi, and Stone also started to talk about it, saying that she saw a female water ghost yesterday, and almost pulled her Xiao Yuanho as a dead ghost, that was to find revenge. For a while, there seemed to be a large open-air tea party around the surroundings. When the little yellow warbler was talked about it, the villagers who did not feel addicted to the beard of the beard had the past and the pastoral Rotten Valley. The child rolled out and continued to stir-fry. Not long after, the second son of the bearded family took his wife and 2 daughters with his son-in-law and rushed home. The 2 daughters held their mother and started crying together. Essence. Li Sanjiang took a handful of Zhou, with an excuse that he had so evilly that Zhuang Dai and the corpse were so evil, and directly asked for 10 times the price of a person's ashore on weekdays. Talking about the money, Li Sanjiang set up a table for the table, and the supply of wax-burning paper was served. In addition, the Huia guidance of the half-hour head was given a word, which attracted the attention of the audience. Although the performance is indeed as bright as the white team, everyone knows that the white things are rack goods, this is the real professional. During this period, the 2 Santana turned over and had a police lamp hanging on the top. On weekdays, they drowned, and they drowned, not a big deal, but this time, the drowning was still to the father and son, and at the doorstep of the house. The nature of the matter was different. The police came over to see the situation, and they couldn't help but stun for a while. They hadn't seen the bodies that had been soaked, but they had never seen so delicate. Seeing this, they had to wait for the corpse to come up and talk about it. They did not interrupt Li Sanjiang's ceremony, but they did not go there, but returned to the roadside car to smoke and slowly. Finally, Li Sanjiang was busy, slaughtered only a cock, and sprinkled a bowl of he didn't know if it was really black dog blood. First use the lead to hook the body to the edge of the boat, and then use the return sole basket to fix the corpse to the boat, and then cover the body with home net, support the boat to the pond, bend over, bend over, bend over, lower your head, send the body to your back with a specific method, and then ashore. This is a very important rule in the corpse fishing person. You have to go ashore to put the corpse for the corpse's own feet, because this is sending end back home. In the end, you must be shouted under the owner before you can put down the body. After painting the scoop of the gourd twice, the father and son of the beard finally ended the drift and were placed on 2 straw mats. Everything was done. Li Sanjiang looked at the center of the fish pond with some hearts. He used to fish the body regularly, and he did not dare to explore in depth. God knows whether she is still here. The police came over to separate the corpse, but the villagers didn't care, and the probe still looked at it. During the period, the children were screaming. Li Sanjiang made money, and after packing his good guys, he pushed back the car with a cigarette in his mouth. The villagers around him avoided the way. Everyone had just finished the corpse, and everyone could not avoid it. The police began to investigate. The temporary office location was at the bearded house. The bearded wife couldn't say anything. So, she just woke up a wife who hadn't seen her beside her, or when outsiders passed by their fish pond, they found that the grandfather shouted on the water. The deputy director who led the team asked who had resentment with the Beard family in the village. Yo, that's a bit. Next, the long line was lined up as a record. Li Vihan, Pan Zi, and Lei Zi, who included the story of Little Yellow Ying, were also called to ask questions. At first, the police thought it was a corpse, and she also sent police officers to follow Li Vihan to go to the river section to search for the results. In addition, Li Vihan's telling was too bizarre, and she could only be regarded as a rural old man to the grandson. Blowing superstition story. I do nt know how to do this record. Li Vihan saw that the big guy did nt believe it and was anxious. He kept reiterating that he was true. He wrapped the police and the people around him to believe him. The white team that had been in trouble yesterday was also summoned to investigate. However, the day before the incident went to work next door, the whole team had no proof of present. As for the disappearance of the little yellow warbler and the entanglement inside, one is because the person or the corpse failed to find, and the other was that the man of the relevant responsible person, the man, was dead, and he could only report a missing. In the end, the father and son drowning had dealt with the results of the unexpected investigation. Probably the meaning was that Grandpa, the beard, drank the wine at night, and went to the fish pond to play crazy, and then drowned. The bearded family did not make trouble to continue the investigation, because after the funeral, the 2 sons and daughters quarreled with each other, tearing the face was ugly, and added a talk to the village. On the same day, it was dusk after finishing the transcript. Li Vihan and Kui Guiying took the children home. The children walked in front, and the old couples walked behind. Kui Guiying was afraid of asking his chest and asked, "Why do you take the initiative to go up and say," and was shouted by the police to ask me, but scared me. Li Vihan threw the empty cigarette case in his pocket to the side of the road, pursed his lips, and said, "It was my uncle taught. I have to say it. I can't hold it." In the matter of Xiao Yuanho, Zhang Dejao, and Lu Jingxia also know. Kui Guiying complained, knowing them a sound, "Just keep a secret." Li Vihan shook his head, "Even if the adults can know the confidentiality, can the children keep secrets without talking?" This. Li Vihan Changsha breathed a sigh of relief. Said. Uncle said, "The best way to keep secret is to tell the secrets in public." Nympho. Almost all people in the village went to the bearded fish pond to see the lively. Li Zhanyuan didn't go. He couldn't sleep in bed, so he moved a small bench and sat on the outside of the house, looking at the farmland in the distance. After a while, Yingzi, the sister who washed the bowl, also came out. She first moved out a square stool with stationery and book homework on it. A bright sun. Yingzi's parents never paid much attention to her studies, but they never said things like it's useless for girls to go to school, it's better to get married early, find connections to get into a textile factory to make money. Tuition should be paid before the semester, and there is no need to be shy or feel guilty about the materials fees. Just ask for them normally. But everything is afraid of comparison. Compared with other girls' families in the village, Yingzi's parents, who are purely laissez-faire and don't care about their daughters, have become a model of attaching importance to their daughter's education. Yingzi knows that this is influenced by her aunt Li Lan. At the beginning, her aunt relied on studying to change her fate in one fell swoop and became the pride of her grandparents. Even her father and uncles, every time they mentioned her aunt to outsiders, they would unconsciously straighten their chests and feel proud of her. However, Yingzi's academic performance can only be considered average, even though she really worked hard and did not slack off. Of course, her grandparents would not deliberately sacrifice their son to support their daughter. It was really that her father and uncles were really unable to read books. This made her wonder, did the brains of the old Li family all go to the younger sister? At first, this thought was just there, not strong, until the day after Xiao Yuanhou was sent here. He sat next to her, a little reserved, and when she was facing a math problem for a long time without a clue, she heard a whisper in her ear. Root 3. Later, Yingzi asked Li Zuyuan to do the questions she didn't know, and Yingzi also found that Xiao Yuanhou almost didn't need to think, he could tell the answer by just scanning the question. Maybe the biggest trouble for him came from writing the solution process, otherwise his stupid sister couldn't understand it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. You know, she was already in the first year of high school. Yingzi asked him what school he went to in Beijing, and Li Zuyuan answered, junior class. Yingzi subconsciously understood junior class as elementary school. And felt in her heart, as expected of elementary school students in the capital, the curriculum is so advanced. Li Zuyuan was in a daze, occasionally coming back to help his sister write a question, and then continued to be in a daze. Feeling the pen cap poking him lightly, Li Zuyuan turned his head to look at the question, but saw his sister pointing to the west side of the dam, where there was a step, and a little girl in a floral dress stood at the bottom of the step. It was Qiqui, Lu Jingxia's granddaughter, who stood there timidly, not daring to come up. Yingzi frowned at Li Zuyuan, signaling not to pay attention to her. In the past, she would have spoken directly, after all, the children in the village had a consensus not to play with her, but yesterday Lu Jingxia and her daughter came to her house to see a doctor for her brother, and she was embarrassed to say it now. Li Zuyuan stood up, took the initiative to walk to the edge of the dam, came to Qiqui, and asked with a smile. You are here, what's the matter? Qiqui looked in other directions, pinched the edge of her skirt with her fingers, and said, I came to play with you. Okay. Li Zuyuan turned around and waved to Sister Yingzi, Sister, Qiqui, and I will go play. Yingzi didn't say anything, sighed, lowered her head and continued to do her homework. Actually, there is nothing fun in playing. Many times, I just don't want to stay at home, so I run to my friend's house, call them out, and then we wander aimlessly together. Qiqui looked at Li Zuyuan who walked out with her, with a smile in her eyes. This was the first time she learned to go to other people's homes and call people like other children in the village. However, she still didn't dare to walk to other people's houses without permission. Children of this age may not understand many things, but they are more sensitive. She didn't want to face the rolling eyes of those adults. Brother Yuanhou, my mother said, you were sick yesterday. Yet. Li Zuyuan was reminded by this, and the little yellow warbler appeared in his mind again, and his smile gradually faded. Ah! Qiqui apologized immediately, I won't say it anymore, I won't say it anymore, it's really hard to be sick. Li Zuiyuan touched his pocket and apologized, well, I forgot to bring you snacks. In fact, it's not that I forgot, but my grandparents were not at home, and the cabinet where the snacks were kept was locked and couldn't be opened. Sister Yingzi seemed to know where the key was hidden, but Li Zuiyuan knew that if he went to ask her for help, she would say bad things about Qiqi in the house. Snacks? I have a lot at home, let's go to my house to eat. Go to your house? Yes, go to my house to play. Okay. After being promised, Qiqi plucked up the courage, took the initiative to hold Li Zuiyuan's hand, and the two walked together on the ridge road. At this moment, she really hoped that the adults on the roadside houses could see her and ask her, "Hey, little Qihao, who are you playing with?" She also hoped to meet people of the same age on the road so that they could see that she also had playmates. It's a pity that most people in the village went to the fish pond of the big bearded man to see the pigskin jelly. However, she was still very happy, and her mouth never shrugged. If she hadn't held hands, she felt that she would be so happy that she would spin around. Brother Yuanho, do you not understand what we say very well? At first I couldn't understand it at all, then I could understand it when I spoke slower and shorter. Now I not only understand it all, but I can also speak some of it myself, but I don't speak it standardly. When he was first sent to this family, he really couldn't understand what the elders said to him. Only his brothers and sisters who had been to school could communicate with him in Mandarin. I remember that every time I called Li Vihan and Kui Guiying grandpa and grandma, they would be obviously a little unhappy, and then repeatedly corrected themselves to call grandpa and grandma. There is indeed no local term for grandparents. In many cases, the difference between grandma and grandmother is based on location. For example, those who live in the south are called southern grandma and those who live in the north are called northern grandma. By the way, Brother Yuanho, have you been to the Forbidden City? Yes, I have. I want to go there in the future. Okay, call me and I'll take you there. Really? Don't lie to me. No, I'm very familiar with the Forbidden City. In Li Zuiyuan's memory, there was a period of time when Li Lan worked in the Forbidden City, and he was left to play in the Forbidden City by himself. Sometimes he would sit on the steps of the side door, holding a ginger cat in his arms, watching the tourists coming in from the main door, and he would watch for an entire afternoon. By the way, Brother Yuanho, have you ever drunk soybean juice? Have you drunk it? Qiqi blinked her big eyes and looked over curiously. Yes. Is it delicious? What does soybean juice taste like? What tastes like? Li Zuiyuan's mind flashed with the scene of Kui Guiying washing the pickled cabbage jar at home last week. Some people like to drink it, some don't. Really? Then I must try it when I go to BJ next time. Yet. Brother Yuanho, look, that's my home. Following the direction of Qiqi's finger, Li Zuiyuan saw a two-story building behind a piece of farmland. You live in a building. There are houses of all styles in the village. Most of them are brick and tile bungalows. A small number of families with very poor conditions still have earthen houses. Similarly, a small number of families with good conditions have taken the lead in building two-story buildings. Walking up to Qiqi's house, in the living room on the first floor, Lu Jingxia was playing bridge with a cigarette in her mouth. Her card friends are two old ladies and an old man. If they come to play cards with Lu Jingxia, they can eat at her house. The food is not bad, with meat and wine, so Lu Jingxia is not short of card friends, and she is also willing to spend some money to buy people to accompany her for entertainment. The card table is indeed a magical place. Lu Jingxia obviously has cataracts and poor eyesight, but it does not affect her speed of playing cards at all. Grandma, I'll bring Brother Yuanho to play at home. Grandma Lu. Li Zuiyuan shouted. Well, let's play. Lu Jingxia responded and put her attention on the cards in her hand, Pong. Just now, the people playing cards were still talking about what was happening at the big bearded man's house. Lu Jingxia responded casually while blowing smoke rings. When she heard her granddaughter bringing Li Zuiyuan in, she couldn't help but be slightly startled, and her eyes narrowed through the smoke. This kid was possessed by a ghost yesterday, and the big bearded man and his father were floating in the fish pond this morning. If there is no putty here, Lu Jingxia would not believe it even if she was beaten to death. But she didn't say anything to stop her granddaughter from playing with Li Zuiyuan. What a joke, they are all unlucky stars, what are they talking about, who dislikes who? Quick Hui led Li Zuiyuan through the hall to the inner room, where Li Juxiang was sitting on a bench picking vegetables. She was surprised to see her daughter bringing someone back, but when she saw that it was Li Zuiyuan, she couldn't help but smile. This reminded her of the scene when Li Lan played with her when she was a child. Li Juxiang immediately stood up and wiped her hands on her apron. Sit down, Xiaowenho. Then, she immediately went into the house and took out a lot of food to entertain. Lu Jingxia's family conditions were indeed good, and Quick Hui was the only child in the family, so she had the snack treatment that other children in the village envied. Li Juxiang also opened 2 bottles of lemon soda, one for Li Zuiyuan and Quick Hui. This carbonated drink, which looks like a beer bottle, is cheap and very popular. The children were too lazy to pour it into the bowl, so they just picked it up and drank from the bottle, imitating the boldness of the adults when drinking. Xiao Yuanho, is your mother okay? Yes, Auntie. I heard that your mother left. Li Juxiang suddenly realized that it was inappropriate to ask the child this question, and immediately changed the topic. Your mother and I often played together when we were young, and we had a good relationship. Yeah, Mom said about yours, Xianghao, Auntie Xianghao. Generally, the word ho is only used between elders and peers, and cannot be used by younger generations. But Li Juxiang certainly would not be angry about this, on the contrary, she was very happy. She could imagine the scene when Li Lan talked about herself to her son and called her Xianghao, which proved that she had not forgotten herself. Your mother was very smart at that time, and her grades were good, unlike me, who gets a headache when seeing books. Li Juxiang tidied her earlobe hair. When will your mother come home to visit? My mother is busy with work, and she said she would pick me up after she was done. Quick Hui said, Mom, I'll take brother Yuanho upstairs to play. Well, go ahead and take care of little Yuanho. Quick Hui pulled Li Zuiyuan up, and when she reached the stairs, she skillfully took off her shoes and changed into a pair of slippers. Li Zuiyuan also took off his shoes. No, brother Yuanho, you don't have to take them off, just come up directly. Li Zuiyuan still took off his shoes and planned to walk up barefoot, so Quick Hui had to hand her mother's slippers to him to put on. Wearing big slippers, Li Zuiyuan followed Quick Hui to the second floor and came to her room, where a black and white TV was placed. Lu Jingxia's family had bought a TV a long time ago, but they didn't make it public. The villagers were indifferent to her family, and she was too lazy to invite people to watch TV at home. Quick Hui turned on the standing fan, but the blades didn't move. Hey, is there a power outage? Li Zuiyuan, the plug is not plugged in. No mistakes in one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619. Hey, yes. Quick Hui bent down, picked up the plug, and inserted it into the socket on the wall. Buzz, 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 buzz. The heavy fan blade slowly turned, making a sound that could blow away the summer. Brother Yuanho, do you watch TV? Anything is fine. Quick Hui turned on the TV and twisted the wheel. After a circle, there were only a few channels, half of which were still snowy. Brother Jing, are you okay? Wronger, I'm fine. Humph, Ouyang Feng, you. The Legend of the Condor Heroes is played regularly on TV every winter and summer vacation. The two sat on the bed and watched TV for a while, and Li Zuiyuan suddenly felt sleepy. He hadn't rested since last night. He was overly nervous before, but now his emotions have subsided and fatigue is coming quickly. Qiqi mistakenly thought that Li Zuyuan didn't want to watch TV, so she got out of bed and began to introduce the dolls, toys, and picture books in her room to Li Zuyuan. Although very sleepy, Li Zuyuan still looked at her and tried to respond to every introduction she made. The little girl was immersed in her own sharing joy, but she soon found that she could not hear any response. She turned her head to look at the bedside and found that Li Zuyuan had leaned on the bedside and fell asleep. Qiqi stopped talking immediately, and after approaching quietly, she carefully helped Li Zuyuan push the bed flat, folded the thin quilt he used in summer, and covered Li Zuyuan's belly. Then, she pushed the electric fan towards this side, pressed the small button behind the fan, and the fan began to shake its head. After doing all this, she moved a chair and sat on the bedside, supporting her face with her hands, looking at the sleeping Li Zuyuan. After watching for a while, she smiled secretly, her earlobes turned red, and turned her face away. After a while, she couldn't help but continue to look at him. Time passed unknowingly. Little Kui Ho, bring little Yuan Ho down to eat. Li Juxiang's shout came from downstairs. Qiqi went downstairs immediately and said to Li Juxiang, "Mom, brother Yuan Ho is asleep. Then you come down to eat first, we'll save some for him." "No, I'm not hungry, I'm going to wait for brother Yuan Ho to wake up and eat with him." Most of the parents in the village who are a little conscious will stop their children from going out to play with friends near mealtime, for fear of being invited to the table to eat, which would make them look like they are deliberately taking advantage. However, sometimes it is inevitable, so they naturally sit at the table. Qiqi has never experienced this before, and she is willing to wait for Li Zuyuan to wake up and eat with him. Li Juxiang smiled, nodded, and went to the living room to invite her mother and poker friends to have lunch. Qiqi ran back to the second floor, sat back in that seat, and continued to look at Li Zuyuan. "Hey!" Qiqi moved closer with some doubt, because she found that brother Yuan Ho frowned. "Are you dreaming?" "Grandma, I'll bring brother Yuan Ho home to play." "Well, let's play." Bang! Li Zuyuan looked at Qiqi standing in front of him, and then looked at Lu Jingxia who was playing cards with 3 friends in the living room. He knew that he was dreaming. Because the scene around him was too detached from reality, the vision was all black and white, and all the people and objects seemed to be copied with charcoal pencils. Although the corresponding people and objects can be presented, they are a little blurry and distorted. The rough lines reveal a strange casualness. Li Zuyuan looked down at himself and found that he was still normal. The abnormal ones were the other people and objects in the dream. This reminded him of the copy drawings in his mother's study, with the same white charcoal marks. He dreamed of the scene when he and Qiqi just came to her house to say hello to Lu Jingxia. Then, Qiqi in front of him took his hand and walked in. The girl's delicate hand was now very rough and a little painful in his hand, like sandpaper. He couldn't help but break free and stop, but Qiqi continued to walk in alone, but her arm was still holding someone. Behind him, Lu Jingxia and the other 4 people who were playing cards in the living room suddenly fell silent. Li Zuyuan looked back and found that the 4 people were all still and motionless. Even the smoke rings from Lu Jingxia's mouth were fixed there and did not continue to disperse. This stillness also gave Li Zuyuan the opportunity to observe. The carbon marks on the 3 card players were very soft and shallow, while the lines of Lu Jingxia's image were very thick, deep, and hard. After standing there for a long time, Li Zuyuan was very confused. Every time he dreamed before, he would wake up immediately after realizing that it was a dream, but this time, he was still in a dream. In the end, Li Zuyuan chose to walk in and saw Li Juxiang sitting there picking vegetables. The lines on Li Juxiang's body were also very hard, which was very inconsistent with the thin and light lines around her. Li Zuyuan walked up to Li Juxiang, and the deep carbon marks outlined the details of her expression. She was smiling, and her eyes were filled with reminiscence. Auntie Juxiang, Auntie Juxiang. Li Zuiyuan tried to call a few times and waved his hand in front of her, but Li Juxiang remained motionless and did not blink. After leaving here, Li Zuiyuan came to the stairs. Before he was ready to go up, he took off his shoes and walked up barefoot. When he came to the bedroom, the standing fan stopped there and no longer turned. Only a vague sketch of Guojing and Huangrong remained on the TV. Qiqi was pointing at one of her dolls, her mouth open, as if she was telling a story, and she was also motionless. The lines on Qiqi's body were clearer and harder than those on her grandmother and mother, almost becoming black hard lines. It was as if other people and objects were painted, while she was carved. Li Zuiyuan looked at the bed, but there was no him on the bed, it was empty. Not only the objects were still, but also the sounds. Li Zuiyuan suddenly realized that his ears had not heard any sound for a long time, and the whole world was terribly quiet. He began to panic because he didn't know how long he would stay in this dream. He opened the door to the balcony from the bedroom. The balcony on the second floor of this building was connected and covered with red and white tiles. Looking into the distance, except for some scribbled graffiti near the house that could barely be seen as farmland, most of the area in the field of vision was a bleak blank. Looking up, there was only a piece of white with a halo in the original position of the sun, which was like an eraser that would fall and erase everything here at any time. "Hello, is this Madame Liu's house?" A voice came from the dam below, which seemed so abrupt and even harsh at this moment. Li Zuiyuan, who was standing on the second floor, looked down and saw a man who looked about 50 years old, carrying an old lady on his back. The old lady was very thin, and only a little bit of bones wrapped in dry skin were exposed outside her sleeves. Her hair was very long and messy, scattered on her back. "Hello, is this Madame Liu's house?" the man asked again, turning around anxiously with his mother on his back. Li Zuiyuan didn't know whether he should answer. Just then, the old lady who was lying on the man's back suddenly raised her head, and her face was facing Li Zuiyuan who was standing on the second floor. Although they were all images drawn with charcoal pencils, the old lady's eyes showed a kind of delicacy that transcended the limit of the painting style. That was anger, viciousness, and resentment. The next moment, Li Zuiyuan found that everything around him began to rotate and twist, like a vortex that appeared out of thin air, tearing and engulfing everything around him, including himself. "Brother Yuanho." Li Zuiyuan opened his eyes and saw Qiqi's concerned face. "Brother Yuanho, are you dreaming?" "Yet." Li Zuiyuan sat up and responded, "How long have I slept?" "Not long, 2 hours." "Brother Yuanho, let's go downstairs to eat." "No, I'll go home to eat." "Oh, don't be polite, Brother Yuanho." Qiqi took Li Zuiyuan's hand and took him downstairs. "Mom, Brother Yuanho is awake." At this moment, Lu Jingxia and her 3 card friends had already had lunch and started the afternoon session. Li Juxiang smiled and opened the red lid on the kitchen table. Inside was a specially reserved meal. "Little Yuanho, come and eat. I'll heat up the soup for you." "Auntie, I'll go home to eat." "Be good, be obedient, don't be polite to Auntie, Auntie has never been polite to your mother before. Besides, Qiqi is waiting for you to wake up and eat together." "Thank you, Auntie." "Brother Yuanho, sit here." Qiqi sat down first, and Li Zuiyuan went to the other side of the table to help get the bowls and chopsticks. Go, sit down, Auntie will get it." "Okay, Auntie." Li Zuiyuan walked back and sat down. Soon, Li Juxiang put the chopsticks and the bowl of rice in front of him. Although the dishes on the table were all served in small ordinary bowls, the quantity was not large, but it was more than enough for the 2 children to eat, 2 meat and 2 vegetables, especially the bowl of braised pork with potatoes. There were only 2 pieces of potatoes as garnish and the rest was all meat, which was obviously specially selected. Li Juxiang brought a bowl of fish soup, dripped with sesame oil and added some vinegar. The taste was delicious and tempting. In addition, she opened a can of assorted fruits and poured a bowl in front of each of the two children. It can be said that in the village, it is really rich. Xiao Yuanho, stay at home to eat in the evening, I will make you some more delicious food. Li Juxiang said with a smile. Li Zuiyuan put down his chopsticks and said to Li Juxiang, it's already a lot, auntie, you've worked hard. Haha, don't put down your chopsticks, eat. Li Juxiang touched Li Zuiyuan's head, secretly envious of how Li Lan taught her son. A sensible and polite child is easy to be liked everywhere. Little Yuanho, will your mother cook for you at home? Li Zuiyuan shook his head, put the chopsticks on the bowl, and replied, Mom won't. That's because your mother is busy with work. Yes, she is very busy. What about your grandparents' house over there, don't they cook for you? I don't go there often. Then where do you usually eat? My neighbor's house. Generally after school, in the school's family compound, those grandparents who have finished class or retired will take the initiative to take me to their house for dinner. Alas, poor child. Li Juxiang stopped asking, and after telling the children to eat by themselves, she took the thermos to add water to the card table. Just then, a shout came from outside. Hey, is this Aunt Liu's house? Hearing this voice, Li Zuiyuan's chopsticks just picked up slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. Pa! In the hall, Lu Jingxia threw the bridge cards in her hand onto the table and clapped her hands, let's go. The three card players nodded and stood up to end the game. It was obvious that they were already used to this situation. However, before leaving the hall, they went to the wash basin in the corner one by one to wash their hands. Soak the banana leaves in the wash basin, wipe the leaves on the hand when washing hands, then throw your hands, and finally wipe it with a towel on the shelf. The purpose of doing so is to go to the obscureness. Lu Jingxia arranged by herself. Not only did she have no matter how much the villagers' attitude towards her own, but she deliberately set up some sense of ritual to add her mystery. Li Zhanyuan and Kui Kui walked into the hall. Lu Jingxia was also getting up from the chair and asked, did you eat it? I'm eating, come out and see. Kui Kui said. What's so good, forget it, Xiao Kui Ho, helped grandma to accept the card. Okay, milk. After ordering, Lu Jingxia walked around, and there was a shade room in her office. It was her office. Slowly, there is a threshold here. Li Juxiang's voice came from the outside, and she went out to meet when she heard a call. Okay, nothing to get, nothing to get. Li Zhanyuan looked at the gate of the hall, and saw that Li Juxiang helped an old man crossing the threshold. The old man was leaning forward, holding his waist, and his hands on his waist behind him. It's also like carrying a person who doesn't exist. Is this your fine? The old man looked at the two children with a smile. The girl is my house, and the male child is my sister's house. My mother is waiting for you, and the front door goes in and turn right to the end. Okay, okay, I will go here, but you can't let Lu Yan wait. The old man continued to walk. Li Zhanyuan, who was standing behind, kept staring at the humpback of the other party. The old man walked into the inner door of the hall and turned to the right. He should continue to walk in, but suddenly stopped his body. Because he was a hump forward, the position above his shoulders had been blocked by the wall at this time, leaving only the humpback and staying in the sight. Immediately afterwards, his hands negatively on the back and eyes of the back unconsciously raised upwards, pressed his left arm down, the right arm was placed, his buttocks moved inside, his shoulders turned outwards, and his side face had been attached to the wall. Li Zhanyuan looked at his empty back. At this moment, he felt as if there was a person there, holding his body on his back and seeing himself. Li Juxiang asked, "What are you?" The old man's original rough voice suddenly mixed with a little sharp hoarse, saying, "This fine. Li Zhanyuan clenched his hands nervously. When he suddenly remembered that his mother had led himself to browse a wall mural, he asked his mother why a large area here was empty and did not draw things. The mother answered, "Xiao Yuan, this is a whitening, letting you imagine yourself, this effect will be better." At that time, I was still a little ignorant. Now, I seem to understand it. You go, my mother is waiting for you inside. Li Juxiang urged again. She really didn't know why this person stopped here. However, she didn't think that this person's posture was strange. After all, the other party was a camel, even if he stood still, it was strange. The old man responded, but suddenly squatted down, and at the same time, his body fell slightly back, holding his hands to the ground. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Li Juxiang reached out to help, but the other party does not look at the head of the hump, but the power now is really sinking. She hasn't pulled it up at all, but fortunately, the other party held a balance with both hands, but she just squatted backwards. Never planted. Seeing this, Li Zhanyuan took 2 steps back. This posture is very like a movement that puts down the back. The sunlight outside the hall is into the hall, and the old-fashioned tiles on the ground cannot reflect much gloss, and at most show a little bright and dark change. Li Zhanyuan moved down, and at the inner door, it seemed that there were 2 areas of the size of the feet, which darkened a little. Very minor, to Li Zhanyuan, I felt that I was dazzling and I thought too much. But immediately, the color of the new 2 areas darkened and recovered, but the distance from it was getting closer and closer. Finally, the 2 darkened colors appeared on the tiles in front of them without dissipating. The cold wind blows, and Li Zhanyuan feels that his face, chest, and hands and feet have begun to be cold, but the problem is that he is facing the house. Where does the wind come from in this house? The second half of the 2 darkens disappeared, the first half was aggravated, and the coolness in front of him increased. Li Zhanyuan swallowed, his eyes began to flash and shift, a kind of instinct made him unhappy, as if in front of the invisible body, there was an old lady, leaning forward, she was leaning forward. "She the face is posing to yourself." Li Zhanyuan bit his lips. Suddenly, he felt that his left face was getting better, as if a piece of ice was posted, and his scalp began to numb, and he stroked the kind. The old man squatted on the ground, then turned his head to look at it, and continued to say something before. "This thinner is really good." Chapter 5. The old man who squatted slowly stood up slowly. After he stood straight, Li Juxiang suddenly felt that the other person's back seemed to be as camel before. "Hey!" The old man also patted his waist himself. Lu Yan was really spiritual. Before he said it, he just entered her house and felt that his body was much faster. He didn't stay anymore, and walked straight. "Kui Hao, you and Xiao Yuanho went to eat meals." After the instructions, she also entered the back house together. Lu Jingxia's eyes were not good. When talking about the matter, she had to help record. "Brother Yuanho, let's continue eating." Li Zhanyuan responded that although the discomfort on his body had not faded, he still tried to take a step forward. In one step, Li Zhanyuan felt that the cool frequency of the stroke on his head became slower, and the touch of the ice cubes on the left face slowly faded away. But with the second step fell, Li Zhanyuan suddenly found that the coolness did not disappear, the cold on the left face appeared again, and his right shoulder position seemed to press a piece of ice. When the third step came out, the cold left face disappeared again, and turned to the left shoulder, while the right shoulder was still cold. Li Zhanyuan took the fourth step, and the steps have not fell, and the coldness of his shoulders suddenly intensified. "Call." Li Zhanyuan trembled deeply, slowly retracted his feet, and his coldness returned to the previous level. He couldn't see anything, but could imagine it. A previous old lady was half squatting in front of herself. She put her right hand on her left face, and stroked her left hand on her head. "This thinner is really good." When he moved forward, the old lady also changed her posture, and her hands gradually fell on their shoulders. This was an action to support it. If she continues to move forward, then she will climb up. She want to make yourself back. Nympho. The shade on the first floor is Lu Jingxia's office. The room is very large, but after entering, I feel very forceful. A wooden box was surrounded by the barrier, and it ate 70%-80% of the space. The inside was all the statues of the scriptures of all kinds of magic weapons. If you open a few boxes, you can see Lejun and the Buddha's back in it, and you can also see that the Guanyin Bodhisattva is not a boy but a cross from Jesus. In his early years, Lu Jingxia also had a dream, responding to the call of the new era, and wanted to gather 100 family long to take a path exclusive to his own. Unfortunately, the surrounding backward market with Shinan town as a square is unable to accept such a trendy thing. Lu Jingxia could only reluctantly recognize his life and return to the image of a blind mother-in-law. Therefore, this room can be used in a black lacquer wooden table, several benches, and 2 white waxes. Hiss! Lu Jingxia wiped his eyes with a handkerchief. The wax smoke was uncomfortable. It seemed that the candle had to be withdrawn in the future. At this time, the old man sitting opposite also ended the statement. He looked at Lu Jingxia's eyes with respect. After arriving here, not only did the humpback relieved a lot, but the brain was not drowsy, and his speech could be a lot of benefits. The old man's surname is Niufu, named Niufu, a native of Shigong town next door. Here today is to do his life for his old lady. Yesterday, his brother Niu Rui had been here. For the same thing, Lu Jingxia also received Li Vihan's family who only received him. Both of the old cow family, adding a little girl, and dad walked early. The old lady pulled them to grow up as a widow. Now, they are all over 50 years old, and they have become grandmother. Half a year ago, the old lady left. But since the funeral, the 3 brothers and sisters of the Niu family have not stopped. It was either this illness or the surprise. At first, the big guy didn't care too much, but the frequency was getting higher and higher. A while ago, Niu Rui's son went home to go home and fell into the ditch. He broke several ribs. If it was not for passers-by to find out in time, Niu Fu's humpback was becoming more exaggerated. The 80-year-old camel is not serious. He must know that half a year ago, he was not hump. In addition, from time to time, my brothers and sisters will have the dream of their own old ladies. They suspect that the old lady's thoughts are not eliminated. They are going to burn the blood menstruation for the old lady to drive away evil spirits and ask for peace. However, the brothers now have a contradiction. Niu Rui, who is his brother, wants to do his life at his own house, but Niu Fu, who is his brother, is not allowed. He must do it in his house. Outsiders may still feel that the brothers are filial piety, and they must fight for the tedious workers such as Ming Xiao. Isn't this rushing to show their old lady filial piety? Lu Jingxia obviously didn't believe it. Her vision was getting worse and worse, but her heart became more and more bright. Among the people who received it here, Li Vihan was very small, most of them did things. The old saying was good. When she did a loss, she was always afraid of knocking on the door. However, Lu Jingxia will not break the casserole to ask to the end, but just said faintly. Don't tell me, your girl, do you want to do it? Well, she also wants. Lu Jingxia raised his eyebrows. The rules in the village on time, the daughter-in-law is a guest after getting married. I can take a look at my mother's house several times a year. Take my son-in-law back to adore during the Chinese New Year. If the father and mother are sick, the daughter can finally serve the elderly in front of the bed for a while, and she belongs to the filial girl who praises her relatives in the neighborhood. Because the daughter did not get a family property, the father and mother's elderly care in the aftermath can only make a simple effort, without having to pay. But the 3 sisters of this new family actually have to give their old ladies in underworld, it seems very inconsistent with the rules. No matter how big filial piety is, it is not the same. She had 2 brothers on it. Lu Jingxia's eyelids were drooping and said, "This is easy to do. Since you all want to fight for this master, you will be this master's house. Borrowing a piece of land on your village's public dam, set up 3 sacrifice tables, set up 3 longevity gifts, and burn 3 blood meridians." Niu Fu stunned and asked, "Also, can you do this?" Lu Jingxia nodded, "Yes, do it together, in the same place. Your old lady doesn't have to be busy. Your brother Ruiho has given me the birthday of his family yesterday. Let's notify your sister again. I sent it to me these 2 days, and I will give you an introduction to you." Originally, 1 thing and 1 money now became a matter of 3 money, and Lu Jingxia made by Lu Jingxia. Niu Fu hesitated, and finally nodded, "That's it. I will go back and talk to them when I go back. Well, after all the characters are sent, I will give you a specific day." "Fast," Niu Fu urged, "hurry up." "I understand." Lu Jingxia nodded, motioning for him not to worry, and then got up to prepare to send the guests. Niufu's butt just left the bench, and seemed to think of something again. He sat down again and said, "There is another thing. When you do the life, you must ask Lu Ye to take fast. The fasting is also the law. As for the fasting, please be invited to accompany the array to prevent the little ghost from making trouble. As for how to explain this doorway, it is all solved by the heart. If there is no one, the pygmean can sit. Because Li Sanjiang has a paper sale at home, every time he sends paper to the house, he will give a fast default to whom. Not only can he get a tablet, but he can also receive the owner's money. But the cost of this default is low, and the money is also thin, but when it comes to please, it is another price." Niu Fu immediately added, "It is good to say money, Lu Ye, the 3 of us have to give." So, Lu Jingxia fought in his heart and panicked. "In addition, please ask Lu Yan to invite the uncle Sanjiang in the same village, and we also want to invite him." Lu Jingxia swallowed his mouth and did not agree directly, but said, "I will go to Sanjiang Hao, but I don't know he is free. You will give me the 8 characters first, and I will calculate the days for you. This delay cannot be." "Good." Next, Niu Fu took out a cloth bag from his pocket and opened it layer by layer, and a stack of coils were united. He licked his fingertips and started counting money. Lu Jingxia accepted the first stroke, but pushed the second stroke, saying, "The matter of sitting in fast, wait for me and Sanjiang to discuss it, and tell you." "This." Niu Fu is obviously unwilling, "Otherwise, let's set it first." Lu Jingxia firmly said, before the matter was clear, this money was not in a hurry. "This is the rules." "Okay, then I worked hard to Lu Ye, where I wouldn't go, I won't go, wait for your letter." Niu Fu opened the door and walked out. Li Juxiang went to help her old lady, and asked Doubt, "Mom, what? This order can be done, which can be worthy of the past quarter." Li Juxiang did not understand that this mother who loved wealth was hesitant this time, not as if they were getting Joe for the price. Lu Jingxia whispered, "They are all villagers, and they are not rich and noble. They are so good to speak so well, it is only because of one thing." "What?" "Broken money and disaster." "Mom, do you mean?" "Xiang Hao, you said, how can there be a signee you who have been wicked after the end of this day? That's it. What makes people even more unknown is that how many sons and daughters are daughters, and their lives are unhappy. Will she suspect that the old lady in her own underground is rectifying herself? Unless, what kind of beast he has done is not as good. Mom, then this order. Forget it, wait for Sanjiang Hao to say, if he feels that he can go, then let's make all the money. Well, it is really too much. If the uncle Sanjiang can't go, you are willing. It has a lot of meaning to make money. Also, Uncle Sanjiang's ability is reliable. He is there, we can also be downhearted. His ability. Lu Jingxia frowned, seemed to be a bit difficult to evaluate, but still said, he is there, really have the bottom of his heart. Nympho. Brother Yuanho. Seeing that Li Zhanyuan was slow, Kui reached out to pull his hands. At the moment of contact, Li Zhanyuan felt that the coldness on his left shoulder disappeared. At the same time, he captured Kui and shivered, pulling his hand and snoring. Kui, you retreat. Stay away from me. Although I don't know why, Kui still opened his hand obediently and took back several steps back. Kui, don't move there, don't approach me. Yuanho's sudden attitude made Kui think of the memory when she was disliked. A group of water mist had floated in her eyes, and her nose was sucking and sucking. Li Zhanyuan had a feeling. When Kui was in contact with herself, the old lady who had both hands on her shoulder and took one hand to grab Kui. After Kui retreated, the old lady returned to her previous posture. Lu Yan, then I'll go first. Niu Fu's full of anger came from it, and he couldn't hear the previous horse. He walked into the hall and looked at the two children still staying inside. He didn't do anything and walked outside the door. Grandpa. Li Zhanyuan raised his finger to the corner, that is, the basin on the shelf next to himself, wash your hands. Kui wiped the corner of his eyes with his hand, and said with a smile, Grandpa, wash your hand and go out again, and go to the obscure. After speaking, Kui lowered his head and looked at his toes. Does brother Yuanho also feel that his family is obscure? She was already used to it, and she would not feel that there was a big deal, but somehow, I was very sensitive today. Oh, okay, then wash it. Niu Fu took back his threshold, and walked to the wash basin, and began to wash his hands. Wash and wash. Li Zhanyuan felt that the coldness of his shoulders was gradually fading, and his body was so loose and a little bit out of force. Niu Fu's back, the naked eyes were slowly looking down. Li Juxiang came out with Lu Jingxia and said, I'll send you. Don't be polite, I'm gone, see you. Niu Fu washed his hands and wanted to pick up the cloth on the shelf to wipe it, but found that it was a little bit enough. After he had to throw his hands, he lost his hands on the waist and slowly across the threshold. Li Juxiang was confused, as if something was wrong, but couldn't say it. When she walked to the wash basin, she wanted to change the water, but after she saw the situation in the wash basin, the expression on her face immediately stunned. The banana leaves in this basin have become extremely fine. Even if someone is torn by hand, it is impossible to tear such slender and neatness. The most important thing is that this pot of water turned black. Li Juxiang quickly walked to her mother and lowered her head and told. Lu Jingxia looked at her daughter in surprise, and then looked outside the house. At this moment, Niu Fu finally got through the threshold and walked to the dam. Li Zhanyuan finally slowed from the off force. He walked to Lu Jingxia, his finger towards Niu Fu's back, and said to Lu Jingxia. Milk, he's back. Sound. Lu Jingxia immediately covered the child's mouth with both hands. The taste of these hands was too rushing, and Li Zhanyuan's eyes were smoked. Niu Fu's body paused, half sideways, glanced at his eyes deeply, and then continued to go out. It wasn't until the people came out of the dam that Lu Jingxia released the hand covering the child. Now, let's say. Li Zhanyuan took a few times and said several times, and said, Milk, did the grandpa carry on the back? Lu Jingxia put his face in front of Li Zhanyuan, lowered his voice, and asked, Xiao Yuanho, what did you see? Li Zhanyuan shook his head. He did not see anything, only feeling. Lu Jingxia frowned and asked, Xiao Yuanho, I went to your house last night, right? Milk, I fell asleep, I don't know. He. Lu Jingxia nodded with a smile, but did not continue to question again, but said with a long-term voice, "Xiao Yuanho, remember grandma. Grandma, you said. Some things, even if you see it, you must not show it in front of it. If you know that you can see it, maybe, it's entangled with you. Is it because of this?" Li Zhanyuan nodded with his strength. "Milk, I remember. Okay, go to eat with Xiao Kuihao." "Okay, grandma." Li Zhanyuan walked in front of Kui Kui, and Kui Kui looked at him a little bit. "Kui Kui, go, eat." "Okay, he he." A smile appeared again on the little girl's face. After the two children entered the kitchen, Lu Jingxia sat on the hall chair, his expression was dignified. "Mom." Li Juxiang was still holding the basin in his hand. "Xiao Yuanho, did you really see it? Sometimes, if you want to see a thing, you don't have to use your eyes." "How so?" "There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. It is estimated that I have to ask Sanjiang Ho. God knows what means he has used it blindly. Well, I hope the child can be good, I really like this child." "Yo." Lu Jingxia looked at his daughter with a smile. "What, look at it, do you want to accept his son-in-law?" "Mom, don't make such a joke. I can't have this thought. He is the son of Lanho." Lu Jingxia rarely scolded her daughter self-cheap this time, but comforted, "Lanho's girl, she is also good at her head, her son is even more wise, so it is really not suitable for it. Be a son-in-law." Li Juxiang was laughed and asked, "Mom, listen, what nonsense are you talking about, is clever. Girl, you don't understand. Which one have you seen before? I was unconscious yesterday. I can still pull my hand like a person. You guess he knows what happened to the Beard's house. Do you believe what he said last night and do not know? Oh, I said that just now, I was not clean here again, and now I can sit and steadily sit and continue eating. This is no longer clever. He can soon know what he is now, and he can adjust himself. Even if this is seeing ghosts. That is, he is still young, with a little bit of tenderness. After he is an adult, it is really boring to live with such a person, because as long as he looks at you, he can see you through. You have nothing secret in front of him. You can't even have a temper with him, because people just stand higher than you. He lowered his head and looked down at you in a full range. Cold ice, no humans. Mom, how can you say a child like this? I think Xiao Yuanho is really good, I know, politely and well behaved. That's because he was like this, and a virtual with his mother when he was a child. Mom. Yes, isn't he divorced? You. Li Juxiang was angry. Lu Jingxia was still overwhelmed, spit out a cigarette, and continued, people like them are suitable for finding that kind of self at all, the eyes are all their objects. Mom, I'll go to Uncle Sanjiang. Go, go. Lu Jingxia waved his hand. If the Sanjiang Ho rubs, he will ask him, if he really gets Han Ho's favorite grandson, you still want Han Ho to give him the elderly. Li Juxiang quickly poured off the sewage in the basin, and set off on a tricycle. She really didn't want to listen to her mother to talk about these. Lu Jingxia wiped out the cigarette butt in his hand, yawned, and slowly walked towards the kitchen. The two children have finished their meals. Lu Jingxia saw the granddaughter who usually did not do housework, and took the initiative to rush to clean up the tableware and wipe the table. I kept saying, Brother Yuanho, you put it down, I do these jobs every day. Listening to Lu Jingxia. Su was because of the end of the elderly, Li Sanjiang did not rub at all this time, and he came over with Li Juxiang's tricycle early. After Lu Jingxia asked Li Juxiang to take two children upstairs to watch TV, Li Sanjiang introduced Li Sanjiang to his office. Well, Lu blind, you can make it really tight here. Li Sanjiang patted a mouthful of wooden boxes around the surroundings. I don't know, I thought you had just finished the goods from Guangdong. Changed to a wholesale business. No time to talk nonsense with you. Lu Jingxia talked about the new Jiaming Shao today, including the new Jiaming Shao. Li Sanjiang's eyes stared and asked, how can Xiao Yuanhou see it? Lu Jingxia took a deep breath, squeezed his fist, and finally held back the anger and asked, do you ask me? Li Sanjiang took out the cigarette and lost one of Lu Jingxia, and he took a piece of smelling it under his nose. Lu Jingxia picked up the cigarette, knocked the filtering end to the desktop, and asked, what did you do last night? Jiad's affairs. You. Lu Jingxia licked his lips and asked, the bearded grandpa has a drifting fish pond today, did you bring the dead end? Li Sanjiang didn't speak. How did you bring it? Lu Jingxia continued to talk, and then, she seemed to think of a terrible possibility, and the volume increased. Are you dead? Ahem. Li Sanjiang cleared his throat, Lu blind, borrow a fire. Lu Jingxia smashed the matchbox directly, you really do this? Li Sanjiang's gaze opened and smoked. Lu Jingxia left the chair, bypassing the table, walking in front of Li Sanjiang, spit the star spray directly on the old man's face. Living people walking Yang Road, dead people walking through the road, you let Xiao Yuanhou go to the corpse, just let this puppet go to the road and get rid of the ghost. Do you know? Yin. Go yin. Li Sanjiang froze for a moment, and then seemed to hear a big joke. Haha, let your mother's fart, how can you get it like this? Oh, haha. Lu Blushi sneered. Instead, Li Sanjiang began to be anxious, and suddenly stood up, if you can really go so easily, you have tossed this line for decades, and you don't have to do this scammer now. Going to the yin, some places are called touching blind and lower gods, which refers to the ability to go from the yang to the yin. People come to the goddess like Lu blind, just running the image that can pass the gods and ghosts created by them, but 90-9 of them have no such ability. Lu Jingxia took a good breath and said, this is smart and thoughtful. Li Sanjiang heard the words and swallowed, and suddenly the picture of last night appeared in his mind. Xiao Yuanhou pointed his fingers in the river and said, don't wait for her. Pap. Li Sanjiang sat back in the chair, and his expression was suspicious. He suddenly realized that what Lu Jingxia said seemed right. People are all in Jingli, and they are the household registration of Jingli. They have good brains. They can hold hands on everything. Not to mention the influence of those dirty things on life, you just look at you, you are orphan, you have to figure out the Hanho who can be reliable in advance. What about me, hey, let alone. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Anyone who has been stained with this path will be a little bit lacking. You are making evil. Do you say that you have entered the water at that time? Li Sanjiang did not return, and Mia frowned a Sichuan. Seeing this, Lu Jingxia no longer continued to get rid of it, and instead comforted, fortunately, the situation is not serious now. I see that he can just perceive some dirty things. It will go through the yin, it can be recovered, and it can be pulled back. Li Sanjiang's eyes said firmly, then I will break him. How to break it? I went to Hanho and said, let him take Xiao Yuanhou to become a monk, live with me for a while, and I will sit for him. Lu Jingxia heard the words and opened his mouth, sitting on live. Generally, there is no saying that it is not sitting in live fasting, because the funeral is fasting for the dead to prevent dirty things. Sitting for the living people is equivalent to transferring the obscure things from the other party. No one wants to do this. As for the so-called monk, it refers to the temporary fragmentation with the family, breaking the cause and effect, and after a while, it can still be vulgar. Domestic remote areas in Southeast Asia still have children who sent their children to enter the temple for a while and then come back to continue to live. The inland recognizes godfather and godmother to children is a simplified version of this custom. Li Sanjiang looked at Lu Jingxia and asked, "Do you think it is?" Lu Jingxia nodded, "You are willing to pay such a price, that will definitely be achieved." She was a halfway monk, basically relying on herself, but in her early years, she did not think about finding Li Sanjiang to learn the real skills. The last reason was because she found that Li Sanjiang was a bit unreliable. You say he has nothing to do. Every time he encounters something, he can always take out a means, but you want to say that he has the ability, and often makes messy things, such as this time. But one point, Lu Jingxia can be determined, that is, there is a characteristic of this old thing. When he first married, he heard his father-in-law say that Li Sanjiang was caught 3 times when he was in the Republic of China. The people who were caught together finally had no news, but he could steal his arms and legs all over his arms. Obviously, he had a taboo life, but he had been disease-free and disaster, and even insisted that he was really far-fetched because he was different from himself. He never became a home. I don't know how many reasons. He should have gone for a long time, but he was full of longevity, and he was very spiritual. Lu Jingxia was 1 generation smaller than him, but he felt that he would go to him in front of him. This gives the living people to fast and turns obscurity, provided whether you have that fortune to pick it up. There is no doubt that he really has Li Sanjiang, not only has it overflowing. Li Sanjiang stood up, trampled the cigarette butt to the ground, and was called by Lu Jingxia when he was ready to go out. I said, "Uncle Sanjiang." Uncle Sanjiang, just what I care about is too concerned," and my tone rushed, "so I'm sorry." Li Sanjiang glanced at Lu Jingxia and said, "Do you have any fart?" Lu Jingxia accompanied the smile, "Since you are going to do this, then you can do a fast-moving fasting, isn't it a good thing to sit in the 2? Go home, just make a companion with Xiao Yuanho, what do you think?" Sure enough, no fart. Li Sanjiang too also walked out without returning, sitting for Xiao Yuanho. One was that he had a responsibility, and the other was for Han Ho's pension. He was sheik all his life, and to ensure that this is a loss, it is not lost. It is much more cost-effective than those who have handled most of their lives for their children. But sitting for Lu Blind's house, Li Sanjiang felt that he dared to sit today, and he had to be prepared to be violent. "Xiao Yuanho, come, Grandpa sent you home." "Come, Grandpa." Li Sanjiang led Li Cheiyuan's hand and left Lu Jingxia's house. On the way, he asked, "Xiao Yuanho, Master discuss things with you." "Lord, you say. There are many children in your family now, and they are squeezing when they sleep. The house is spacious, and a person lives lonely. Do you come to Tai Yi's house for a while and accompany Tai? Lord. Is something wrong with me?" Li Sanjiang finally felt that the child was too smart and not very good. "Rest assured, Xiao Yuanho, your thing, the grandfather will help you solve it, don't be afraid. It's okay, I can get used to it. Hurry up, this is not habitual." Pad. Nympho. When Li Zhanyuan was sent back by Li Sanjiang, Yingzi was taking his 2 sisters to jump rubber bands in the dam. The 2 benches were separated by 4 meters, spreading across the 2 ends, and rubber bands on the stool legs. Small leather balls, banana pears, Malaysia Blossom 20-1. 256, 257, 282-93. "Ying Hao, are your grandmother back?" Li Sanjiang shouted and asked. "Yeah, Grandpa, Yuanzi." "Yingzi found people, Grandpa, milk they just came back." "Become." Li Sanjiang loosened Li Zhanyuan's hand, walked in, and saw Li Vihan and Kui Guiying. The old couple thought that Li Sanjiang came for a confession and hurriedly reported the situation. After listening, Li Sanjiang nodded and comforted them, "Okay, even if the matter of the big bearded man's family is over, I think there will be no further involvement. Li Vihan asked worriedly, Uncle, has the little yellow warbler been dealt with by you? Li Sanjiang's eyelids twitched. Deal with it, how to deal with it? Take a shovel and run to the bottom of the big bearded man's fish pond to dig, and then shout to ask if she is still there? In theory, it is impossible for someone who just died to be so fierce. She can chase him home on the shore, which is incredible. However, whether the little yellow warbler disappeared after taking revenge, or still hid in the fish pond and stared at the old house of the big bearded mansion as an evil, Li Sanjiang did not intend to investigate further. She won't come to your house again. Just remember the date and hold another memorial service for her next year. Just show your appreciation. Okay, Uncle, we'll remember that. Well, but there's another thing I need to tell you. Li Sanjiang talked about Li Zuiyuan's problems, but he concealed his own mishandling during the process. It was nothing, he had to save face. Kui Guiying was so scared when she heard this that her lips turned pale again. Oh my god, why isn't it over yet? Li Vihan was much calmer and said to his wife, the most dangerous hurdle has passed. It's nothing now. Uncle has a way, right? Just do as I say. Go pack some clothes and luggage for Xiao Yuanho. Li Sanjiang waved his hand, you're not going to jail when you live with me. You can come to see me. You can bring the things tomorrow. It won't take too long, at most half a month. Just treat it as me taking care of myself. Child, enjoy the joy of being a grandfather, haha. Li Sanjiang's relaxed tone made Kui Guiying feel much calmer. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, that's really troublesome, Uncle Sanjiang. Hey, don't say that, family. Okay, set up a table, light the right candles, pour 3 bowls of wine, let's go through the ceremony and go through the ceremony of becoming a monk. The ceremony of becoming a monk is very simple. The table with candles is placed on the dam. Li Sanjiang leads Li Zuiyuan around the table 3 times while chanting something. Finally, let Li Zuiyuan take 3 bowls of rice wine in turn, 1 bowl is poured towards the sky, 1 bowl is poured on himself, and the last bowl is poured towards the family standing in the door. The most important thing here is that during the ceremony, Li Vihan, Kui Guiying, and a group of brothers and sisters can only stand at the threshold, and cannot come out or make a sound to disturb. The ceremony is over. Okay, Han Ho, see you tomorrow. Li Sanjiang waved his hand, I'll take my son home first. After saying that, Li Sanjiang carried Li Zuiyuan on his back and walked out of the dam. Li Zuiyuan, who was carried on his back, turned around, kept smiling, and waved goodbye to his family, as if he was just visiting relatives. Inside the threshold, Li Vihan hugged Kui Guiying's shoulders, his eyes always on him. Although Pan Ziliizi and Hu Zishita were asked to keep silent, they all covered their mouths and squeezed their heads out from their grandparents to look at him. It happened to be sunset at this time, and the warm orange light shone, casting a soft halo on everything in the field of vision. Li Zuiyuan suddenly felt a trance in his heart. He had a vague premonition that this scene would always remain in the depths of his heart, and he would often recall it in the future. It was like turning over that old yellowed photo. Chapter 6. The summer heat begins to subside at this time of day, and even the wind blowing from the rice fields brings a little coolness. Li Zuiyuan faces the rice fields, closes his eyes, and takes several deep breaths. Xiao Yuanho, what's wrong? Grandpa has a smell. No, Grandpa, I'm smelling the rice. Oh, do you smell it? No, it's not like what's written in the article. They say the rice smells so good. Silly child, you're not at the right time. Wait until you've applied fertilizer or pesticides, and then smell it. I guarantee that the smell will be stronger. Grandpa, are you kidding me? Ha ha ha. Li Sanjiang twisted his neck and continued to walk along the ridge with the child on his back. Now they don't have much smell, but when they're harvested, dried, shelled, steamed, and beaten into rice cakes, with hot white steam rising from them, can't you smell the fragrance from a long distance? Grandpa, you're right. Li Sanjiang stopped and turned to look at the rice field. Actually, the article you read. What is written in the chapter is not wrong. We farmers see that the crops in the fields are growing well, there is grain in the warehouse and rice in the pot, and we don't have to worry about starving. This makes us feel at ease. We can stand anywhere and take a breath with our eyes closed, and it is sweet. I understand. No, you don't understand, Xiao Yuanho. You have never really been hungry, so you can't really understand that feeling. We have not been able to eat to our heart's content for many years. However, no matter what, it can't be compared with the period before liberation. Hey! Li Zuiyuan asked in surprise, before liberation, did people have enough food to eat? Yes, before liberation, everyone could have enough food to eat, and no one was hungry. Grandpa, what you said seems to be wrong. Because animals are not considered people. Ah! Xiao Yuanho, before liberation, your great-grandfather, and also made it to Shanghai. Then, do you know Su Wenqiang, Grandpa? Who is Su Wenqiang? I don't know him. Your grandpa went there by boat, which was very convenient. After all, there is only a river between Nantung and Shanghai. At that time, I thought that Shanghai was so big, it would be easier to find a job, and it would be better than working for the landlord at home. I was also lucky. I found a job as soon as I got there. What kind of job did Grandpa find? The corpse-carrying team. Did Grandpa work in a funeral home? Oh, there was a funeral home at that time, but ordinary people couldn't go there. You had to run out after you were carried in horizontally. You couldn't afford to die. Grandpa was in the corpse-carrying team. At that time, the municipal government allocated some funds to lead the team, and some wealthy businessmen also donated money. The job was: every morning, we collect corpses from the streets and alleys and carry them to the nearby charity cemetery for disposal. When the situation is good, there are still a few donated coffins. It is not one coffin for each person, but many people squeezed together, and the coffin was stuffed full. I still remember that there was a time when many children as old as you were collected. It took a lot of effort to stuff them in. Alas, I can't move it. Do you know what I mean? Is it because the coffin is too heavy and can't be moved outside, and it is too tight inside and can't be moved? That's right. This is only when the situation is good. There is a coffin. When the situation is bad, the corpses are rolled up with straw mats and thrown into the mass graves outside the suburbs when there is no time to burn or bury them, leaving them to stray dogs. If it comes to winter, wow, my goodness, it is really tiring. In the early morning, you can see many families living close together on the street, frozen stiff. Xiao Yuanho, that was Shanghai. It was a big city at that time, very rich. Anyone there, if he loosened his fingers and let a little leak out, it would be enough for a family of ordinary people to eat grain. But your great-grandfather was really busy from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. There was so much work to do, it was simply impossible to finish it. At that time, I was thinking. There were so many foreign cars on the street, and it was clearly in the foreign land. Looking up, there were dance halls and theaters, and there were masters dressed in Western clothes and rich ladies coming in and out, but in the alleys between the cracks in the wall, people starved to death every day. After thinking for a long time, I finally figured out a truth. Everyone has a pair of eyes, a nose, and 2 legs to walk, but only a small group of people are considered human beings, and the others, no, the others are all fucking cheap animals. Hey, that's not right. Livestock are also valuable. When they are hungry, they will be fed with a handful of grass. But they are not even worthy of a coffin board. When they die, their bodies are collected because the superiors think it affects the city appearance. Li Zuiyuan hugged Li Sanjiang's neck a little harder and put his face on the back of his grandfather. Did the grandfather learn the skills at that time? I guess so. At that time, I only earned enough money to feed myself for the day after carrying corpses for a day. Now, if I pull one out, I can eat and drink for a long time. It's better to be liberated. People are finally human beings and have become valuable. My grandfather also said that when he was a child, he was beaten with a whip when he worked as a long-term worker in a landlord's house. Listen to Han Ho's fart. He just grew his hair and we were liberated here. Those landlords were also. Hey, Xiao Yuan Ho, you are not talking about Han Ho. It's Grandpa Bei. Ha ha ha, your father's father in Beijing. Well, he said that if he hadn't really been unable to survive, he wouldn't have followed the team to make revolution. Li Sanjiang suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the child behind him. What? What happened? Did your Bei grandfather fight in the war? Yes. Is he still alive? Alive. Did you fight the Japanese first? I fought later. Tisk, 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 tisk. What's wrong, Grandpa? Little Yuanho, are you on good terms with your Bei grandfather? During the holidays, I will go back with my parents. Go to eat. What about usually? No. Ah, you don't go around. Grandma Bei and Mom don't have a good relationship. Li Sanjiang. Uncle and Grandpa Bei and Grandma Bei live together. Mom, Dad and I live outside. Mom doesn't allow me to go to Grandpa Bei's place. Even Dad occasionally goes home secretly, dare not let Mom know. What is this Lan Ho thinking about? Li Sanjiang didn't understand. Of course, he knew that it was normal for mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to have conflicts, but that also depends on the mother-in-law. If you don't flatter and serve such parents-in-law, what else do you want? But on second thought, Li Sanjiang suddenly felt that this seemed to be something Li Lan would do. A golden phoenix suddenly emerged from a room full of honest mud dogs. If Li Vihan's ancestral grave was not together with his ancestral grave, he would really suspect that Li Vihan's ancestral grave was on fire, and the smoke was not enough. When she was little, the girl was sweet and well-behaved, and she was lovable. When she grew up, she could discipline her 4 brothers to be afraid of her. No matter how unreliable the idle man or the gossipy old woman in the village was, they didn't dare to make fun of her. She looked at him with a smile on her face, but she could make people shudder. I remember that year when she brought her boyfriend home. Han Ho and Gu Yiying were so restrained that they were embarrassed to look at him. Li Sanjiang had seen the world, and he stared at him for a long time and took the initiative to talk to him. At that time, he noticed that the man was disciplined in front of Lan Ho, and he could only nod like a chicken pecking at rice. If you didn't know, you would think that the man with a white face was a poor wife who had just been abducted into the village by human traffickers. Li Sanjiang also knew about Lan Ho's divorce, otherwise Xiao Yuanho would not have been temporarily placed here. In the past, when a man and a woman divorced, everyone would stand on the woman's side first emotionally, but Lan Ho divorced. Li Sanjiang actually felt a little sympathetic to the man. He could endure for more than 10 years. It was not easy. Little Yuanho, did you change your surname? Yes. Alas. Li Sanjiang sighed, divorced, you actually changed your surname back. If you didn't change your surname, even if you divorced, then little Yuanho is still the son of that family. Little Yuanho, listen to the advice of the grandfather. When you return to Beijing, find more opportunities to get close to your grandfather and grandmother, understand? I won't go. You are an obedient child, the grandfather will not harm you. You can't go. If you go, your mother will be unhappy. If your mother is unhappy, she won't want little Yuan. Alas, what you said is right, you are mother and son, your mother will always like you. No. Li Zuiyuan's voice was low, but very sure, if you make your mother unhappy, she won't want me, I understand her. Li Sanjiang had to change the subject. Little Yuanho, did you bring your homework? Let your grandma bring your homework and books back tomorrow. I didn't bring them back. Ha, you are a clever little ghost. You deliberately didn't bring your books back so that you can have fun in the countryside during the summer vacation, right? Yeah, it's fun. You still have to study hard so that you can live better in the future. After these few days, let your sister Yinghao come to give you extra lessons. You should learn from her. Okay. That's good. The grandfather and grandson chatted all the way and came to a river. There were farmlands beside the river. They walked along the path along the river for a while. As they walked, they suddenly felt enlightened. The dam of Li Sanjiang's family is several times more spacious than that of Li Vihan's family. There are 3 houses, and the middle one faces north and south. It is a newly built 2-story building. However, unlike the square architectural style of Quiqui's family, Li Vihan's new house is very wide, extending from east to west, forming a long strip. Although there is a second floor, there are only a few separate rooms on it, like a few building blocks placed on a large platform. There are 2 bungalows on the left and right sides of the new house, facing each other. Grandpa, your house is so big. Of course. Li Sanjiang said with pride. In addition to retrieving corpses, he also does papermaking business, which requires a wide space to stack raw materials and finished products. In addition, he also rents tables, chairs, and plates. Anyone who wants to hold a wedding or funeral in the neighborhood has to rent from him. Although the cost is not high, he has already recovered the cost. Now he is a stable hen laying eggs. Therefore, the first floor of his new house is equivalent to a large warehouse, and there are only 3 rooms on the second floor, which are as empty as a rooftop. He doesn't care anyway. He is single and it is enough for him to live. Li Sanjiang put Li Zuiyuan down from his back, took his hand and walked into the middle room. Looking inside, he felt that the space was even larger, like a small factory. The western half was neatly stacked with tables and chairs, and large baskets filled with all kinds of dinner plates and bowls. Half the east side of the paper man, paper house, paper horse. Li Zhanyuan also saw a santana made of paper. A woman who was similar to her mother was coding. She held a paint with a paint on her left hand holding a brush, and the pen was very smooth. The woman noticed the person, turned around, and looked at Li Zhanyuan, and asked, "Uncle, who is this child? He looks so white and tender." "Ting Hao, introduce you, this is my great-grandson, named Li Zhanyuan." "Chasing Yuan, this is Aunt Ting Hao." "Aunt Ting." Li Zhanyuan felt that this generation seemed a bit wrong, but in the face of people without a relative relationship, it was the discussion. "Hey, good." Lu Manting put down his things and walked over, bent down, and touched Li Cheiyuan's face with both hands. "It's cute." Li Zhanyuan retreated halfway and avoided it, and his face smiled. "Uncle, you didn't bring your child to play before." "Ha, there were no children who dared to come here to play here." Li Sanjiang took out the cigarette from his pocket. "By the way, Xiao Yuanho, are you sleeping alone?" "Don't be afraid, Grandpa." "Well, it's okay. Anyway, Tai Ye sleeps next door, haha." "Okay, Ting Hao, give it to you, I'll go to the porcelain tank first." Li Sanjiang took a cigarette and walked out to the toilet. "Come, Xiao Yuan, go upstairs with your aunt. There are too many things stacked on the first floor, and even the stairs are blocked by more than half." The first time the person who came for the first time was really not easy to find. Li Zhanyuan noticed that there was still a step down to the steps here, and asked, "Aunt Ting, there is a layer below?" "Yes, there is a basement below, and it is generally big here." "Is it the same thing?" "No, it's all your grandfather. You are reluctant to throw it up, and you have dug a layer to store them." "Oh, so. Also, Xiao Yuan, my aunt, my name is Lu Manting, you will call me Aunt Lu in the future. Aunt Lu, aren't you local? No, my aunt came from the field, and I did a small work of a papers for your grandfather. Just Aunt Lu, are you alone? Auntie loves people, rented your Tai's field, and then he would also work together to send a table and chair or something, he should come back to the field. When you meet, you can call him Uncle Chin. In addition, the aunt's daughter and mother-in-law are also here. When you come in, the bungalow you see when you come in. I live in the west with your uncle. The aunt's family is here. Before liberation, we all called you a young master. When Su came, he just heard Li Sanjiang's corpse team on the road. That's a feudal dross. Hey! Lu Manting froze for a moment. This kind of word said from a child's mouth, which was really surprising. Aunt Lu, let me call me Xiao Yuan. Okay, Xiao Yuan. Listening to your grandfather talked about you, did you come back from Beijing? Well, yes. Are you used to live here? Habits, here is very good. Don't you feel boring and boring? No, there are many fun things here. That's very good. The auntie is colorful to the paper every day, and the hands are numb. Auntie painted very well, very professional. What major? Auntie was traced on the shelves before the duck was put on the shelves. However, you take the color disc and the posture of the brush, which is exactly the same as the teacher of the Academy of Fine Arts. If Xiao Yuan wants to draw, you can help your aunt. It's not difficult to color. Okay. Since playing back to my hometown, this is the first time that I have communicated with people with Mandarin for the first time. It is no longer so many non-Tuong dialects and so many Ho. Even the brothers and sisters they studied in them just used Mandarin to help themselves when they translated. They turned their own words and naturally changed their dialects. When I came to the second floor, Lu Manting opened a door. The setting inside was very simple. An old-fashioned bed and a wardrobe. In addition, there was no stool, but it was clean and should be cleaned often. Xiao Yuan, you live here, your grandfather is next to you. You will be here for a while, I will give you the wash basin, pazi, and spittoon. Hard you, Aunt Lu. This child is really polite. Lu Manting went out, and Li Zhanyuan looked around and walked out. There was nothing to look good. On the second floor is a large terrace. The 3 rows of clothes are standing in the center. There are no balconies or guardrails around. To the side position, you can see the dam in front of you, and the small river and farmland in the distance. Li Zhanyuan felt that there can be a chair here, and sitting here must be very enjoyable. Not far away, a middle-aged man was walking here with a hoe. The man is very tall and the white vest cannot be blocked. It can be seen that the clear muscles are shiny in the sunset. He should be Aunt Liu's husband, Uncle Chin. It seems that Uncle Chin was not planted before. Although crop people are generally not small, but because of diet and other living habits, rarely can grow such tiger back muscles, usually that kind of lean. He lowered his eyes and looked to the left. When he came in earlier, he couldn't see the door of the bungalow on the east side because the firewood pile on the dam blocked his view. Now he saw it from a high place. Inside the middle door of the bungalow, there sat a little girl who was about the same age as him. She wore a red embroidered top, black pants with white stripes on her bottom, her hair was combed into a whirl, and she wore a pair of light green embroidered shoes on her feet. This outfit was very retro, without any modern elements, but it didn't look old-fashioned at all. Because this wasn't a piece of cloth that the mother at home made for her daughter casually. Her clothes were full of details, and it must have taken a lot of manpower and thought, and the overall combination was very harmonious, showing the dignity of a lady from a noble family. Most importantly, the girl had a fair face and eyebrows like a crescent moon. Although she had an oval face, she had just the right amount of baby fat. She was like a carefully crafted work of art. You couldn't find even the slightest change in it, as if any unnecessary move was a blasphemy and a sin. At this moment, she was sitting on a bench inside the doorstep, with her feet on the doorstep, looking forward. The last stubbornness of the setting sun drew a line of light and shadow, which just crossed the doorstep in front of the house, exactly where her feet were standing. Li Zuiyuan lowered his head. It was impolite to keep staring at someone, although she was really pretty. She should be Aunt Liu's daughter. When he looked up again, he found that the other party was still in that posture, looking forward. Logically speaking, he was standing on the second floor, such a big person, and still looking at her. She should have noticed something, at least, she would glance at him. Was it because she was too absorbed in the days? Li Zuiyuan raised his hand and waved. He was sure that his action would definitely attract the other party's attention, but, no. The girl was still sitting there, with her feet on the doorstep, motionless, without raising her head, turning her head, or even blinking her eyes. Could she be a blind person? Li Zuiyuan shouted, "Hello!" The girl still didn't respond. There is no mistake in the first post. The content is in the 6 to 9 book bar. Deaf and dumb? Li Zuiyuan felt a strong sense of regret. Children of this age have pure hearts and do not have the thinking of adult men and women, even Li Zuiyuan is the same. He was simply heartbroken. If the girl in front of him was disabled, it would be like a beautiful thing being cut with a bloody cut. No matter whether it was a man or a woman, everyone would feel deeply regretful. Xiao Yuan. Aunt Liu's voice sounded from the back. She walked to Li Zuiyuan and said with a smile, "Xiao Yuan, she is Aunt's daughter, Qin Li." Li Zuiyuan nodded. "Okay, Xiao Yuan, go into the house first, Aunt will help you put your things in order." Li Zuiyuan was a little surprised, because Aunt Lu only introduced her daughter's name, without any follow-up. Generally speaking, she should ask about the age and divide the brothers and sisters, and then add, "You can play together in the future." There weren't many things, and after they were neatly arranged, Aunt Lu clapped her hands and said, "The toilet is at the back of the first floor. You can use the spittoon in the room at night." "Okay, I got it, Aunt Lu. Then Auntie will go cook. I'll call you when it's ready." "Okay." Walking out of the room again and returning to the second floor terrace, Li Zuiyuan looked there again unconsciously. The girl was still in the same posture as before, still looking forward, as if she was frozen there and had never moved. At this time, he saw Uncle Qin walk to the door, squat in front of the girl, and speak to her gently. But from beginning to end, the girl was still in the same posture, and she didn't even spare a glance to her father. It gave people the feeling that although she was there, she didn't have any sensory contact with the world. Uncle Qin noticed Li Zuiyuan, and he waved, "Hello, little friend." Li Zuiyuan responded, "Hello, uncle. Little Yuanho, come down to eat." Li Sanjiang's voice came from downstairs. Li Zuiyuan was a little surprised, "So fast?" After going downstairs, in the gap between the paper figures on the first floor, 2 square wooden stools were put together to serve as a dining table, on which were placed a plate of braised pork head, a plate of braised pig ears, a plate of cold seaweed and a plate of fried peanuts. No wonder they were prepared so quickly, they must have all been bought from the market during the day. "Sit down." Li Sanjiang opened the bottle cap of white wine and filled a large cup for himself. Li Zuiyuan sat down on the small stool opposite him, looking at the large bowl of rice piled high in front of him. "Grandpa, I can't eat so much." "Oh, of course Grandpa knows." Li Sanjiang smiled, "You eat first, the rest is mine." "Oh." Li Zuiyuan started to eat. Li Sanjiang handed over the wine glass and asked, "Little Marquis Yuan, do you want to drink a little?" Li Zuiyuan shook his head, "Children can't drink." "Yes, that's right." Li Sanjiang just joked, took the glass back and took a big sip, and then picked up several peanuts and put them into his mouth. "There are no such delicious dishes in Hanho's house, right?" The pickles made by grandma are also delicious. Hee hee. Li Sanjiang picked up a piece of pig's snout and put it in Li Zuyuan's bowl. Your grandparents are stupid. They are not used to the cubs. If you want you, I said, it's enough to control the son of the sun. Slave. Actually, there are not so many children in your grandfather's house, and there are so many children, and there is no need to drink it. He can also make little wine every night. Li Zhanyuan ate silently and did not answer. You are different. Li Sanjiang waved his hand. Your mother gave money. Your uncle's uncle was really a white-eyed wolf, and a bunch of things with no skin and skin. Li Zhanyuan continued to eat. Soup is here. Aunt Lu brought a sea bowl of lufu egg flour soup, put on the wooden bench, you eat. Then she left, and Li Zhanyuan knew that the family Liu's family did not eat with the grandfather. Xiao Yuanho, there is something to remind you, you can walk here in the future, other places can walk, just Dongguyu, don't go. Dongguyu is where the girl is sitting. Why? Tingji's daughter is in the east house. Li Sanjiang poked his head with chopsticks. That little girl has something wrong here. Don't go closer to her. It would be good to be bitten by her injury and biting it. Grabbing and biting? It is hard to imagine that the little girl named Qin Li will be connected with these behaviors. Don't take it seriously. When her family just lived here the year before, I took sugar to the girl. Who knew that as soon as she put sugar in her hand, she threw sugar, and then rushed to me like crazy. Scratching and biting, she was not as fierce as she died. I know, Grandpa. It's so good that she is not deaf nor blind. Well, eat a good meal, Grandpa will give you fast. Li Zhanyuan ate the meal first and put down the chopsticks. Li Sanjiang also ended drinking and took the rice bowl to pick up the rice. Behind the toilet, Li Zhanyuan walked out of the dam to bypass it, just to see that the little girl stood up by an old grandma and walked to the dining table inside. She should be Aunt Liu's mother-in-law. On the old grandma, Li Zhanyuan seemed to see the shadow of his grandma, all of which had a grace and elegance. The little girl was sitting at the dining table without picking up chopsticks, and her grandmother kept silently persuaded. When Li chased the toilet back after the toilet, she saw the little girl began to eat. She only ate in her bowl. The old grandmother took a small dish to put her vegetables. He could notice that the old grandmother's eyes swept over on herself, but she did not say hello to herself. Back in the room, Li Sanjiang had already dinner, and Aunt Lu was packing. Xiao Yuan, the place where the bath is in the innermost part of the upstairs, the aunt has poured you hot water, it may be a bit hot, you add cold water yourself. Thank you, auntie. When I came to the second floor, Li Sanjiang, who had been full, was lying on the vine chair that I didn't know where to move out. She held the cigarette with my left hand holding her toothpick and right, humming Xiao Ke while holding wine. Li Zhanyuan stayed on a vine chair. Ha, Ming'er asked Lihao to go to the collection and buy you one. Lihao should refer to Uncle Qin. Okay. Li Zhanyuan laughed, and he really wanted. The bath is there. Li Sanjiang pointed out, you wash me first before washing. No. The bathroom is very narrow. It should be temporarily stamped in the later stage. There is a rubber pipe with a water tank on it. Li Zhanyuan tried to drop the water temperature, a bit hot, but without adding cold water. When he took a shower quickly, Li Sanjiang also stood up, go to my room and wait for me. Okay. At this moment, the outside is completely dark, and the moon is hung in the air. Li Zhanyuan glanced at the east house again. The door of the bungalow was closed, and the lamp was on inside the house. Opening Li Sanjiang's door and walking in, Li Zhanyuan reached out and found the rope on the wall of the door, pulled down. Tick. The lights are on. The furnishings in the bedroom of the grandfather are the replica of his bedroom, an old bed, a wardrobe. However, in the empty area in the middle, there is a circle of dense lines and a row of small candles, and an old book spread out on the ground next to it. Li Zhanyuan picked up the book and found that the book was not printed but handwritten. The cover is written on the Golden Sutra. When I opened the contents, I found that basically the pattern and some annotations were found. The drawing was scribbled, and the annotation was also written very casually. The most important thing was that the word was really ugly. The words written by Grandpa Su, who are good at doing dongpo meat in the family, are far away. Soon, Li Zhanyuan found exactly the same array drawing in the book and the ground, which reads transfer. The effect is that the evil spirit on one person is transferred to another person, and it is also marked, there are injuries and people. Li Zhanyuan read the picture in the book, and then looked at the grandfather on the ground. How do you feel? How many places can you draw? However, the picture in the book is also drawn by hand, and it has its own crooked, so it is not easy to compare. It is also possible that master is not wrong, it is not standard for the picture in the book. The two freehand pieces, even if they are drawn the same thing, are really difficult in contrast. At this time, Li Sanjiang came in after taking a shower. He was shirtless and wore a big blue pants. Seeing that Li Zhanyuan was holding the book and reading, Li Sanjiang couldn't help laughing. Ha, you can understand, Xiao Yuanho. Li Zhanyuan nodded, I can understand. Good, good, you can understand, our family is the smartest. Li Sanjiang touched Li Zhanyuan's head, took the book in his hand, and threw it aside. This book is all scribbled brushes, and he also brings a pen. In order to understand it, he had to ask the retired village teacher in the village next door several times. The person liked calligraphy. Later, Li Sanjiang would not go, because when he went to his house for the last time he met him, Li Sanjiang also brought his own paperman. Bet it, confiscated money, and the children thanked themselves again and again. Therefore, how could he believe that Li Zhanyuan, a 10-year-old child, can understand these? Okay, Xiao Yuanho, you sit there, sit and don't move. Li Zhanyuan sat obediently to the designated location, while Li Sanjiang bent over to ignite all the candles on the ground, and then took out 3 black ropes, tied to Li Zhanyuan's wrist, ankle and neck position, and when he sat down, he also sat down. Later, the other end of the 3 black ropes tied to his own position. The candle light swayed, and Li Sanjiang began to read his words. He read it quickly, and he still used the south call. But I felt that the tone was very similar to the little song humming on the lying vine chair before. After reading it for a while, Li Sanjiang finally stopped. He smashed his mouth. It should be some dry mouth, but at this time it was not suitable for drinking water. When they retracted, there was an additional symbol in my hand. Li Zhanyuan was a little curious. Tai Ye wore a pair of pants all over his body. Where did this rune previously put it? After sending the rune to the candle, Li Sanjiang began to wield the rune paper. When it was almost burned, Li Sanjiang patted the rune paper in the middle of himself and Li Chaoyuan. Pap! Suddenly, all the candles were extinguished, and the incandescent bulbs in the house flashed a few times before returning to normal. Li Zhanyuan looked left and looked at the right, then lowered his head and looked at the black rope tied to his body. Is this over? It seems that there is nothing. All right. Li Sanjiang stood up, walked in front of Li Zhanyuan, lowered his head, dragged his teeth with his teeth, and cut off the excess of the 3 ropes. Xiao Yuanho, don't solve these 3 ropes tonight, just go to bed like this, I will cut you again when I have breakfast tomorrow. Okay, Grandpa. Well, go back to sleep. Good night. Good night, good night. Li Zhanyuan stood up, and as soon as he walked to the door of the room, he heard a puppet behind him and looked back and found that Li Sanjiang was falling to the ground holding his feet. He had previously helped himself to bite the rope, and it should be when he wanted to bite the rope on the ankle, and he accidentally fell. Li Sanjiang's legs were raised and overlapped, one hand pillowed in the back of the back, and the other hand facing Li Zhanyuan. Go to bed yet? Oh! Li Zhanyuan returned to his bedroom and lay on bed. He hadn't felt too trapped before. When he stained the bed, he immediately felt sleepy. He covered Bo to his belly and fell asleep. Next door. Should it be done? Li Sanjiang said to himself, it must be done, the light bulbs have flashed, and it is not possible to be in poor circuit contact. Immediately, Li Sanjiang glanced at the book that was thrown on the ground again, and doubted himself, no, the person who wrote this book should have never seen a light bulb at that time. But soon, Li Sanjiang found a new evidence. What am I thinking about? The candles are destroyed, and it must be done. After speaking, Li Sanjiang stretched his waist and walked to the bed and lay down. Oh, it's really tired today, sleep, sleep. There are too many things he do today, and the corpse are then painted. They are old and can't stand. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he snoring directly. But asleep and fell asleep, Li Sanjiang turned over, and after a few times in his mouth, his brows gradually frowned. He dreamed. Dream. He found himself sitting on a white jade stone step, surrounded by towering palace walls and magnificent temples. On the right side of the front is the door hole, and the left side is a large open area, extending to the pool and Longqiao. Grandmas, this is the Forbidden City. Li Sanjiang has never been to the capital and naturally has never been to the Forbidden City, but he has seen on the calendar and open-air movies. Isn't it the place where the emperor lives? Hey, I actually have this dream, which is interesting. Li Sanjiang subconsciously wants to touch the smoke in his pocket. But stretched out his hands, but caught the furry things, looked down, and he was lying on his legs lying on an orange cat. The orange cat seemed to have just been sleeping, awakened, and turned over with dissatisfaction. Go and go. Li Sanjiang opened the orange cat. After the orange cat landed, he rolled up and stood up, and shouted at him dissatisfied. Meow. Li Sanjiang didn't care about it. He reached out and patted the cat hair left on his leg, then took out the cigarette case again, pulled out a bite, and then took out the matches to order himself. At this time, the dull friction sound came from the inclined front, and the dull friction should be opened. Li Sanjiang took a sip of cigarettes. I remember listening to someone to buy tickets to go to the Forbidden City. Immediately, Li Sanjiang patted his back of his head. My mother is in my dream. Buy a fart ticket. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Mimi vomited a cigarette ring. Li Sanjiang smiled proudly. This is really cost-effective. When people go to a forbidden city, they have to take a long-distance train to Beijing. I have to buy tickets to enter. I will visit when I dream. The friction sound of the palace door finally stopped. In front of the 3 door holes, footsteps came from. Bang! 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 Dull and neat. Li Sanjiang leaned forward slightly, and Anahan, do you have to line up in the Forbidden City to visit? But soon. Li Sanjiang was stunned, because in the 3 door caves, not tourists came out, but the 3 columns wearing the official uniform of the Qing dynasty wearing a flower and wearing a flower-looking face, they jumped out of the same rhythm. Bang! 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 The smoke in Li Sanjiang's hand did not know when it had slipped. Suddenly, they all stopped beating, caught static and dead silence. Next moment, they turned to the left, facing Li Sanjiang. Chapter 7. 1 wall, 2 beds. On the west bed, Li Sanjiang frowned, and from time to time, he split his hands and feet irregularly. However, despite such a big response, he still couldn't wake up from the nightmare. In the underworld, as if there was an invisible person, he was pressed on himself. The other party was very deep, pressed his chest tightness, and couldn't breathe almost. But he can't push it away by how to work hard. Li Sanjiang himself did not expect himself. He who had carried his body for a lifetime would be pressed by ghosts one day. However, under such a rotten and panic, he can still find a comfort for himself. In this way, Xiao Yuanho's evil is given to me, the formation has become. At this time, on the east bed, Li Zhanyuan lay quietly. There was no pain on his face, and his breathing was smooth, as if he still slept very fragrant. However, Li Zhanyuan opened his eyes in his dream. He sat up from the bed and thought he was awake at first, but he glanced outside, dark. He understood that he was still in his dreams, because the screens in the bedroom were also clear, and it was impossible to be so dark. Looking around, Li Zhanyuan found the scope he could see, which was the bed under himself. This is an old wooden bed. Many details have been grinned by years, but if you look closely, you can still find exquisite carved design. Li Zhanyuan took the quilt on his body, kneeling to the bed, trying to reach out, trying to touch the outside. This is a dream anyway. During the day, Lu Manting asked him, was boring in the countryside? He answered a lot of fun things here. Yeah, there are indeed a lot. A few years ago, he has never understood why the word learning is often added with hard work. Learning, don't you just look at the concepts, theories, and formulas, and then make those simple topics? Later, he realized that some people could really feel pain in the process of learning. He is envious. He is still young, and there is no excessive life and social experience. The oldest place is the classroom, as a student. You can't feel frustrated and torture from the problem, you can't feel joy and excitement after solving the problem, without a sense of depression, without sense, naturally there is no sense of gain. The title of the title is in front of you, as if there is an extremely boring square grid graffiti. In particular, when he learned other classmates and reported his grades to his parents to get a view to praise, his mother always looked at himself with his colder eyes. As if I had done something wrong, and it was getting farther and farther. Therefore, he couldn't get any emotions from learning, only, numb. Change. From the moment when I fell into the water, I saw the little yellow warbler. He felt depressed and painful, and when he saw that the bearded father and son did not enter the fish pond and the little yellow warbler last dance on the water, he experienced the sense of gain. At that time, the grandfather saw that he was stunned there and persuaded himself to think about something happy, such as eating a seat. He didn't tell the grandfather. I was in my heart. I was excited. A brand new door opened the gap in front of him. He likes this unknown and weird. He finally realized the ignorance and embarrassment, the sense of weakness and uncontrollable sense, which made him feel a little pleasant. He felt that his grandmother called himself to call the soul and then put the behavior in the bowl. He looked at Lu Jingxia, looked at Li Sanjiang, and found them even more powerful. They know a lot of concepts, they remember a lot of formulas, they can solve problems. And yourself? It's just a bad student. Li Zhanyuan's hand revealed the edge of the bed. He seemed to feel the wind, very slight and slightly, and even suspected whether he was his own psychological effect. Moreover, he couldn't see his hand that leaned out the edge of the bed. Hold the handle back and put it in front of yourself. My hand is still there. Immediately, he revealed his hand again, this time, it was down. It seems that I feel a little cool, still very mild, but at least it can be determined, and there is a difference in touch. There are two different scents of medium with the height of the flat height of the bed. Li Zhanyuan closed his eyes. He began to focus on his attention, perceive as much as possible, and his hands were leaning down, and he began to shake slowly back and forth, and his fingers were swinging irregularly. More realistic, more delicate, continue. The first two dreams were the first time I dreamed of the little yellow warbler to the house, and the second time I dreamed that Grandpa Humpback was carrying an old lady. Then this time, it should not be simply black. Finally, he felt that there seemed to be something slender to pass by his fingertips. He immediately lay on the bed, so that his arms could stretch as much as possible. After a while, the feeling appeared again before, and the frequency began to accelerate. Seems, water plants? Li Zhanyuan immediately thought of the black water grass he had seen last time. Is it hair? Keep shutting through, stroke your fingertips and small arms, pinch your fingers, and you can pinch the fine scents. It seems that it is really hair. Pap. Li Zhanyuan's eyes lit away. Just like something, he patted his palm gently, not his hair was soft, but another thing. Waiting. Pap. The second came. What does it look like? Li Zhuiyuan began to think, and compared the images of similar texture collision in his memory as much as possible. Pa. This time, the force was greater, but still not enough. Li Zhuiyuan began to increase the amplitude of his arm swing, shaking. Finally. Pa. With a clear sense of vibration, he seemed to hear a crisp sound in his ears. It's like you are standing in place with your arms raised, and someone just came over and clapped your hands. As Li Zhuiyuan continued to discover, the thick black outside the bed gradually faded silently. At the same time, the perception from below began to become clearer. Li Zhuiyuan could even take the initiative to reach out to wrap those hairs, and he could also complete the next high five while swinging. He realized that those high fives did not seem to be intentional by the other party, but his hand happened to meet the other party's palm, because he also felt that he clapped the back of his hand, and the sound was not so crisp. Suddenly, Li Zhuiyuan felt that his arm was hit by something. He felt a pain and subconsciously pulled his arm upward. This retraction was like something that was originally blocked and resumed its movement. And Li Zhuiyuan's fingertips touched a hard arc, followed by a smooth concave, followed by a clear upward movement of the joints, and then continued to bump along the bones one by one, and then touched the round and tall elasticity. Then, his fingers broke away from the contact, and he immediately stretched his arm all the way down. In the end, he grabbed 5 short joints that were put together. Hey! Li Zhuiyuan immediately withdrew his hand, with a look of shock on his face. It was a complete person, and he just touched her toes from the back of her head. There are people under the bed. And not just one or a few, but many, a group of people. At this time, Li Zhuiyuan found that the thin blanket that was originally beside him was gone. He looked up at the corner of the bed, where a child was wrapped tightly in a blanket, curled up there, shivering, with fear in his eyes. This child looked exactly like him. I'm so scared, I'm really scared. Woohoo! Mom, come and pick me up. Li Zhuiyuan looked at the self who was trembling with fear and asked. Why are you still here? Comrade, we have tested your son. He has no psychological problems. He is very healthy, sunny, and cheerful. The female doctor in a white coat made a statement with a smile on her face. At the same time, she couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the face of the little boy in front of her. The little boy also smiled. Well, what a lovely child! The female doctor raised her head again and looked at the mother standing next to the boy. She was a little confused. Why did the mother's face not show any joy but indifference when she made a healthy diagnosis? Nowadays, psychology and psychological treatment are not popular in China, and the public does not have a deep understanding of this aspect. However, you can still find psychological clinics in Beijing. Mom, I'm not sick. Li Zhuiyuan, who was only 8 years old, took his mother's hand and looked up at her. Mom, the doctor said I'm healthy. Li Lan looked down at her son, then looked at the doctor and said. You were deceived by him. The female doctor spread her hands, tried her best to control her emotions, and explained. Comrade, since you brought your son here, I think you should have a certain understanding of psychology, so you should believe in our diagnosis and our expertise. Li Lan, I overestimated your expertise. As a mother, How could you do this? The female doctor couldn't help it anymore. This is the first time I've seen a mother who was still dissatisfied when she learned that her son was healthy. I really can't understand what you think in your heart. Li Lan, you just said you are professional. Female doctor. Li Lan took Li Zuiyuan's hand and turned to leave the clinic. Li Zuiyuan followed his mother's pace and lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. They didn't go home, but came to a psychological clinic affiliated with another foreign-related hospital. Li Zuiyuan was taken in by the new doctor for examination. 40 minutes later, the door opened and Li Zuiyuan was taken out. The doctor said seriously, "Madam, we now initially suspect that your son has more serious signs of schizophrenia and autism. During our consultation, this should be related to his family emotional life. He longs for the care and companionship from his mother. So, I hope that in the next treatment, as the child's mother, you will cooperate with us as much as possible, so that your son can return to health." After listening to the doctor's words, Li Lan lowered her head, looked at Li Zuiyuan standing in front of her, and asked, "Is it fun?" "Mom, I..." The doctor couldn't bear it anymore. He stretched out his hand to block Li Lan. "Madam, you shouldn't be so harsh on your son. His problem is already very serious now. You must pay enough attention, otherwise in the future." Li Lan didn't continue to listen, turned around and left. "Madam, madam!" No matter how the doctor shouted, she didn't look back. Li Zuiyuan trotted after him. Li Lan stopped in front of the bathroom, and Li Zuiyuan also stopped. There happened to be a large mirror here, reflecting the mother and son. Li Zuiyuan saw his mother in the mirror. She was staring at herself in the mirror, with a hint of disgust in her eyes. When she lowered her gaze and fell on Li Zuiyuan in the mirror, the disgust in her eyes still did not disappear. "Mom!" Li Zuiyuan carefully pulled Li Lan's sleeves. He wanted to ask his mother what he should do to make her like him as before, instead of becoming more and more indifferent in recent years. He believed that as long as he knew, he could correct it quickly because he learned things quickly. "Alan, Alan, Alan!" Outside, he heard his father's call. He ran over with sweat all over his head, not taking a breath, and asked nervously, "Alan, how is Xiao Yuan? Is there any problem?" "Dad!" "Hey, son!" Li Zuiyuan was embraced by his father. Li Lan looked at the father and son who were hugging each other. She seemed to be trying to restrain herself, but the muscles at the corners of her mouth were still slightly raised, revealing a mocking smile. The man raised his head and saw it. At this moment, all kinds of emotions that had been accumulated in his heart in the past could no longer be suppressed. He almost roared with a trembling voice. "Alan, what do you want? How can you be satisfied? Do you have to torture us in this way?" After roaring, he sat on the ground and cried. "Dad, don't cry!" Li Zuiyuan stepped forward and wanted to wipe his father's tears. But he happened to meet his mother's eyes, and he stopped all his movements immediately. Li Lan closed her eyes, and after a while, she opened them again, and then she turned and walked out, leaving the father and son in place. Li Zuiyuan looked ahead, and on the shiny tiles, the reflection of his mother's back gradually receding. "Why are you still there?" On the bed, facing himself who was shivering in the quilt, Li Zuiyuan asked for the second time. But the other party still didn't give an answer. Li Zuiyuan shook his head. "Thank you for helping me deceive the doctor in that examination, but you don't exist. I don't have schizophrenia." As soon as the voice fell, the thin blanket fell on the bed. The self who was shivering and calling for his mother wrapped in it before disappeared. "Hwala la! Hwala la! Hwala la!" Suddenly, a clear sound of water flow came from all around. The dense darkness finally faded and turned into a grey splashed with light ink. But at least, visibility has improved. Li Zuiyuan slowly stood up and looked around again. He was standing on the bed, but it seemed like he was standing on a boat. Because all around, there were dark and rolling waves, and in the river, there were floating corpses, and the corpses were densely packed, like rice fields with no end in sight. Grandpa said that I can return to normal after fasting. But why? I still had a dream. And it was still such a dream. At this time, it seemed that the wind was blowing on the river. The wind passed through the corpses, bringing with it the unique stench of the dead. It was much stronger than the fragrance of rice. Li Zuiyuan stood and watched for a long time. He even walked to the head of the bed and supported himself with his hands on the bed rails. He didn't know how long this dream would last, and he didn't seem to have a way to wake up on his own initiative. But Li Zuiyuan sat down on the bed, tidied up the messy thin quilt, folded it neatly, lay down, and covered his stomach with the quilt. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. Well. He was ready to sleep. Well. Li Zuiyuan opened his eyes, and it was already dawn outside. He knew that he was really awake. This sleep was very comfortable, and the whole person was refreshed and energetic. Li Zuiyuan couldn't help wondering, is sleeping in a dream a real deep sleep? If that was the case, then he would not mind the dream like last night, but would rather miss it. After all, no matter how horrible the nightmare is, he will get used to it after experiencing it many times. He looked down and found that the black coils on his neck, wrists, and ankles had broken by themselves. Grandpa said that they can be cut off in the morning, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? After getting out of bed, walking to the door, and pushing it open, Li Zuiyuan closed his eyes and began to take deep breaths. This is a habit he learned from his mother. After getting up, his mother would stand in front of the bathroom mirror and take deep breaths very hard. Although even now, Li Zuiyuan is not clear about the meaning of doing this. However, after pushing open the door and the warm sunshine covering himself, Li Zuiyuan smiled, as if all the haze of last night had disappeared at this moment. Li Zuiyuan picked up the wash basin and toothbrush cup, went to the terrace to get water, and began to wash. Xiao Yuan, come down to have breakfast after washing up. Aunt Lu called him on the dam. Okay, Aunt Lu. Li Zuiyuan went downstairs, and the small wooden stool was not placed in the house this time, but on the dam. On the wooden bench, there was a bowl of porridge, a salted duck egg, a plate of sour eggplant and a plate of pickled ginger. There's still porridge in the pot. How about I get you another duck egg? That's enough, Aunt Lu. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Thank you, Aunt Lu. This is Aunt Liu's job. Li Zuiyuan was a little curious about how much the grandfather had to pay Aunt Lu. However, the money to come to Tei is enough. Although he is luxurious, he also has more input. The most important thing is that he has no children and does not save money. Aunt Lu, am I going out? No, it's estimated yet. Oh. Li Zhanyuan began to eat breakfast. He knocked the duck egg short head at the wooden bench, then peeled off a mouth along the crack, then took it in his hand, and picked it out with the tip of the chopsticks. When I was about to eat, I saw a small wooden bench at the east end of the dam at the Dazizi, which also placed white porridge and pickles on it. The little girl she saw yesterday was held out by her grandma and sat down. She was wearing a purple cheongsam today, which is much more conservative than the little yellow warbler, and the embroidery pattern on her cheongsam is more fine and rich. In addition, she changed a hairstyle today, with a wooden pupa on it. This kind of dress is very particular, and it is rare in rural areas, especially in the summer. You know, most boys run in a pair of triangle. Aunt Lu moved a set of wooden stools. This time, there was a set of tea sets on the wooden bench. She bowed her head to say something to the old grandma. The old grandma waved her hand and Aunt Lu left. The old grandmother squatted in front of the girl, whispered to her. The girl sat there and looked at her eyes. As yesterday, she seemed to have no one else in her eyes. But the grandmother's persuasion still played a role. The girl lowered her head silently, picked up chopsticks, and started eating. Li Zhanyuan noticed that she was a bit of chopsticks and pickled two porridge, and then clamped a chopsticks and pickles. The frequency never changed. The old grandmother peeled her salted duck egg, and when she wanted to hand it to her, she stopped, and her body seemed to start to tremble slightly. The old grandmother immediately apologized and took the salted duck egg away. The girl continued to dine, or one porridge of one chopsticks and pickles. Li Zhanyuan, who witnessed this scene, appeared in his mind, which was the same table in the juvenile class. The same is true for him to eat. He will plan the dishes and rice in the plate in advance. At the end of the eat, it must be all the entrance to the rice. Not only that, he must step on the brick grid angle when he walks out of the classroom. If one day he stepped on the wrong one, he will rerun back to the classroom and go out again. Even if he goes to the toilet before, he will hold it hard. The girl ate quickly. After eating, she put down the chopsticks. Grandma took out the paisy and helped her wipe the corners and fingers carefully. Then she stood up, lifted the bench, and walked back to the east house. Still that position, she put down the bench, sat down, stepped on the threshold, and looked ahead. The grandmother glanced helplessly, then stood up and sat on the chair. Li Zhanyuan noticed that the other party's gaze fell on herself again, but unlike yesterday, this time she took the initiative to wave and shouted herself. Come over, let me see. Li Zhanyuan walked over. After approaching, he seemed to be able to smell the fragrance of the other person. Grandma is good. Call Xiao Yuan, right? Well, Li Zhanyuan. Grandma, my surname is Lu. Grandma Lu. Good. After living here, I still saw other children for the first time, haha. Lu Yumei raised his wrist, glanced at the pair of bracelets, hesitated, and seemed to feel that this was not appropriate. In the end Mei Yu picked it down and handed it to Li Zhanyuan. Come, Grandma gives you a ceremony. Li Zhanyuan waved his hand, can't ask, Grandma Lu, it's too expensive. Fake, glass, just play with a toy. No, I can't. Lu Yumei handed it forward again, urging, the elders are unable to resign, cynical. After half a step back, Li Zhanyuan did not reach out, but replied, I have to ask me, my grandfather. Lu Yumei nodded, put the jade finger back into his pocket, and didn't wear his fingers again. Xiao Yuan, how many grades do you read? 3rd grade. How is the result? Fine. How old are you this year? 10 years old. How many months? August. That's 1 month older than our family. Said, Lu Yumei looked at the girl sitting behind the threshold. Originally, our family should also be in the 3rd grade. Immediately, Lu Yumei's expression was a little bit sad. Oh, by the way, Xiao Yuan, when you live here, you can go elsewhere. Don't go to the east house. Well, don't approach A Li, our family A Li, don't like outsiders approaching, shy, recognize. Grandma Lu said the warning of the same master last night. Li Zhanyuan asked, Grandma, is Ali autism? Lu Yumei looked at the little boy in front of him unexpectedly, do you know this? These years, most people have not even heard of this word. Lu Yumei blinked, reached out and held Li Zhanyuan's hand. Asked. Why, there are adults in your family who studied this. Well, they studied me. I have seen it in the newspaper. Oh. Lu Yumei sighed a little disappointed. Grandma Lu, there are those who can see this disease in big cities. Li Zhanyuan is curious. They do not seem to be short of money. Why not take Qin Li to see a doctor in a big city, but live here? Our family is not ordinary autism. It is useless to go to the hospital to see a doctor. Li Zhanyuan didn't understand it. It is useless to go to the hospital. Is it useful to live in Tai yet? Lu Yumei looked sideways, looked at the tea set on the wooden bench, and asked, Did you drink tea? Thank you, Grandma. Seeing Lu Yumei preparing to bend over to get the hot water bottle, Li Zhanyuan mentioned it first, I'll come. Hey? Okay, come on. Li Zhanyuan opened the tea cake, voted for tea, waiting for soup, rushing tea, leaching pots, hot cups, soup. When the elderly in the family members opened a tea party, he would call him to be responsible for making tea, and he had to go because he had to eat in their house. Lu Yumei kept watching Li Zhanyuan's movement, and she suddenly felt that the child was very interesting. Grandma, drink tea. After taking a sip of tea, Lu Yumei said, the job of making tea in the future will be given to you, Grandma here, but there are a lot of snacks. Okay. At this time, movement came on the terrace on the second floor. Soon, Li Sanjiang walked downstairs. He looked tired and his spirit was sluggish. Lu Yumei turned his head slightly and laughed, How, did you run to be a thief last night? Li Sanjiang sighed, more uncomfortable than being a thief. He was chased by a group of Manchu zombies in his dream yesterday. Xiao Yuanho, do you sleep like last night? Master, I slept well. That's good, that's good. Li Sanjiang had a sigh of relief. It seems that the formation method is indeed successful, and he is also worthwhile. Aunt Lu brought breakfast to Li Sanjiang. When Li Sanjiang was eating, Li Vihan and Kui Guiying appeared in the distance. They were holding Li Zhanyuan's clothes and snacks. When the children were settled before, the children were there. These foods could only be divided together each time. Now Li Zhanyuan lives outside, and the rest is coming. Xiao Yuanho, if you want to listen to your grandfather here, don't bother the grandfather, do you understand? Grandma will come to see you, obediently, if you want to come back, just go home and see, do you know? Papa. Li Sanjiang knocked on the wooden bench angrily with chopsticks and cursed. Hanho, your boy comes to send things in the morning, isn't it afraid that you will come over and stay you for dinner? Oh, now you are terrible. Even with your uncle sit down and drink a glass of wine, you are unwilling. See you outside, you are born, do you take your uncle as a family, right? Seeing this, Li Vihan and Kui Guiying immediately stepped forward to appease the compensation. They left Li Sanjiang before they left. Li Sanjiang scraped the last porridge in the bowl into his mouth, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and said to Li Zhanyuan, who was standing beside him, Your grandpa is sour. I feel the death, I am the most angry with him. His field was originally planted for Li Vihan. Who knew that the old boy later refunded? So Tei, you are willing to let grandpa give you the elderly? Li Sanjiang smashed it a few times, and it really said that he had gone. He knew that when he was really crooked and he couldn't take care of himself, Li Vihan would not only take care of himself, the most important thing is, he would not shake his face for himself. He Li Sanjiang was chic for a lifetime, even if he was the last journey in his later years, he didn't want to be aggrieved. But in front of the child, Li Sanjiang still had to set up a shelf. Oh, I lost him for the elderly, the land is collectively from the village, but my house, the buying and selling things, the things I save give him? Immediately afterwards, Li Sanjiang touched Li Cheiyuan's chin again, and continued, But I don't want my things to finally give you a group of white-eyed wolf uncle, Xiao Yuanho, you are well behaved, please discuss more. You are happy, I am happy, Grandpa stands a word, will these homes give you directly? Okay, wait for me to grow up, give me the elderly. Ha 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 ha, when you grow up, I guess it is gone. But this is really happy, with a good luck. Li Zhanyuan remembered the basement that Aunt Lu said yesterday, and remembered the Golden Sutra book that I saw on Li Sanjiang's room last night. Lao, what are you in your basement? It is valuable on the first floor. The things in the basement are worthless. It is some tattered children I picked up before, and there are more than a dozen boxes of discard books in your grandfather here. Can't read. Book? Li Zonyuan's eyes lit up. Where is the scrapbook? That is his own tutoring information. He eager to improve his academic performance. Master, can I go inside and see? What? Li Sanjiang was surprised. What are the good things in those things? You say that you have to leave it to me in the future. You are not talking. Wing, just go through, the key is in the cloth shoes next to the door, be careful, dirty inside, I haven't entered for several years. Thank you, Grandpa. Just as Li Zhonyuan was about to go to the basement to find out, a humpback figure was out of the small road outside, and it was Niu Fu. Uncle Sanjiang, I'm here to ask you. Almost subconsciously, Li Zuyuan's eyes immediately fell on Niu Fu's hunchback, and then he immediately remembered Lu Jingxia's warning and turned his head away from him. But because of this, Li Zuyuan saw Qin Li, who was sitting in the east room like a sculpture, actually moved her neck and looked at Niu Fu's back. She can see it. Chapter 8. Grandma Lu said that her granddaughter was not an ordinary autism. Now, Li Zhonyuan believes. Uncle Sanjiang. Behind him, Niu Fu's voice and footsteps are getting closer and closer, and the girl's eyes are still staring at him. Can't keep staring all the time. Li Zhonyuan walked towards the girl, stopped 4 meters before the threshold, and then moved 2 steps horizontally. With her body, she blocked the girl's attention to Niu Fu. In fact, it is easier to cover her eyes with both hands in front of the girl, but he dare not. Grandma Liu's previous warning was by no means groundless, not to mention the lesson of Li Sanjiang's blood. Li Zhonyuan noticed that the girl's eyelashes trembled slightly. I just don't know if it is because of the closer of my stranger, or because of what she see. However, the girl did not try to bypass her obstacle sideways to continue looking at it, but returned her neck to the previous position and looked at her eyes. She reset again. Li Zhonyuan was relieved, and he was really afraid that the other party would suddenly rush up and bite himself. However, it was the first time she was so close to her. The retro dress on her body is really good to match her, which can be said to complement each other. She sat there as if she was the foreigner, and broke into her era, her other garden. Lu Yumei came over at this time, put her hand on Li Zhonyuan's shoulder, and whispered, Xiao Yuan, Grandma reminded you, don't be too close to Ali. I remember, Grandma. Li Zhonyuan pointed to the threshold in front, I won't go forward anymore. Su Yi's previous contact made Lu Yumei impress the boy very well, and she couldn't help laughing. How, my family is good looking. Well, look good, follow you. He. Lu Yumei was laughed at. She walked into the house and glanced at the 6-story wooden frame on the house shelf. She was filled with tablets on the left. She lifted a small empty disc, chose a few pieces of pastry in the tribute plate below, turned around and handed the small disc to Li Zhonyuan. Come, Grandma invite you to eat snacks. Thank you, Grandma. Li Zhonyuan reached out and picked it over. The tribute is taken down on the plate, it is clean. Li Zhonyuan didn't dislike it. He picked up a piece of crispy cake and took a bite. The entrance was soft and delicate. Lu Yumei asked, sweet and sweet. Li Zhonyuan shook his head, it's delicious, not sweet. Lu Yumei sat down on the threshold and watched Li Zhonyuan, when will your mother come to pick you up back to Beijing? See when my mother has time. Do you miss Mom? Think. Why didn't you hear it? Think in your heart. It's a calm person who has a stable personality. Is there a brother and sister? My parents are me alone. Our family is also one. Lu Yumei said, looking at the girl, her eyes were full of love. She had a movement of raising her hand, as if she wanted to touch her granddaughter's head, but she took it back. Grandma Lu, where are you from? Grandma's ancestor was on the river, and there was no ancestral home. But if it is true, this Yangtze River is the ancestor of Grandma and her grandfather. Speaking of Qin Li's grandfather, Lu Yumei appeared on his face. Immediately, she looked at Li Zhanyuan with such an expression. Li Zhanyuan understood, and asked. Grandma and Grandpa's feelings, is it good? It was not good at first, and the two of us were a hatred. Later, his shameless thing looked at me. He had to marry me and murdered my father and my brothers. The two almost fought again. Seeing Lu Yumei still endlessly, Li Zhanyuan continued to ask, what about then? Later, didn't he just let him cheat? He became a relative and gave him a child. Are your family accepting Grandpa? Well, accept it, it's still Shenzhong together. Speaking of which, Lu Yumei suddenly came back. How did he say here? By the way, Xiao Yuan, why do your parents divorce? After asking, Lu Yumei regretted it. How could he ask the child? Because I can't live together. Your dad's question. Dad loves mom very much. At this time, Niu Fu's voice came from the distance. Okay, Uncle Sanjiang, just said it, I am gone, waiting for you at home. Li Zhanyuan was a little surprised. Is it so fast? I looked back secretly and found that Niu Fu, who was walking to the Badzi, was still serious. Li Zhanyuan was relieved, but he still went to Li Sanjiang immediately. Master, Grandpa. Well. Li Sanjiang didn't stop when he heard the call, but walked straight to the toilet, unbuttoned his pants pocket, and sat on the dragon chair. The short Li Zhanyuan stood below and lacked a dust. In fact, the toilet of Li Sanjiang's family is still exquisite, built on the back of the new house to avoid people. Many of the other toilets in the village are all the main houses, facing the village road, sitting on it, and people come and go during the day, as if they are receiving 100 officials. When you encounter familiar one, you will also say hello and stop and talk about it. Master, have you promised him? Yeah, what's wrong? He doesn't have it on his back, there is one. Grandpa knows, he didn't plan to go, but he doubled the money, and it was the brothers and sisters to add together. But danger. Xiao Yuanho, money can make ghosts grind, the danger is not enough to have enough money. If you look at it, Lu Blind will definitely go. Lord. Xiao Yuanho, you're a grandfather, I eat this bowl of rice. Besides, it's okay, the storm I have seen by Grandpa has gone, and I haven't turned the boat yet. When to go? This depends on Lu Blin's life, but it is estimated that it is fast. You have to advance in advance. When your Grandpa Han Ho just came to send you clothes, he said that everyone would organize everyone to pick the river. Pick the river? Well, it is digging the river. 4 decades of old traditions, 10 miles and 8 townships. No, it is the strong labor of the entire Jiangsu countryside, which basically goes. So you have to rush to pick the river and do it. Nympho. You have to rush to pick the river and do it, otherwise you must be safe at home. Niu Fu walked out of the Li Sanjiang family, and stood under a tree next to Xia He. One hand supported the tree with the other hand to unravel his trouser belt and prepare to put water. When he finished putting his pants belt, he felt inexplicably that he seemed to be straight, and even restored him. Looking back at Li Sanjiang's house, Niu Fu couldn't help feeling Niu Fu's heart. It seems that the uncle of the 3 Zhang, like Lu Yat, is also spiritual. Nympho. Li Zhanyuan walked into the house and saw that Aunt Lu was coloring for the paper people. Xiao Yuan, are you going to play? No, Aunt Lu, I have something to do now. Okay, you are busy with the business first. Aunt Lu laughed. She felt that the child looked serious and really cute. Li Zhanyuan carefully moved away a paper house blocked at the entrance of the stairs, walked down, and saw a rusty iron door. There was a pair of cloth shoes on the ground in front of the door. Li Zhanyuan bent down and found a key in it. The key stunned in, opened the door lock, pushed it inside, and a dusty mildew immediately came out. Inside, Li Zhanyuan reached out and groped on the wall of the door, and finally touched a rope and pulled down. Tick. No response. I pulled it twice. Pap. The lights were not on, and the rope was broken. There was no way, Li Zhanyuan could only run back, and found a flashlight in the drawer of the door. The back cover was turned, and the inside was empty. Fortunately, the battery was also in the drawer. The two big butt batteries shot in it, the lid turned back, tried it, and it was on. Return to the basement and visit the photo inside. The space inside is not large. It is not the original area of the first floor, but there are many things, and the score door is different and the well is orderly. It seems that the grandfather did have been carefully and regulated at first, but it did not come down for a few years, and the ash accumulated on the east to west was already a thick layer. Li Zhanyuan walked in front of a shelf, and his eyes were first attracted by a peach and wooden sword. He picked it up and blown it up. Cough, cough. After the cough was over, Li Zhanyuan looked at the sword with a flashlight. There are all kinds of unspeakable patterns on it, and some reflective metal pieces are affixed. In addition, there are some characters. In short, the shape is simple and rich in content. Li Zhanyuan appreciated it very carefully and invested, until he shot the flashlight at the lower end of the psor handles of the peach sword, and read the word above. Shandong Linyi Furniture Factory. Li Zhanyuan. Putting down the peach sword, Li Zhanyuan picked up a copper coin sword next to him. This time, he learned the lesson, first looked at the horn handle, and looked at the sword side. After confirming that there was no factory statement, he carefully observed the sword body. Kangzi Tong Bao, Qianlong Tong Bao, Jiaking Tong Bao. Although the copper coin years are not long, it should be true. However, when Li Zhanyuan continued to light the flashlight carefully, he suddenly found that there were things that were mixed with things, and the size was very different from the copper coins. He poured with his fingers, he couldn't pull it down, he could only continue to find it in other positions of the sword body, and soon found the same size again. This time, I saw it clearly. It is actually a lot of coins with a lot of 1 cent and 5 cents. The copper coins are used outside this sword, all inside, and even one corner cannot be found. Although the coin is also currency, it can't be considered false, but such a blend, Li Zhanyuan always feels weird. Put the copper coin sword back, and Li Zhanyuan continued to find it. He saw a big flag on both sides. No, it should be more suitable to see its long strip shape. These two sides occupy a large countertop space, one is black and the other is purple. Black this, a lot of skulls and dragons embroidered on it, it looks like evil spirits are scattered. The purple one, embroidered a lot of flowers and birds and golden dragons on it, looking righteous. Li Zhanyuan tried to take down one of them, but found that he couldn't move with one hand at all. He could only lean his body on the table. The flashlight was close and continued to turn it over. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he felt that he should be able to find it. Sure enough, on the wooden handle of black tan, Li Zhanyuan found a crooked brush word, Li Ji Bai Team. It is not even traditional characters, but simplified characters. Li Zhuiyuan recalled that when the funeral was held at the Big Beard's house, the funeral team that Xiao Huangying was in also took out a lot of ritual instruments and props. Those things were counted by bundles, and they were packed and thrown into the truck after the funeral. Soon, Li Zhuiyuan also found words on the purple banner, but this time it was traditional Chinese characters, but there was an extra sentence. Shuiji funeral team, if you take the wrong one, you will give birth to a son without buttocks. Alas! Li Zhuiyuan sighed and pulled the banner back. The expectation and excitement when he first came in have gradually faded, and now he is more peaceful in his heart. The grandfather did not lie to himself, and he really collected a bunch of rags. When I was a child, I was often taken to the workplace by my mother. At that time, the protection of cultural relics was not as strict as it is now. Many cultural relics did not even have glass covers, and they could even be touched up close. Therefore, Li Zuiyuan had observed many ritual instruments up close, the solemnity of Buddhism, the simplicity of Taoism, and the mystery of Lamaism. When I saw it before, I was even a little sick of it because of the large amount of it. But no matter what, it was not comparable to what I saw before me. At least, they were not labeled. Yes, Li Zuiyuan saw labels on the next few Taoist robes, and the sizes were marked. There was still a sticker on the back of the bright yellow Taoist robe that was not torn off, saying, "For the crew only." Li Zuiyuan also found 3 large baskets of talisman paper. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. It felt smooth to the touch. He couldn't understand the pattern, but he could see that it was written in one go and very beautifully. This made him feel interesting, and he turned over other talismans and found that there were many kinds of them. But soon, Li Zuiyuan found something wrong. When he put 2 talismans of the same type in front of him, he couldn't tell the difference. They even had the same gap at the bottom corner. So, is this printed? Li Zuiyuan rubbed his eyes, which were a little sore from seeing so many things. He even suspected that the grandfather had hoarded so many things here, and he might have originally planned to set up a funeral team. With the tables, chairs, bowls, and paper figures above, it would be just right to put together a complete funeral industry chain. No longer looking at those objects, Li Zuiyuan walked to the innermost part, where there were more than a dozen boxes placed here. I remember that the grandfather said that these were left here by others, and they were all books. Hey! Li Zuiyuan bent down and took a flashlight to look at the box carefully. The material was almost exactly the same as the one in Grandpa Joe's house, who liked to collect in the family compound. That time, Grandpa Joe was so excited that he immediately called his old friends to come over to show off because he received a box, and he was also called over to make tea. In front of him, there were 3 boxes like this. Although the materials and colors of the other boxes were different, Li Zuiyuan observed that the quality was not bad. Li Zuiyuan couldn't help but feel a little expectation in his heart. Such a valuable box should not contain books from the publishing house, right? Furthermore, in the past, state-owned publishing houses would not have published books like Jin Shaluo Wenjing, after all, feudal superstition. There were traces of seals on the box, which should have been torn off long ago. There was a lock originally, but it was also pried off. Li Zuiyuan thought that it should have been made by his great-grandfather, so was it really left here by someone else? Even if it was not locked, Li Zuiyuan had to push open the lid with great effort. After opening it and shining the flashlight inside, Li Zuiyuan immediately took a deep breath. Books, 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 all books. And they are not printed, you can tell from the cover that they are handwritten. When he was in school, the class would iterate several sets of textbooks every semester, but he only found them interesting when he read them for the first time. Now, he finally experienced a sense of happiness wrapped in books. He picked up several books in a row and looked at the cover. He found that they were all Jianghu's Higyilu, divided into many volumes. The Jianghu here is not martial arts, but real rivers and lakes. Li Zuiyuan opened the first volume with a flashlight and found that there were not only text but also illustrations. One of the illustrations was a person standing and walking in the water. There is a description of death in this book? This is not a place to read books. After closing the book, Li Zuiyuan searched in this box for a long time and finally found all the books. Jianghu's Higyilu, a total of 42 volumes. There are a lot of volumes, but it's no wonder, after all, it's handwritten with a brush and the font is relatively large. Li Zuiyuan decided to finish reading this set first. This should be similar to an encyclopedia that specifically describes the strange existence in rivers and lakes, which can be regarded as an introductory reading. Li Zuiyuan didn't open the other boxes. He wanted to keep some expectations. Next, Li Zuiyuan started to work as a book porter. It took 3 trips before he finally moved the entire set of Jianghu's Higyilu to his room on the 2nd floor. He also locked the door of the basement again, and the key was not put in his cloth shoes, but on himself. Little Marquis Yuan. Li Sanjiang's voice came from outside, "Little Marquis Yuan, come out quickly." Li Zuiyuan opened the door and walked out. "Wow, did you just roll in the mud?" "Grandpa, I'll go take a shower and change clothes now." "Don't worry, take a look at this first, hee. "Come on, Li Ho, put it here, we grandpa and grandson side by side." "Okay." Uncle Qin came up carrying a rattan chair. Li Zuiyuan felt warm in his heart. He told his grandfather yesterday that he wanted a rattan chair, and his grandfather really bought it for him today. "Grandpa, I also want a desk lamp. The light bulb in the room is not bright enough. It is okay to take pictures at night. It is difficult to read books." Li Zhanyuan saw that there was a kerosene lamp at home, but there was no need to eat hard. "Want a table lamp, read a book." Okay, Li Hao, go to the town again, buy back the lamps of the, and buy more pen and book. I think other puppets are not there any stationery box, forget it, do you think almost all of them buy it? Okay, I'll go after meals. Don't have any time to lunch, you will go now. Good. There is no mistake, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Li Sanjiang looked at Li Zhanyuan again and said seriously, "When your grandfather came first, I could order him so that he would call Ying Ho to come to tutor you in the afternoon." After speaking, Li Sanjiang's old face actually showed a joke expression. "Ha, you didn't expect it." "Ah." Li Zhanyuan's face was disappointed. He planned to concentrate on reading and didn't want to help his sister tuition. "When my sister did a summer vacation in the first summer vacation, I didn't understand too much. Now I have already previewed the second courses of high school in advance, and I don't know too much." Li Sanjiang stretched out his hand and rubbed Li Zhanyuan's head, saying he said with a long-term voice, "You child, with your mother, such a smart mind, don't you need to learn it?" "But, Grandpa." "Nothing, so, study hard, and take a good university like your mother in the future." "But Tae, I have been in college." "Hey, you dare to fool you, my grandfather, you have never seen pork running, you have never seen pork running?" "Obedience, this is just like this." "Oh, by the way, Li Hao, when you go to the town later, buy some snacks for your child, buy whatever you see, and buy a copy for your daughter." "Okay, uncle." Li Zhanyuan looked at Uncle Qin, and his finger towards the southeast corner of the terrace said, "Uncle, can you help me put the vine chair over there?" Uncle Qin, "Yes." "Why do you go there?" Li Sanjiang saw that Li Zhanyuan was unwilling to arrange side by side with his vine chair, and walked to the southeast corner curiously. "Good guy, look down, just see the little girl sitting in the threshold of the east house." "Hey, Xiao Yuanho, what are you doing here?" "Li Zhanyuan, Master, I think it's good here." "Oh." Li Sanjiang scolded with a smile, "You think I don't know your mind, you just want to see the beautiful girl. Qin Li's girl really looks good." Otherwise, Li Sanjiang would not take the initiative to hand her candy, but the girl was really murderer. Uncle Qin moved the vine chair, and then greeted Li Sanjiang. He would go to the town to buy things next. After Uncle Qin left, Li Sanjiang pulled a handful of Li Zhanyuan and pointed at him to warn. "I tell you, Xiao Yuanho, just look at this girl, don't think about playing with her close to her, otherwise she will scratch your face. Look at your face, how white and tender, how white and tender, what a pity, how can I find my wife in the future?" "Okay, Grandpa, I know. Besides, what girl likes does not work, and like a brain is wrong, even if she is beautiful, she doesn't use it. Do you really want to take care of her for a lifetime? These words, when Qin Li was there, Li Sanjiang was inconvenient to say. I understand, Grandpa. Forget it, you are still young, what I said to you, I was still early before marrying a daughter-in-law. Well, I go out for a long time, I do nt come back to eat lunch, you eat alone. Li Sanjiang carried his hand, humming Xiao Chuer downstairs, walking to the dam, looking back, looking at the terrace above, a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Yuanho asked him something, he didn't feel bad about money, he had money. He suddenly felt that the money he made to his children was also a kind of happiness. In the past, he felt that Hanho was a son-in-law, especially the sons did not have a lot of filial piety, but now he suddenly figured out. If raising a child is not to give yourself to the elderly, but simply feel that this will be a bit interesting and can make your life more fulfilling? We have raised you, and we don't ask you to be grateful to me. Anyway, Lao Tzu is also for his own life. Hey, it feels pretty good. Li Sanjiang shook his head, so what's the use of these? He is almost the age of himself. In this life, he is destined to have no children. After the grandfather left, Li Zhanyuan couldn't wait to pick up the first volume of Jianghu Zhlu after changing his clothes and changed his clothes, sitting on the vine chair, and opened the pages to look at it. The words in this book are thin golden body, which is much more comfortable to read. In contrast, the word golden chero is the same as the dog. I silently wish in my heart, I hope other books in the box are good words. Li Zhanyuan quickly entered the reading atmosphere. However, every time he turned the page, he looked at the girl who was sitting there on the threshold. He has no thoughts in his heart, but just feels that good-looking things. Looking at it, you can make people look more pleasant. However, the girl has no other moves except for the gaze in the morning to see Niu Fu's back. The reading time passed quickly. Uncle Qin returned halfway and sent himself a table lamp and a set of stationery, as well as many snacks. After looking at it for a while, Aunt Liu's shout came from below, Xiao Yuanho, eat. Okay, I'm down. Putting down the book, Li Zhanyuan went downstairs, and lunch was still eaten on the dam, but he was at table alone. There is a plate of chicken nuggets, a plate of chives, and a bowl of catfish soup on the square wooden stool. Li Zhanyuan couldn't help feeling that the living conditions of Tai Yi's family are really good. At Grandpa's house, Brother Panzi and Lazy Eye, they should still drink porridge now. However, he didn't want to go back to share with vegetables. He knew that it was not suitable. On the dam, Grandma Lu squatted beside Qin Li, and persuaded her softly. Finally, Qin Li lowered her head and started eating. It is still the way to eat breakfast. The dishes and rice are very frequent, and the rhythm is definitely not messy. After Li Zhanyuan finished eating, he grabbed before Aunt Lu appeared, put the chopsticks and sent the chopsticks to the kitchen, then washed his hands, returned to the second floor, and continued to read. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The first volume of this book starts, and it is about the death of death. There are really many types of death. Like a small yellow warbler, you can walk upright. In this book, you can only be counted as the danger of the middle reaches. Better. But the more fierce death, the more vague the records and places, the more abstract the picture, and gradually it feels like the Shanhai Jing. Li Zhanyuan felt that this was normal, so the fierce death, there were not many people who saw it, there were not many people who could come back alive. Naturally, it was blurred. Yuanzi. Yingzi walked over with a wooden bench and a small bench. Li Zhanyuan raised his head and looked at Yingzi, sister. I'm here, hi, come, eat sugar. Yingzi took the sugar from his pocket and handed it over. Thank you, sister. Li Zhanyuan peeled a piece of sugar, sent it into his mouth, and then walked into his bedroom. Yingzi opened the cloth bag and put the book and topic. She curiously reached out and turned over the book that Li Zhanyuan stayed in the vine chair. She frowned slightly. This word, she couldn't understand it. At this time, Li Qiangyuan held the snack and put them beside Yingzi. Sister, eat. Too much, how can I eat so much? Take it back to everyone, don't let your grandmother see it. Li Zhanyuan took out the snacks from Li Vihan in the morning. You are your brother, eat your things, I'm sorry. Seeing that Li Zhanyuan had already picked up the book and continued, Yingzi had to continue. Yuanzi, wait for my sister to make money at work in the future, and buy more delicious food for you. Li Zhanyuan raised his head and responded with a smile, okay, sister. Then lowered his head and continued to read. When Yingzi saw that he was investing, he also bowed his head to preview her homework, but this time she didn't ask Li Zhanyuan if she didn't understand it as before, but recorded it. Waiting for the last ask, don't disturb him first. After looking at the first volume, Li Zhanyuan stood up, walked to the empty place in front, and seriously made a set of national middle school students to broadcast gymnastics. Many of the contents of this book are obscure and blurred, and they have to think about it. This is the first time I read it. However, it is really fulfilling in a sense of gain. Li Zhanyuan was very happy because he was finally able to enjoy those classmates who had poor learning in the class. It turned out that they had been so happy. After doing the exercise, Li Zhanyuan went to the toilet, and there was no need to use the spittoon during the day. He went downstairs and ran to the house. On the way, he saw the girl sitting behind the threshold, and stopped and greeted. Good afternoon. Of course, the girl did not respond, and Yu Guang didn't give him a little. After returning to the second floor, he put the first volume back, took out the second volume, and continued to watch. With the adaptation of the first volume, Li Zhanyuan can gradually understand the author's writing habits, and even resonate some mentality of the other party. Therefore, the second volume is optimistic about half of the first volume. He immediately changed the third volume, and when the third volume was finished, it was almost close to dusk. Li Zhanyuan put down the book and looked at the sister Yingzi next to him. Sister, do you not understand? Yes, this, and this. Li Zhanyuan took over his sister's pen and started writing the problem-solving process. He wrote as detailed as much as possible, so that the sister could see it slowly, at least, much more efficient than his own oral explanation. Watching his brother quickly wrote on the book, Yingzi only felt that he was envious. Sure enough, if the old Li family eliminated her aunt and younger brother, so many people in the family may not have a brain. She also really feels very lucky. Although her parents will give herself money to buy teaching aid information, the tutoring books of this era are very rough. Many real questions and explanations are only inside some key schools. It's hard to get. Not to mention the role of his brother, it has long exceeded the tutoring book. It is just her own private tutor. Even if her parents are enlightened, it is impossible to ask her school teacher to make up the lesson alone. After Li Zhanyuan wrote, Changsha breathed a sigh of breath, rubbing his sour wrist, and said, Sister, I suggest you still have to penetrate the concept first, and then cooperate with simple questions to deepen the cognition. Improved. Yingzi, but I did this? Yingzi bowed her head and began to look at the problem-solving process given by her brother. She could feel very detailed, but when she looked at the past step by step, she still felt a little difficult. Like the brain is forcibly picked out, it is very difficult to pour knowledge points in a difficult little bit, and it is a little bit. At this time, Li Sanjiang came back. He walked to the dam and looked up to see Li Zuiyuan and Yingzi sitting in the southeast corner of the second floor. He saw Li Zuiyuan with a smile on his face and a relaxed expression, and Yingzi with a sad face. Humph, this stinky boy, not studying seriously, makes my sister headache. Yingzi didn't stay for dinner. Li Vihan had already told her when she came. This time, Li Sanjiang really asked to stay, but he gave up when she insisted on refusing. In the past, Li Sanjiang always looked down on Li Vihan's 4 sons, and even ignored their children, but who asked him to ask Yingzi to tutor Xiao Yuanho today? Xiao Yuanho, share some snacks with your sister tomorrow. Li Zuiyuan, who was eating, responded, Grandpa, I shared it. Yet, Li Sanjiang felt guilty at this time. He couldn't make the girl angry and not come to tutor tomorrow. After dinner, as usual, Li Zuiyuan went to take a shower first. When he came out of the shower, he saw Li Sanjiang standing on the northern edge of the terrace, holding a cigarette in his left hand and holding the handle in his right hand. In front of him, under the moonlight, a parabolic water column appeared. Little Yuanho, are you done with your shower? I'm done, Grandpa, go ahead. Well, wait for me in the room. Li Sanjiang shook his shoulders, straightened his chest, and then shook his thighs back and forth. Li Zuiyuan realized that he didn't need a spittoon at night. Walking into Grandpa's bedroom, the formation was still there, but it was newly drawn. After looking at the formation, Li Zuiyuan blinked in confusion. It can be seen that tonight's formation is the same as last night's, but it is still different from the one drawn in the Ajin Sha Luoyan Sutra. It is understandable that it is different from the book, after all, it was the same last night. But why is it a little different from what I drew last night? Li Zuiyuan could only suspect that the grandfather had made some minor adjustments based on the effect of the formation last night. First, he was still reading an entry-level book and had not seen the formation diagram. Second, in his world, he was full of rigor and could not temporarily break away from the rigor of his thinking to consider another possibility. Li Zuiyuan sat in his seat. After a while, Li Sanjiang came in after taking a shower. He was wearing a pair of white shorts with a hole in it today. Just like yesterday, he tied himself and Li Zuiyuan up with a black rope, still in the old position, then lit the candle, and finally he also sat in the circle. This time, Li Zuiyuan looked carefully and found that the grandfather's talisman paper was taken out of his pants, and the pants had no pockets. Ignite it, chant the sutra, and then before it burns your hands. Pa! Slap it on the ground. The candle did not go out, and the light bulb did not flash. Is it done, Grandpa? No, wait a moment. After saying that, Li Sanjiang took out another talisman, lit it, and repeated the action, but this time he used more force to slap the talisman on the ground. Pa! The sound of the crisp flesh made Li Sanjiang's mouth twitch in pain. But the force worked. With a swish, all the candles went out, and the light bulb above his head also flickered twice for the sake of face. It's done. Li Sanjiang breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, Little Yuanho, go to bed, remember, don't remove the rope. I know, Grandpa. After Li Zuiyuan went out, Li Sanjiang immediately blew air on his palm. Hoo-hoo, hiss, it hurts. After blowing, he looked at the bed again, and his face immediately showed a bitter face. Damn it, it won't be another zombie meeting tonight, right? After Li Zuiyuan returned to the bedroom, he did not go to bed, but turned on the desk lamp, took out the 4th volume, and continued to read. After finishing the 4th volume, he took out the 5th volume, but he fell asleep with his forehead on the table before reading a few pages of the 5th volume. In the rice field, an old lady appeared. If Li Zuiyuan saw her at this time, he would recognize her as the one carried on Niu Fu's hunchback. She was hunched over, with green light in her eyes, and a bunch of fine hair slowly grew on her face, which was originally full of ravines. Her figure disappeared from the original place, and the next moment, she appeared on the dam, and then disappeared again. This time, she appeared in the house on the 1st floor. She stopped in the pile of paper and looked at so many paper people, paper horses, paper houses. She tilted her head and showed a weird smile on her face. Li Zuiyuan rubbed his eyes and raised his head. He actually fell asleep while reading. He planned to go to the toilet and go to bed, just as his grandfather demonstrated. Li Zuiyuan got up, walked to the door of the bedroom, opened the door, and walked out without noticing that he was still sleeping soundly on the small desk with his head resting on it. When he came outside, the cool breeze at night blew, and Li Zuiyuan felt refreshed. But soon, he heard the noisy noise coming from downstairs. Who is making a fuss so late? No. Even in the daytime, the grandfather's house is very quiet. Li Zuiyuan walked to the edge of the terrace and listened down. He heard men and women talking and singing, horses neighing, cats and dogs barking, all kinds of sounds, and it seemed like a carnival dance was going on the first floor. But there was only a pile of paper cutting on the first floor. Could it be? Li Zuiyuan was startled at first, and then he realized, oh, I must be dreaming. Just then, Li Zuiyuan looked down and was surprised to see a figure wearing a purple cheongsam standing on the dam. It was Qin Li. Hey, how did you walk out of the threshold by yourself? No. No. Why did you appear in my dream? Chapter 9. Is it because you dream about what you think about during the day? After all, I have been looking at her a lot these past 2 days, and I almost use her as a pen wash. However, the next moment, Qin Li, who was standing on the dam, raised her head and looked at Li Zuiyuan, who was standing on the terrace. The two of them met eyes for the first time. Li Zuiyuan understood that she was not in his dream, but she entered his dream. Dreams are projections from reality. He has almost become accustomed to the frozen images of her, and he should not let her make unnecessary movements in his dreams. No. Li Zuiyuan frowned slightly. This time. Are you sure it is my own dream? Is there a possibility that I am a participant like Qin Li below? Or I have dreamed too few times, so I can't summarize too many rules and experiences. I have just started reading books, and they are entry-level popular science books. It's like a question in front of me, but I can't even understand the meaning of the question. Maybe Qin Li can know something? She can take the initiative to look at me. Can I also expect her to speak? However, the first floor was very noisy and bustling now. If I walked down the stairs, I had to pass through the middle of the first floor, which was not feasible. The second floor terrace was not too high, but it was not realistic for me to jump down directly with my small body. Because this was probably not my dream, I lost the qualification to take risks and make mistakes at will. Li Zuiyuan squatted down and waved to Qin Li below, asking her to come closer to see if she could lower her voice and whisper something. However, before Qin Li could respond, Li Zuiyuan heard footsteps coming from the stairs behind him. He looked back and saw 4 ants walking here. They were wearing brightly colored clothes, with thick powder and blush on their faces. They also saw Li Zuiyuan, and it could even be said that they came for Li Zuiyuan. Little boy, why are you here? The feast is about to start. Hurry up, the feast is about to start. Go to the first batch. The second batch will have to wait for a long time. Yes, 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 the first batch should finish eating and go home to sleep quickly so as not to delay school tomorrow. When there are many guests at weddings or funerals and the reception capacity is insufficient, they will eat in batches. After the first batch of people finish eating, the table will be cleaned up and the dishes and cold dishes will be put back on the table. The second batch of guests will then take their seats. I don't. Before he could say no, an old lady reached out and grabbed Li Zuiyuan's hand. In an instant, Li Zuiyuan found that his original clothes were gone and turned into a blue robe. It was very old-fashioned, but the color was very new. The old lady's hand was also very strong. She pulled Li Zuiyuan and made him stagger several times. When he was going down the stairs, Li Zuiyuan wanted to pry her hand open. Her hand was very white, a kind of pale white, and there was no visible wrinkle. As if she sensed the struggle, the old lady suddenly stopped and slowly turned her head. Little boy, you are not good, you don't want to go. Her voice became very slow and gloomy, and the original light in the corridor became dim, and the little remaining light was all on the old lady's face. Li Zuiyuan took a deep breath and let a smile appear on his face. Go, eat the feast, I want to eat the feast. So good. As soon as the voice fell, the light in the corridor was instantly restored. The old lady continued to hold Li Zuiyuan's hand and walked down to the first floor. Originally, the first floor of the great-grandfather's house was used purely as a warehouse. The walls on all four sides were too lazy to be painted, and they were all cement color. But now, the whole first floor is decorated with lights and colors, and it is decorated very festively. Tables were set up one by one, and each table was covered with red plastic film, with bowls, plates, and cold dishes on them. There were many people coming and going, men and women, old and young, all wearing overly bright new clothes, with thick powder on their faces and obvious blush. Li Zuiyuan probably knew what they were. Because the tables, chairs, benches, and plates on the first floor were all placed, but the paper figures that were full of stock were not seen. After the old lady pulled Li Zuiyuan to the first floor, she let go of her hand and went to work on her own. Li Zuiyuan turned around and found that the stairs he had just come down were gone. He didn't stand there stupidly, but walked to the door. In order to facilitate the delivery of goods, the main door of the grandfather's house was opened a lot, and at this time, the door panels were removed and completely opened. Therefore, the first floor and the outside dam were almost half connected. As soon as he walked to the door, Li Zuiyuan saw two young women pulling a little girl in. It was Qin Li. Unlike himself, her clothes did not change. I think it was because she was wearing it very suitable here. At this time, Qin Li's eyelashes began to twitch and her body began to tremble slightly. Li Zuiyuan guessed that she might be about to bite someone. The two young women who were holding her seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with Qin Li, and they all lowered their heads to look at her. At the same time, the lights where the three of them were standing began to dim, and this dark color was gradually spreading. The other people included in it also ended their respective exchanges and conversations, and all looked over here with gloomy faces. Li Zuiyuan was now sure that this was not his dream. Of course, it was not Qin Li's dream either. I have never heard that anyone who does something out of the ordinary in his dream will suffer backlash from the surrounding environment. This is clearly someone else's dream. Although I don't know who it is immersed in the dream, and the illogical and extraordinary behavior in the dream will disturb it and wake it up. After waking up, it may get angry, it may also strangle the two shrimps that should not exist and disturb its sweet dream, and then continue to make up for the dream. But in either case, Li Zuiyuan felt that it was very disadvantageous to himself now. So he took the initiative to step forward, stood in front of Qin Li, and said with a smile, "Sister, I finally found you. You don't know that your brother has been looking for you for a long time." Li Zuiyuan looked at the two women holding Qin Li's hands again and said, "Thank you for helping me find my sister. It's easy for her to run around alone. She's not very useful here." As he said that, Li Zuiyuan also pointed to his forehead. "Oh, that's how it is. Your sister is here." The two women showed a look of realization on their faces. The shadow that was still spreading before stopped spreading, but it did not go back. People outside the shadows were still doing what they should do, but people inside the shadows continued to look here. Not enough. Li Zuiyuan pursed his lips, took the initiative to reach out and grab Qin Li's hand, then went around to the back with his other hand and gently patted Qin Li's head. "Sister, be good, don't be afraid, brother is here, brother will take good care of you." After saying and doing it, Li Zuiyuan was already waiting for the scratching and biting that was likely to happen next. But he had to take this gamble, since Qin Li had taken the initiative to look up at him downstairs before, he bet that she could continue to endure this time. The two bodies were very close, and Li Zuiyuan could feel the girl's hand trembling. In the unilateral observation of the past 2 days, Li Zuiyuan knew that the girl in front of him rejected all contact from the outside world. Only her grandmother could persuade her to eat softly, but even Grandma Lu did not dare to have any intimate behavior towards her. However, what made Li Zuiyuan happy was that the girl's trembling gradually weakened, and her breathing began to become stable. Not only did she not push him away, she didn't even try to break free from his hand. Seeing that the girl finally settled down, the shadow under his feet began to shrink and finally disappeared. All the people who had been looking at this place turned around and did their own things, including the two women. "Hey, temporarily safe." Li Zuiyuan looked at Qin Li and whispered, "Do you know what to do next?" Qin Li didn't respond, she just looked at him. Well, she probably didn't know. If it was daytime, he could hold her hand and let her look at him. Li Zuiyuan felt that he would be very happy. This feeling is like a perfect work of art, which interacts and responds to you. But in this environment, Li Zuiyuan finds it difficult to have this mood. Take your seat, everyone, take your seat. Okay, sit down, sit down, sit down quickly. Someone was arranging to sit down. At this time, the safest choice is to be sociable. Let's find a place to sit. Li Zuiyuan said to Qin Li, and then took her hand and walked to a table where only a little boy was sitting. Who knew that just as he was about to sit down, he saw the little boy immediately bent down, cover the bench, and shouted. "This is the seat I covered, this is the seat I covered, my father, mother, grandparents, uncle and second uncle will be here soon, you can't sit." This is the first time someone has covered a seat in advance. If it weren't for the heavy rouge on the boy's face that made him look like a boy made of paper, Li Zuiyuan would have suspected that he was Hu Ziyi or Shitu. Last time when they had dinner at the big bearded man's house, Hu Ziyi and Shitu also went to reserve seats for their brothers in advance, and their expressions, tone and posture were almost exactly the same. Child, there are 2 empty seats here, sit here, so that our table is full." An old man in shroud at the next table took the initiative to greet him. "Okay, Grandpa." Li Zuiyuan immediately pulled Qin Li over here. After he sat down, he saw Qin Li still standing, so he could only whisper to remind her, "Sit down." Qin Li did not move and still stood. Li Zuiyuan could only reach out and grab her waist, and exert force downwards, and she sat down. However, when he touched her waist, Li Zuiyuan felt that she began to tremble again. When he let go of her hand, she calmed down again. Looking down, he glanced at the hand that was still held by him. Li Zuiyuan probably understood that this should be the maximum she could accept at present. "Child, where are your parents?" asked the old man in the shroud. He sounded kind, but this kind of makeup, even the kindest people would look very weird. "Li Zuiyuan, my grandparents are helping in the kitchen, so let me bring my sister to eat first." "Oh, so, hee." Then, the old man in the shroud looked at Qin Li again. "This girl looks really good, how old is she?" Qin Li ignored him. Li Zuiyuan knew that even if she wanted to talk, she couldn't answer, because she probably didn't understand non-Tuong dialect. Grandma Liu's family lived with the grandfather. Aunt Lu and Uncle Qin helped the grandfather with work, but they didn't communicate with the villagers at all. Even when they talked to themselves, they used Mandarin, not to mention Qin Li who liked to sit behind the door all day without moving. Fortunately, it was good that she didn't speak. If she spoke Mandarin, it would attract more curious questions. At this juncture, the more she spoke, the more mistakes she made. "Grandpa, my sister is 10 years old. When she was a child, she had a fever, but she was not sent to the hospital in time. Her brain was damaged and she can't hear or speak anymore." Li Zuiyuan deliberately spoke loudly so that everyone at the table could hear. No matter what, he had to block Qin Li's mouth first. "Oh, so that's it. Alas, poor kid, tisk tisk tisk. Alas, there is also one in our team. When she was a child, she had a fever, but the adults at home didn't pay attention to her. As a result, her brain was damaged. That's right. If you raise a little kid, you have to pay more attention to him. Otherwise, the child will suffer, and the adults will also suffer when raising her in the future. People at the same table began to communicate with each other. At this time, the old man in the shroud asked Li Zuiyuan again, "How old are you?" "I'm 11 years old." Li Zuiyuan lied about his age by 1 year. Although Qin Li was actually 1 month younger than him, he certainly couldn't say he was 10 years old. The two didn't look like twins at all, and it was impossible for the mother to give birth to 2 babies in 1 month. Don't bring up the story of a second marriage family, one brought by a widower father and the other brought by a widow mother. That way, the discussion at the table will definitely be more lively, and maybe people at the next table will join in. "Are you in school?" "Yes, in the 4th grade." "Oh, what about your sister?" "My sister is not in school. She stays at home all day. I only brought her out for the banquet today." "Yet." The old man in the shroud stopped asking questions and went to chat with other people at the table. Li Zuiyuan finally got a moment of peace. He looked at Qin Li who was sitting next to him, leaned over, and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. This is not a courtesy, but a comfort. The implication is that you should be calm and don't explode." Qin Li turned her head and looked at Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan could not see any emotion in her eyes. Then, Qin Li turned her head and continued to be in a daze. Li Zuiyuan felt that she should be able to understand, after all, she could eat by herself. It's not that she can't take care of herself, and she has a misophobia. Every time after dinner, Grandma Lu would help her wipe clean. At this moment, Li Zuiyuan, who had some free time, began to pay attention to the dishes on the table. Now there were cold dishes, cold spinach shaped into cylinders, preserved eggs and tofu, fried peanuts and salted duck eggs cut and placed on a plate. There were only 2 pure meat dishes, namely bacon slices and braised spare ribs, but the portions of these 2 dishes were very small, but fortunately they were cut small, enough for everyone at the table to have 2 chopsticks. This braised spare ribs was placed right in front of him. It was eaten cold, and it tasted sweet but not greasy. Li Zuiyuan was very impressed by this dish when he had a banquet last time. But now when he saw this dish, he had no appetite at all. God knows what this thing is. At this time, singing was heard. People at nearby tables looked over there, and many people stood up. Li Zuiyuan also looked sideways. There was a small open area in the middle of the table, where a man and a woman stood, and there was an old man holding a musical instrument next to them. The man and woman were wearing costumes, and their makeup was richer. On the basis of thick powder and blush, there were more extensions and exaggerations. With the cooperation of the old man's instrument next to him, the man sang first, and after some body movements, the woman continued to sing. Li Zuiyuan knew that this was a local opera in Nantung, Tongzi Opera. Li Vihan and Kui Guiying had taken him to the village head dam to watch it. The characteristics of this opera are strange and peculiar voice, high-pitched and sad, with a strong impact. For outsiders, it is extremely unpleasant. At that time, Li Zuiyuan had just arrived in Nantung and was still in the stage of learning and familiarizing with the local dialect. At that time, Li Vihan and Kui Guiying were fascinated by it, while Li Zuiyuan felt that the magic sound was in his ears and was extremely painful. This time, too, the whole table and the people nearby were listening attentively. Li Zuiyuan looked at Qin Li again. Fortunately, she didn't react. Along with the performance, someone started distributing chopsticks to each table with a basket, and another person took vinegar and soy sauce to pour into the dishes. There were 6 dishes per table, usually shared by 2 people. "Come on, little boy, eat." Grandpa Xiaoyi picked up a piece of ribs and put it in Li Zuiyuan's bowl. "Thank you, Grandpa." "Eat, Don't look at it. Okay, Grandpa, you eat too. Yet. Woof. Meow. At this time, Li Zuiyuan found that many cats and dogs ran under the table, and there was one not far from his feet. Li Zuiyuan picked up the ribs and threw them down when others were not paying attention. The dog below immediately picked them up and started eating. Next, Li Zuiyuan did the same thing for the dishes that the enthusiastic Grandpa Xiaoyi picked up for him, throwing them under the table. Soon, many cats and dogs gathered on his side. Li Zuiyuan actually looked familiar with these cats and dogs. He had seen them in the paper-making pile during the day, but they were not as lively and delicious as they are now. Grandpa Xiaoyi, child, tell your sister to eat. She just sits there and doesn't eat at all. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Li Zuiyuan could only turn his head and say, Sister, you eat. Who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, Qin Li picked up the chopsticks and started to pick up the dishes. She picked up 3 chopsticks and put them in the bowl in front of her, then lowered her head and opened her mouth. No, are you really eating? Li Zuiyuan hurriedly pulled her hand. Qin Li turned her head and looked at Li Zuiyuan. This time, there was emotion in her eyes, although it was very weak, but it was really there, it was doubt. Li Zhanyuan can only put her mouth into her ear. Well, it is normal for the brothers and sisters to whisper. Don't eat, feed the animals below. Qin Li lowered his head, glanced at a group of cats and dogs underneath, then stood up, and directly raised a plate of dishes on the table. Looking at this posture, I plan to fall down and feed them directly. This direct and plate move immediately, which immediately frowned by the dissatisfaction of others on the table. Li Zhanyuan had to stand up, grabbed the dish, and put it back again. He laughed and educated, Sister, this is what everyone eats together. You can't be greedy, but it's all yours. Seeing that Li Zhanyuan said that, the adults on the table were much better, and many people said. She likes to eat her, it's okay. Put her in front of her. Li Zhanyuan waved his head and shook his head, can't do this, this is not in line with the rules. Bang! There was a sound of 2 kicks outside, and the children on the nearby table began to cover their ears. There were more than a dozen kicks in a row. When the last one ended, the color of the entire venue was dark, and the others on the table suddenly moved, and the table next to it would not move. Everyone sat upright and looked ahead. Although I don't know what's wrong, Li Zhanyuan hurriedly learned this way, and the corner of her eyes glanced at Qin Li on the side of her. She didn't need to learn, she was professional. Outside the door, an old lady walked in under the cluster of a group of girls and women. As soon as she appeared, the atmosphere of the entire venue became a little stagnant. Through the gap between the people's head, Li Zhanyuan recognized her. It was seen in the dream of Lu Jingxia's own dream that day, and the old lady carried by Niufu. How could she be here? I clearly remember that when Niufu left Tai Yi's house, he was hump. The old lady's body was a little stunned, but her mental head was very good, and she was a little abnormal. The eyes were glowing with green light, and there was a pinch of fine hair on her face. In addition, there seems to be a few black lines on her face, and it looks like a black beard that grows out of thin air. It seems, a cat face. The old lady walked to the main table under the stage and laughed at the 4 weeks. Today is my birthday. Everyone gives face, but you must eat and drink well, hey. As soon as she finished speaking, the tone of the original darkness responded to Ming Yan again. Everyone who was just sitting straight, naturally began to eat and chat. Fortunately, Li Zhanyuan was sitting with Qin Li, just half facing the old lady, and there were several tables in the middle. They were small, and they should not be seen. But I was still glad at myself. In a blink of an eye, I saw the old lady who lifted the wine glass and started toast at the table. If she recognizes her, she must have recognized herself. This should be her dream. No, Li Ziyuan now feels that the environment here can no longer be described as dreams, and herself and Qin Li are likely to be in another special environment. No matter what, she can't be seen by her. The old lady worshipped quickly. When she said a few words, she worshipped a drink at a table. It would not take long for it to go to this table. Li Zhanyuan immediately said to Qin Li, "What, do you want grandma?" Qin Li turned to look at him and doubt again. Li Zhanyuan deliberately patted it on the bottom of the table, and immediately trembled the entire table, and many people just fell back. "Hey, sister, don't make trouble, we are eating meals, you don't eat it yourself, don't affect others." The doubts in Qin Li's eyes were deeper. Li Zhanyuan faced the other people on the table and apologized, "I'm sorry, my sister here." He pointed to his head again. Everyone also showed understanding. The brain is burning. It is normal for any unreasonable behavior. Li Zhanyuan pulled Qin Li and left the table. "Well, I'll take you to find grandma, alas, I really can't stand you, I haven't eaten yet." Immediately, Li Zhanyuan pulled Qin Li to walk towards the door, but as soon as he approached, he saw a row of men wearing old-fashioned tadlings standing outside. Some of them are chatting, and some are tearing to kicking lead. Although they are doing things, they will control all the exits. It is impossible to go here, and Li Zhanyuan observed that seeing the old lady's posture, people seem to be not intended to respect one round. If you keep staying here, it is easy, she noticed. Looking around the 4 weeks, the staircase entrance to the second floor is gone. The area where you can still hide now is only the northwest corner, where the kitchen is directed. At this moment, there is also the sound of cooking. Li Zhanyuan pulled Qin Li and walked towards the kitchen. During this time, in order not to attract the attention of outsiders, he kept counting Qin Li. "Look at you, you have to find a grandma. After all, I haven't eaten so many good dishes yet. Ah, the old hen soup is about to go, you hurt me, I didn't eat chicken legs." Sure enough, when this way, the people on the nearby tables ate and drank, and there was no shadow under their feet. Everyone felt normal. Finally, Li Zhanyuan took Qin Li into the kitchen. As soon as he came in, he saw a large plastic basin with a lot of dirty plates stacked around the pot. 7 or 8 old grandma was squatting next to the plastic basin, holding a rag in hand, and washing the plate. However, the plastic basin was not filled with water, but sand, and they were using sand to clean. Beside the big stove, a fat chef wearing an apron was frying dishes. His movements were very skillful, and he was obviously a master chef. But the ingredients in the baskets beside him were all stacks of white paper. The ingredients in his seasoning jars were not oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, but various pigments. There was also a big bucket next to him, which was filled with paste. He first started to boil the paste in the pot, then poured a stack of white paper into it, stir-fried it, and then kept adding various pigments, and finally heated the sauce to reduce the sauce. When he lifted the big pot to serve, he poured out a plate of dishes with good color, fragrance, and taste. Moreover, the flames rising from the big stove were not of ordinary color, but faint green, like ghost fire. "Little boy, go out to play, don't get in the way here," the chef urged impatiently. Li Ziyuan said, "Wow, you are so good, and the dishes you cook are so delicious. I want to be a chef when I grow up, and I want to learn from you." "Haha." The fat chef put away his previous impatience and laughed, "Go to school, it's so hard to be a chef in this hot summer." "No, I just want to be a chef. It's so good to be a chef. I can eat a lot of delicious food. Besides, I'm stupid and my grades are poor, so I can't learn." If you are poor in grades, you have to learn a skill quickly, otherwise you will starve to death in the future. "You are really good, wow, this is how you do it, you are so good, I will just watch from the side and not cause you any trouble." The fat chef didn't agree, but he didn't drive him away. Li Ziyuan stood by, praising him from time to time, and helped pass a plate to add some paint. In fact, this kind of praise is really against one's will. After all, no matter what dishes this chef makes, they are all paste, white paper and paint mixed together. But watching the finished dishes come out of the pot like this, it feels really strange. After standing like this for a long time, someone came outside to announce, "The first batch is over, the second batch is ready." Next, more dirty dishes were sent over, and after being washed by the sand of the old ladies, they were placed on the chef's side to be refilled with dishes. The first dish to be served was the cold dish, and the cold dish chef was there. The fat chef could take a break. He first took the towel hanging around his neck to wipe his sweat, then took 2 pieces of tiger skin meat from the side, ate 1 piece himself, and handed another piece to Li Zuiyuan. "Come, eat." "No, no. Eat, don't be polite. I've just eaten enough." Li Zuiyuan thought that it might be because he had praised too much before, which led to the fat chef's over-enthusiasm now. However, just after he refused for the second time, the fat chef's expression suddenly turned cold. Li Zuiyuan noticed that a shadow appeared under his feet, and it gradually spread. The cold dish chef who was arranging the dishes and the old ladies who were washing the dishes next to him also turned their heads and looked at him. Obviously, how could a child refuse a big piece of meat these days? Li Zuiyuan had no choice but to take the piece of meat from the fat master, and then put it into his mouth. He chewed it while showing a shy smile, as if his previous refusal was just a thin face. "Delicious, really fragrant." The fat master smiled, and the shadow below began to shrink, while the others around him continued to be busy. "Ah, sister, why are your shoes broken? Why are you so careless? These are your new shoes. I don't even have new ones when I want to wear them. Look, Mom will beat you when you go back." As he said this, Li Zuiyuan squatted down, pretending to help Qin Li with her shoes, but in fact he secretly spit out the piece of meat in his mouth, quietly put it on the ground, and then reached out to grab Qin Li's left ankle, asking her to lift her foot and step on the piece of meat. It's not that he didn't think about just swallowing the piece of meat. At most, he would just eat some paper, which was not a big deal, but the problem was that as soon as the meat entered his mouth, a special and indescribable feeling of nausea came over him, rushing straight to his forehead, and his stomach began to cramp. It was as if he was eating food that definitely did not belong to him. After standing up, Li Zuiyuan began to take deep breaths, trying to get rid of the previous strong discomfort as soon as possible. Qin Li lowered her head and looked at her feet. Her body began to tremble. Li Zuiyuan guessed that she must have felt that her shoes were dirty. Holding her hand, Li Zuiyuan leaned towards her and whispered in a tired tone, "Please, bear it for a while, dear." Qin Li raised her head and gradually stopped trembling, and did not move her shoes away from the dirt. Seeing her like this, Li Zuiyuan was actually a little moved. But the feeling of being touched did not last long. The fat chef, who was probably really praised for being crispy, actually took out another big chicken leg and handed it over. "Come on, boy, eat the chicken leg." Li Zuiyuan. Without hesitation, Li Zuiyuan took a big bite and laughed, "The chicken leg is so fragrant and delicious." "Fat chef, ha 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 ha." "Ah, sister, where is the oil stain on your skirt? Really, you don't know how to cherish new clothes at all. No wonder Mom says you are a money loser." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Li Zuiyuan hurriedly squatted down again, pretending to help his sister clean the stains on her clothes. He reached out and grabbed Qin Li's right ankle, lifted it up, spit out the remaining chicken leg in his hand and the one in his mouth, and let her step on it with her right shoe. Ah! The mouth was bitter, the forehead was dizzy, the stomach was cramped, and the nausea and rejection from the whole body almost made Li Zuiyuan unable to stand up. If he hadn't supported himself with his hands, he might have really fallen to the ground. But in the end he still stood up reluctantly with his willpower. "This food, I really can't touch it, this is not for living people." Fortunately, the fat master did not continue to eat again, and he began to live in hot dishes of the second group of guests. When the 2 batches were over, the seats were also out of the field. Li Zhanyuan felt that he and Qin Li were able to get rid of it. Finally, he saw the fat master poured the sweet yuanzi soup out of the pot. This is the tablet dessert here, which is the ending dish. This dish goes up, which means that the seat is over. Li Zhanyuan shouted in his heart and squeezed Qin Li's hand. Okay, it's almost over. Who knows? Just then, the old lady's voice came from the door of the kitchen. It's really a hard-working master, so you can't get tired of being tired. For a while, Li Zhanyuan took Qin Li and squatted down behind the stove. He blocked the sight at the entrance of the kitchen with the physical fitness of the stove and the fat master. Fat master, Lao Mi, long-lived life, Shao Bi Nanshan, ha ha ha. Hee hee, but I have been living for so long, I have been living too long for my grandchildren. Where is this? There is an old one and a treasure at home. I can't live my old lady to 100 years old. Your mother has your son, which is blessed. Those in my family. I think I live for a long time, and I will suck my children and grandchildren. I will be disaster at home. What kind of fart is this? How can I say this is really not something? Well, don't say that they are not necessarily wrong. I am old. It's useless. Staying at home is also expensive to make them look uncomfortable. No wonder you haven't seen your 2 sons today, didn't your girlfriend come? Well, don't come. Really, the old lady doesn't come to life, it's too bad. Don't tighten it, don't tighten it. In a few days, I went to find them, ha ha, he 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 he. The old lady's laughter suddenly became sharp from normal, and this sound gradually became erratic from the previous stove. In the end, it became more and more clearer. In the end top of the head, Li Zhanyuan, who was lying on the ground, slowly raised his head. Just a few centimeters away from his face, there is an old lady's face. She can see the dense hairs on her face, and can count the beard roots on her face. Her teeth are too sharp to wrap the lips, and the pair of green eyes are full of funny. Xie are you here? Chapter 10. At this moment, Li Zhuiyuan felt like he was poured with a basin of ice water, and his whole body was icy cold. In a trance, it seemed as if his soul was scared out of his body, and the reason why he was not scared out was because this was not reality, and his body was not here. Run! Li Zhuiyuan took Qin Li's hand and stood up and ran. But before he ran a few steps, the group of old ladies who were still washing dishes with sand stood in front of him and blocked his way. Their seemingly shriveled and old bodies, no matter how Li Zhuiyuan pushed and bumped, remained motionless. In desperation, the thought that appeared in Li Zhuiyuan's mind was, no wonder the grandfather's paper-making business is so good, the materials and workmanship are indeed here. In fact, there was no hope of forcing in, because he was still young and had no strength at all. He didn't know any of the methods of the grandfather and Lu Jingxia. He originally thought that he could avoid this incident by hiding, and he was almost successful, but it was ruined at the last moment. He turned around and looked at the cat-faced old lady, forcing himself to calm down, and then began to quickly recall whether there was any knowledge that could be used. There was no need to bother looking for it, because he had only read one book, an entry-level encyclopedia, and he had only read 4 volumes. It was true that one regretted not having enough books when it was needed, but now, he could only try to rely on the existing knowledge points. As a result, Li Zhuiyuan really found one that seemed to match the name. The 12th chapter of the 3rd volume of Jianghu's Higyilu recorded a special kind of dead body, corpse monster. When a person with deep resentment floated in the water, he came into contact with the corpse of an animal that also had an evil smell. By chance, the two merged and formed a strange existence that was neither human nor demon. This kind of dead body would have some special abilities. For example, the corpse monster mentioned in the book was located in the Chinbei mountain area in the northeast. It was a combination of human and Huang Daxian. It could arrange miasma and confuse people's hearts, and was eventually destroyed by the righteous way. As for what the righteous path here refers to, Li Zuiyuan is not clear, and he thinks there is no need to clarify, because the ending of each death is destroyed by the righteous path. Whether it was really destroyed, by which sect, by monks, Taoist priests, lamas, sorcerers, it doesn't matter. The author of this handwritten book seems to have used destroyed by the righteous path as the period at the end of each article. The cat-faced old lady in front of him looks like a corpse demon. But if you insist on making a concept, you have to make sure that she died in the river. If she died in other places, she would not die and would not be included in Jianghu's Higyilu. But the old lady's clothes are clean and her hair is grey and fluffy. She doesn't look like a water ghost. The little yellow warbler is wet all over, which is the standard template. Li Zuiyuan thinks, it should be beyond the scope. The cat-faced old lady retracted her head, bent down, and reached out to pick up a piece of tiger skin meat and a chicken leg on the ground. She realized something was wrong through the two things on the ground, because it did not conform to her simple cognitive habits in her dreams. What a good food! How can you waste food like this? This is going to be. The last word was stopped by the cat-faced old lady. Obviously, with her current status, saying those two words is a real taboo. She opened her mouth, regardless of the dirt, put the piece of meat and chicken legs into her mouth, chewing them with great enjoyment. If I had a bowl of corn porridge at that time, it would be great. Her eyes showed reminiscence, which was her biggest thought for a long time when she curled up in bed and looked at the closed door, even, a luxury. But in the end, she didn't wait for a grain of rice or a sip of water. The cat-faced old lady looked at Li Zuiyuan again, but before she could speak, Li Zuiyuan spoke first. "Hello, Grandma, happy birthday to you." The cat-faced old lady. This birthday congratulation silenced the corpse demons. After a long time, the cat-faced old lady stretched out her hand and reached in front of Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan noticed that the other person also had hair on the back of her hand, and her nails were very long and sharp at the end. Without dodging, Li Zuiyuan let the other person's hand touch his face. The familiar feeling of applying ice cubes to the face appeared again, which was exactly the same feeling he had in Lu Jingxia's hall that day. "Grandma, I have discovered that you, a little girl, are not only handsome, but also very smart. That day, when my eldest son was about to leave, you deliberately asked him to wash his hands beside you so that I, the grandma, could leave you and go back to him, right? I was afraid that Grandma would forget the way home." "Really? I also think you are more used to him carrying you." "No." The cat-faced old lady's fingers slid to Li Zuiyuan's lips. "Now I prefer the little girl to carry me." Then, the cat-faced old lady looked at Qin Li standing behind Li Zuiyuan. "What a pretty little girl." Li Zuiyuan introduced. "She has a problem with her brain, can't speak, and has a bad temper. She bites people at any time." "Oh, is that so? No wonder when I saw her during the day, she just sat there, motionless. Alas, it's a pity for such a pretty little girl." Then the cat-faced old lady focused her attention on Li Zuiyuan's face again. "Little boy, Grandma really likes you, just accompany Grandma. Don't you have?" Li Zuiyuan immediately realized something and changed his words. "Okay, I'll accompany Grandma." He wanted to say that you have your own grandson, but this is not the right thing to do. The cat-faced old lady smiled and nodded, and said to the fat master and others, "Everyone has worked hard, let's eat together." According to local customs, when a banquet is held, after the first and second batches have eaten and the guests have been entertained, 1 or 2 tables will be set up for the cooks, helpers, and their families to eat. "Okay, old lady." The fat master and the old ladies regained their spirits and began to pack up and prepare to eat. "Little boy, come too." After giving the order, the cat-faced old lady turned around and walked out of the kitchen. Li Zuiyuan noticed that there were water marks in the footprints she left behind. The pair of cloth shoes on her feet were also particularly dark in color. When she walked, they kept making a crunching sound, as if they were full of water. Is this a correct answer? Come, little boy, go eat. The fat master grabbed Li Zuiyuan's hand and interrupted Li Zuiyuan's thoughts. Li Zuiyuan saw that the old ladies did not catch Qin Li, and it was obvious that the cat-faced old lady was not interested in her stupid girl, so he let go of Qin Li's hand, turned his head and said to her. You go first. No, just stand here. I didn't know where to go, it was better to stay in the kitchen for safety, anyway, the old lady wanted me. Li Zuiyuan was taken out of the kitchen, and the outside, which was originally full of people, now seemed dead silent. It's not that there were no people, on the contrary, there were a lot of people, shoulder to shoulder, crowded together, but no one made a sound, and there was no movement. The original tables, chairs, and benches had been put away and stacked against the wall, and here, there were only two slightly open areas. One place had a table of wine and food, and the other place was the three children's opera singers. The others were all standing densely around, waiting to see the performance after dinner. Li Zuiyuan was forcibly pulled to the table by the fat master. The cat-faced old lady was already sitting in the first seat, patting the empty seat beside her. Come, little boy, sit next to grandma. Li Zuiyuan had no choice but to sit over there. During the process, he deliberately looked at the direction he came from, but found that Qin Li didn't listen and stayed in the kitchen. She actually followed him out and stood among the crowd, looking at him. She doesn't care about you anymore, why are you still moving forward? The cat-faced old lady also noticed it and asked with a smile, why don't we call her over to sit with us? No, grandma, she's already eaten. She has a bad temper and is shy, which can easily disturb everyone's meal. Oh? Then why are you still playing with her? Neighbor, then take her to play. Haha, you are so kind. The cat-faced old lady put her hand on Li Zuiyuan's head and touched it gently. I helped take care of my grandchildren when they were young. At that time, they also called me grandma all the time, but when they grew up, they all wished I would die sooner. They all felt that it was because of my old age that they had a hard time, couldn't live a good life, and couldn't make money. Li Zuiyuan listened quietly. I just can't figure it out, how could they become like that? Maybe, it's really my fault. I've lived too long and sucked their blessings. Am I sorry for them? I think I'd better die early and reincarnate early, which is also good for them, my boy, don't you think so? If you really think so, how can you still die? According to the general outline of the opening chapter of Jianghu's Higyilu, death is the existence catalyzed by resentment. How can you sit here now without resentment? Is it because of missing? Grandma, you can't think like that. My mother told me that when facing an animal, it's ridiculous to reflect on yourself and try to understand it. Oh, your mother is right. After a pause, the cat-faced old lady laughed to herself. Haha, I think so too, but I still feel a little bit reluctant. After all, it's the child I raised. Then do they regard you as a mother or a grandmother? In my eyes, they are still children after all. Children will always make mistakes, right? But they are also grandfathers and grandmothers, and have been fathers and mothers. How can they not understand your feelings, but they still do this? Yes, they are so hateful. The green light in the cat-faced old lady's eyes began to flow quickly, and her sharp teeth turned out of her lips. Little boy, you are so right, Grandma, I really love you so much. This time, she grabbed Li Zuiyuan's face with both hands and kept kneading it. Li Zuiyuan felt that his face was almost frozen. Grandma, please don't let them go. The cat-faced old lady let go of Li Zuiyuan's face and grabbed the table with both hands, leaving 10 deep dents on it with her nails. That's right, how could I let them go? These guys are worse than us animals. Li Zuiyuan, worse than us animals? So the leader of this corpse demon is a cat? The cat-faced old lady turned her head and looked at Li Zuiyuan, and said word by word, "My boy, watch carefully, I will make them pay for what they have done. Can I live to see it?" Li Zuiyuan immediately echoed, "Grandma, I will." He didn't feel guilty about the hatred he guided above. He just knew the answer and filled in the solution process. There was no need for his guidance. This old lady would do this. If he tried to persuade her to think more open-mindedly, his head would be opened first. At this time, the fat master asked, "Grandma, can we open this table?" The old lady of cat face asked, "Are everyone in chi?" "It's just us. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. What about this family?" The fat master scratched his head, "This family is you, your children have not come. Not them, borrowed people, tables and stools, stools and chopsticks." Li Zhanyuan, "Grandma, they are not hungry, they are already asleep, don't wake them up." "How can this be?" The old lady of cat face suddenly stared at Li Zhanyuan again. "In this seat, you must call everyone to everyone, otherwise you will lose the rules and be poked behind the person behind him to poke behind the back." "Tao. It's really not necessary, Grandma." The cat-faced lady held Li Zhanyuan's neck with one hand and raised his whole person. "It's fine, you're not good at this, he he he. Nympho." At this moment, in the bedroom on the second floor, Li Zhanyuan, who was asleep on the desk, was painful and suffering from suffocation. "Nympho. Milk. I'm wrong. I'm wrong." Li Zhanyuan grabbed the opponent's hand with both hands, but he couldn't open his hands, and his legs could only kick themselves with a purpose. The feeling of death is so clear. Qin Li, who was standing in the pile in the distance, beating his eyelashes, his body began to tremble, and his range was getting bigger and bigger. "Pap!" The cat's face loosened his hand, Li Zhanyuan fell to the ground, and he began to breathe out of his restraint. She still kills herself. She is not human, she is a corpse demon, and her nature is her nature. Li Zhanyuan turned to look at Qin Li in the crowd. After Qin Li's eyes, Qin Li seemed to get some soothing, and slowly lowered her eyes, and her body gradually stopped shaking. "Nympho." In the bedroom on the second floor, Li Zhanyuan, who was sleeping at the table, slowly faded the pain on his face, and his breathing calmed down. "Nympho. Old lady of cat, if you are fine, you have to teach it from a young age." "Grandma, you're right." Li Zhanyuan got up and re-headed to the table. "If I feel that I do nt teach well, I have to drow him early and save it. Instead, it has become a calamity of no conscience." "You said, right." Li Zhanyuan brought a plate of braised fish on the table, and replaced the position with the fried peanut rice in front of the old lady. Later, he sat down and nodded. "Yes, yes." A smile appeared again on his face, and he reached out and touched the red mark on the neck of Li Ziwen's neck. "Grandma is educating me, I understand." The old lady of the cat looked at the fat master, "Go and invite people, invite all the family, and eat." "Okay, let's go." The fat master and the old grandma who washed the dishes got up and left the table and shouted. When the fat master walked to the entrance of the stairs that had disappeared again appeared again. He trotted up, and the fat on his body shook. When he came to the terrace on the second floor, he walked in front of Li Sanjiang's bedroom, pushed in the door, and saw Li Sanjiang, who was lying on the bed. "Come, eat a seat." The fat master walked to the bed and reached out to grab Li Sanjiang's wrist. Next, he would pull the man's soul out and take away the seat. however. Suddenly, the Fat Master only felt that the environment around him was distorted. He originally stood in the bedroom, but now he appeared in a square, surrounded by towering temples. Immediately, he saw in front of him an old man wearing a white pants, in the forefront, led a group of zombies to jump. The old man jumped, and the zombies behind him jumped collectively. The old man did not stand still when he didn't pay attention to the ground, and the zombies behind him also collectively came. The Fat Master was scared by this scene and directly recovered the original color. The face was like a paper color. Just at this time, the last zombie response was the slowest, and he fell. His face looked behind him, and he saw the Fat Master standing there. The zombie seemed to see a novelty and jumped over to the Fat Master. The Fat Master immediately started to run, and the zombies began to chase. Master Fat appeared beside the bed and returned to the bedroom. He reached out and touched his face, and he felt a thick powder. This was a scared makeup. Well! The floor suddenly trembled. It seems that there is a behemoth landing. Nympho! Come, fine, they are going to call people, let's eat first. The cat-faced old lady reached out and grabbed a dried fruit and placed in front of Li Zhanyuan. Li Zhanyuan was difficult to show his face. He tried this thing, let alone eat it, it was not good to put in his mouth. Eat! The old lady's tone was pressed down. Li Zhanyuan could only pick up one, swallowed his mouth, and sent it into his mouth. In a moment, a strong nausea was attacked, but looking at the old lady's expression, he could only reach out to cover himself top, prevent yourself from vomiting. Well, it's so good, fine, this is right, no matter what time, you can't cherish the food, grandmommy, in this life, after the liberation, a widow raised the child to starve, the child grew up, and grew up. Later, he starved to death. So, grandma really knows the precious food. Li Zhanyuan could only nod while tolerated disgusting, but it was really impossible to swallow. At this moment, the Fat Master rolled down from the stairs in panic and shouted loudly. Lao me, it's not good, Lao me, it's not good. What's up? The old lady of cat face stood up. This is her site, and she is the controller here. Bang! A pair of boots fell, just hitting the Fat Master, and directly stepped on him into a bunch of waste paper and wooden strips. Ah! The throat sound surrounded the entire seat hall, which suddenly reduced the temperature here. Li Zhanyuan raised his head, looking at the existence suddenly appearing in front of him. This is one. Wearing a zombie with a full-bodied head and wearing a flower. Intersection. Before 0 o'clock, there was another more. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.